cancels subscriptions. And
Okay, stop. Yes, Rocket Money cancels subscriptions, but it also gives you total control of.
Not allowed to clean the forests. LA burned because they would not allow people to clean the hillsides because there was a reservoir that could have saved that was completely empty because the mayor was in Ghana, because the deputy mayor was under house arrest for phoning in a bomb threat, because the head of Los Angeles Water and Power was an utter incompetent, and because there was about 10 or 15% of the hydrants weren't even working. That could have been completely preventable. The Paradise Fire was preventable. The Aspen Fire, which is about 50 miles from me and came within about 200 yards of my house there, was preventable. Everybody agrees on that. You don't know what you're talking about. If you allow people to go in and clean the forest and clean it up, and then you allow people to go back to traditional thinning of the forest, it would have worked. But they don't do that here.
Are you a climate change denier? I think that's a relevant question here.
No, I'm not. But I'm not sure that. What are you, a climate change exaggerator or fanaticist? Because
exaggerator, you can literally, no, the fate of the planet depends on it.
I love the term.
We have records in California for about 100 years.
Say that again.
We don't have records in we don't have records that are accurate in California for much more than 100 years.
We
don't know the degree to which we don't know the degree to which we don't know the degree
we've never seen before. No, I'm sorry. You don't even have to be a deep climate scientist to understand the fact that there is a consensus on this in the world scientific community. It's the reason the world is coming together to deal with this. They're saying you can't prioritize
no consensus on anything. You don't have consensus.
Of the eventual destruction
it is
of the
climate
economy.
change is real. We've heard
the world is not
destructive.
All right, let me bring things back to this because Jolanda wanted to get this in before we get into a lengthy climate change debate. And you were actually at the event in Houston, Texas, where Kamala Harris is on her book tour, and she said this about Trump and his mandate.
It was the tightest, closest presidential election in the 21st century. He does not have a mandate. That is not a mandate. That is not a mandate.
Now, I'm sorry, Jolanda, but Kamala Harris is completely and utterly delusional. You know,
I respectfully disagree.
Well, okay, but let me explain why. Just to remind everybody, Donald Trump won back the White House. He won the popular vote and the Electoral College. The Republicans won control of the Senate and the House. It was a clean sweep. Everything.
But it doesn't make
everything moved to Donald Trump and the Republicans. And yet there is the biggest loser in modern times, running around like she was cheated, like she was on the verge of this amazing victory, when in fact she got absolutely pulverized. She lost every swing state.
She literally did not say she was cheated. Those words came out of your mouth, not hers. I was there. And it was a very close election. And you know what? Whether you win by 1 point, by 1 vote, or whether you win by 100,000 votes, the win is a win. And there was not a mandate. There is not a mandate, which is exactly why we're fighing.
But if you say there's no mandate, you're saying
not a mandate. When
what
Hillary
could,
won,
okay, but hang on, Jolanda, what else what else could Donald Trump have won before you concede he has a mandate to be president?
With Datadog, you can monitor your infrastructure, apps, and security posture in one place. Instantly visualize your ever-changing infrastructure. Follow request traces through distributed environments, and get code-level visibility with always.
So first of all, no, a mandate to shove stuff down Americans' throats like he's doing, that was not done.
He was elected president of the United States.
I don't disagree with that, unfortunately.
That's the mandate.
But it's not a mandate. And guess what? The beautiful thing about
hang on. What is a mandate then to you?
To me, a mandate is when you win by a lot.
By a lot.
There's a whole bunch of votes separating you. There were not.
But that's not what a mandate is in a democratic society. But Jolanda,
Trump is notorious.
Jolanda, that is fake news. A mandate in politics is whether you win or lose an election. And Donald Trump won emphatically. He won by every metric he could possibly have won. He won every swing state. He won the popular and electoral college vote. He won the House. He won the Senate. He won the White House. There was nothing left to win. It was literally the widest mandate imaginable.
And what I will say to you is there was a lot of voter suppression, including here in Texas.
So she was cheated then? You think she was cheated?
You know what else? The Russians interfered in the election.
So it was a rigged election.
She didn't say it. I said it.
So Jolanda, was it a rigged election?
I will continue to fight Donald Trump with everything I have.
Jolanda, you started by saying that at no stage did Kamala say she was cheated. Now you're suggesting she was cheated.
No, I said she didn't say that. I'm telling you what I saw.
Was she cheated or not?
In Texas. Here's what I'm saying to you. What I saw in Texas with my own eyes is shorter voting hours for people who would ordinarily have voted for Kamala, taking away voting on days when people didn't have to go to work.
So she was cheating.
Would have been people who voted for Kamala.
So was she cheated?
There was active voter suppression.
Was she cheated then?
Which is exactly why they're now redistricting.
I hear you.
Because he knows that next year that
Jolanda,
if we go by what he says, there will be a mandate getting rid of him.
Jolanda, so therefore you're saying she was cheated?
What I'm saying is there were efforts made by the Republicans to suppress votes that would have voted for Kamala.
I heard you, but just to clarify.
So what I said
I hear you. But just to be clear, what you're saying is it was a rigged election then?
What I'm saying is they voter suppressed. That's what I'm saying.
So was it a rigged election?
I said that voter suppression is real and it happened.
But if there was genuine, Jolanda, if there was voter suppression, it was a rigged election. Is that what you're saying?
There was voter suppression. You can make that leap if you want to.
No, you're making the leap. I'm not.
No, you are making the leap. I said exactly what I meant to say, and I'm not going to have you try to beat me down to say what you want me to say.
I'm not trying to beat you down. I'm simply trying to get you to clarify what you're saying.
I have verified what I've said, and there were tactics used to suppress the vote of people who ordinarily would have voted for Kamala and other Democrats.
All right, Joe Walsh.
No, Pierce, again, just all due respect to Yolanda, she's wonderful. She didn't run for president last year. Some perspective, we've only had one candidate for president in this nation's history who said an election was rigged, who refused to accept the loss, and who refused to concede. Kamala Harris said Donald Trump won fair and square. She conceded. She showed up at his inauguration. Stop.
Okay, but what about her claim, Kamala's, that it was the closest election this century, implying that somehow she narrowly missed out on power? She didn't.
No, it was, I could be wrong on this. I think Trump's popular vote victory was the 5th smallest since 1900. So it wasn't.
But he didn't even win the popular vote in 2016.
So yes, Pierce, she's exaggerating, or if you want to say lying, that it was the closest.
Right.
But Donald Trump has said it was the biggest win in U.S. history. Come on.
In terms of, then it comes down to how you interpret the word mandate. To me, it is hard to imagine, honestly, it's hard to imagine a wider ranging mandate than that you win by every possible metric that you could possibly win by. That's a mandate.
Well, I agree with you on this. Any winning president has a mandate. I don't care if they win big or small. They won. They get to try to do what they want to do.
Okay, Jordan. I mean, look, to me, it's kind of. I find it kind of embarrassing to watch Kamala Harris going out there trying to imply that she only just narrowly lost when nobody else really sees it that way. And it's, to me, indicative of the hole they've got themselves into, the Democrats. They're at record low numbers in the polling of approval with Americans, record low. And I don't see anybody coming through yet where I think that could be the person who revives the Democratic Party. Do you?
If no one ever taught you how to manage your money, or you're secretly ashamed of where you're at financially, please stick around. This could change everything. Hi, I'm Britt Baker, co-founder of Dow Janes, and I'm here to tell you something that most financial experts never say out loud. Most women were never taught how to manage money. See, the truth is, women were taught how to save money, but not grow it. We were taught how to spend responsibly, but not how to invest, build wealth, or change generational patterns. So if you've ever felt stuck, I want you to know It's not your fault. The system has been working against you. You can see it loud and clear in the statistics. Nearly 70% of millennial women say they can't save money because they're not earning enough to get by, and 30% have less than $1,000 in savings. On top of that, we graduate with more student debt than men, and we're paid 84 cents to every dollar a man gets on average. That leaves us to invest later and less often in life, and makes it 80% more likely that we'll be in poverty when we retire. These are crazy statistics, and this is exactly why we started Dow Janes, to help more women get ahead when it comes to money. We've helped over 30,000 women rewrite their financial stories, even women who thought they were bad with money. And we do it without judgment, without jargon, and without shame. You don't need a finance degree. You don't need a perfect budget. You just need a system that actually works for you, and a community that supports you along the way. So just click the link on your screen to register for our free class, where we're gonna walk you through the exact steps you need to know to start taking care of your money and finally feel in control of your financial situation. In our free class, you'll learn the exact system that we teach inside our programs, the Aligned Money Method. You'll also learn whether you should be paying off your debt or investing, and what order it makes sense to do these things. You'll learn how to stop living paycheck to paycheck by eliminating expenses that aren't aligned with your personal values. You'll learn how to start thinking like an investor and why investing is essential for building wealth, even though I know it feels scary. You'll also learn why your money story might be holding you back and what's required to build a new relationship with money, one that has you feeling good. We've taken over 500,000 women through this class, and many have told us that it was the first time they had a complete mindset shift around money and building wealth. And this class is totally free. We believe that everyone deserves a financial education and the tools to invest in their futures. So just click the link on your screen to register for this free class, where we're gonna walk you through the exact steps that you need to know to finally take control of your money. I'll see you there.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
Well, I think the problem with the Democratic Party is they don't let their candidates actually be chosen by the people. They get handpicked by a few people. I mean, tell me the last time that was actually done. It was Obama. You know, Hillary was, ushered in with, they suppressed Bernie, right? She had the super delegates, right? After that, Biden was picked to run against Trump. Then you had Kamala, who was picked to run against Trump. I mean, think about it. So, like, if they would just go out there and maybe let the people of America in the Democratic Party choose the candidate they think is best, they'd probably do a hell of a lot better in the election. That's my opinion.
Yeah, Victor, this questioning of a mandate, I mean, it's kind of preposterous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's the first Republican to win the popular vote since George W. Bush did in 2004. And he won 93% of the counties. More importantly, you can say whatever you want about him, but he did recalibrate the Republican Party. And whether you like it or not, if you look at the constituencies of the Democratic Party, it's the very wealthy and the very poor. And the middle class voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. He was the first Republican to get 55% of the Hispanic male vote, almost 50-50 on the Hispanic. He won 23% of black males. On the 18 to 40 vote, He came in Michigan, it was dead even. He usually would lose. Republicans lost that usually by 10 to 12 votes. So there was a fundamental change, and it was a substitution of class interest for race. And he really tried to say to people, if you're a black truck driver, if you're a Hispanic electrician, if you're a white sheetrocker, you have more in common class-wise as middle-class people than you do with your superficial identity. That was the message. And no Republican had been able to do that. They had tried, and people said if he closes the border and we have legal only immigration, he's going to lose a Hispanic vote for a generation. And lo and behold, he won more Hispanic votes than any Republican in history. So there's something going on there that people don't want to talk about, but he had a populist appeal that transcended tribalism, that people did not identify with their particular superficial appearance for this election, but they thought, and we'll see whether it happens or not, that he was going to be better for the middle class than the alternative. And that was simple as that. They saw the Democratic Party and as an elitist party that had all of these utopian bromides that were very expensive and driving up the cost of living and regulating the economy, and they were boutique issues, whether it was a transgendered issue or open borders and 2 million people coming across unaudited, or climate change, where you were going to ban in California internal combustion engines. The middle class said, we do not want that. That is the luxury of people who are very wealthy. And that's the truth. And that's why he won.
Yeah. You know, coincidentally, I have a new book out called Woke is Dead, published in the UK October 24th, published in America November 4th. And the reason I mentioned that, Omar, other than to give a shameless plug to my own book, is I talk about how common sense triumphs in an age of total madness. You know, for many people in America, it came down to holding their nose, not particularly liking Donald Trump especially, but liking the fact he wasn't afraid to say what a woman is, for example. It looked to me like the Democratic Party just lost their minds in not being able to just say what basic things are anymore. That is a key component to why he won in the end.
I've watched you have this disagreement with many guests, and I'm here to repeat it to say, which I don't think that this was a significant portion. I think the wokeness part was a little bit exaggerated. I frankly think that the Democrats threw the election in two ways. One, they completely fumbled the genocide in Gaza. They should have had clear opposition to it so that the progressive base turned out for them, and they didn't. They insisted on humanizing Palestinians on the one hand, but insisting that they're going to continue funding the slaughter on the other, which I don't think was this needle threading thing that Kamala thought that it was. But the other thing is that, you know, to the extent of agreeing with the previous guest a tiny bit, of saying that Kamala represents sort of the vapid consultant class in Washington, D.C. that speaks without saying anything. They speak in a way that is meant to appeal to everyone. The campaign slogan was joy at a time in which we've had serious crises internationally and inside the country. It's just a way that is disconnected from what the American people actually want and need. And from my perspective, had they stuck with the message of somebody like Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren or AOC, people who are talking about the things that matter to Americans and ways to fundamentally improve the way that people in this country are living, to fight for better access to healthcare, better education. If we fought for these things, I think the Democrats would have actually won in this election. And I do think that Kamala Harris is part of the problem. And saying that is not at all to deny the fact that Republicans engage in voter suppression. We're seeing it in Texas with the gerrymandering, where Trump is openly saying the maps in Texas should be redrawn so that fewer Democrats can get elected to Congress. And this way, Republicans can manufacture a majority that lasts forever. Yes. These are voter suppression tactics that are very, very serious, that we should take seriously. But that is not to let Kamala Harris off the hook for the policies that she pursued and the fact that she presented.
Introducing Dolt, the world's first and only version-controlled SQL database that you can fork and clone, branch and merge, push and pull, just like a Git repository. Dolt is like Git and MySQL had a baby. We built Dolt from the ground up to make diffs and merges fast. It uses all the same...
A very vapid Democratic establishment line that does not really sit well with the American public.
Yeah, you know, Joe...
As a person, I think that the reason that we're losing Democrat, and I'm a Democrat, let me be clear. First of all, we're not fighting, okay? Say what you want to say about Donald Trump, and he is an evil man who is anti-everything that I am and the people that I represent, but at least he fights for it. And all people want is for people to fight for what they believe is important. And the Democrats aren't doing that. I also agree that there is a consultant class where the consultants and the powers that be pick a person, and then they try to get everyone to support that person.
Yeah.
And again, that's a whole thing when you're telling a person who cannot afford gas or eggs or whatever it is that everything is great, everything is fine. And then they're like, no, you're not talking to me. You don't have anything in common with me. You don't know what I'm going through. Therefore, I'm not motivated to go vote for you because you're literally not talking to the issues that are important to me and the survival of my family. That is where I believe my party has failed. And I think my party needs to stop listening to consultants who are so far removed from the people who are struggling. And they need to start listening to the people who are struggling. And the problem with politics, again, as a person who's elected, is most of us, and I have people tell me this all the time, Jolanda, you are not poor anymore. You can stop making decisions like you did when you were poor. And I always tell them, I hope I never forget what it was like to be evicted, or what it was like to have our house burned down because we didn't have electricity, or what it was like to be on free and reduced lunch. Because there are people right here, right now, despite the fact that I don't have those issues anymore, that still have those issues. And that is what the Democratic Party needs to do.
Okay.
They need to stop being elite. I'm just telling you.
No, I hear you. No, that's a very passionate.
Why don't you get rid of your
So we
super
need to
delegates and
fight.
just let the people pick people?
We need to fight.
Okay, I want to give Joe the last word because you've been waiting patiently. I mean, Joe, it seems to me that it's interesting that the most sort of charismatic newcomer on the Democratic bloc is Mamdani in New York, and yet he is way to the progressive left. And I just instinctively do not believe anybody on the progressive left can ever win a general election. So you've got the kind of standard bearer there in New York for potentially the future, but it may be a failed future in a general election.
Maybe, Pierce, but to Yolanda's point, the average Democratic voter out there wants a fighter. I mean, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, you just said Donald Trump and the MAGA right, you'll never elect somebody like that.
Yeah.
All you got to do is look at the issue of immigration. Trump has demagogued the issue and lied about the issue, but Democrats ignored the issue of immigration. Trump's numbers right now on immigration and among Latinos are way down because what Trump is doing right now with ICE on our streets, the American people oppose. But that issue got Trump elected, Pierce, because Democrats ignored the issue of immigration.
Yeah, I think that's right. I've got to leave it there. Really interesting panel. Thank you all very much. Probably one of the more civilized panels we've had in a long time. So for that alone, thank you, all of you, for bringing some civility back to Uncensored. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
Business owners and salespeople, the fastest way to massive confidence and success is programming your subconscious mind using the power of hypnosis. There's a reason why the CIA and military has spent millions of dollars investing in hypnosis.
Hey, number ones, thank you so much for stopping by. So today we're talking about Starbucks. I swear, I've become this channel right now. This channel has no borders anymore. I talk.
It's for work, but I am working on a. It's for work, but I'm working on a. I guess you can call it like a Blackboard learning type system. So I'm just making some changes in here for some people, and then I have to add another feature. So it's just software development for work. So it's just a deadline I have to do by Friday. So I might as well just try to knock it out this next day. But yeah, it's Blackboard integration.
About anything, everything that crosses my mind. I've never felt freer. I am limitless. So apparently one thing that Charlie Kirk, rest in peace my dear brother, had in common with a lot of Americans, regardless of whether they be left-wing or right-wing, is the fact that he liked going to Starbucks. Now, recently there have been quite a few people that, as they go to Starbucks and they make their offer and they are asked for a name, they say Charlie Kirk. Or some people have been ordering Charlie Kirk's favorite drinks, which was a type of tea with the addition of honey. And they do that as a way to honor him. But there has been some response from some of Starbucks employees. Watch.
You want 2 honey? 2? Okay. Hi, let me get a grande mint majesty with 2 honeys.
That's exactly his favorite drink. It's a type of tea, majesty with 2 honeys.
My question is, what is your Starbucks order? You've been carrying a Starbucks cup around
That's
all
a
day
great
today.
question. What do you think it is?
Somebody said green tea.
Someone said soy milk in
Somebody
soy milk
said
latte.
chai.
That's not chai. I literally drink this for one reason, because I lose my voice very easily. It is literally just mint majesty tea with 2 honeys.
Mint majesty tea with 2 honeys.
And I drink like 9 of them a day. Otherwise, I lose my voice.
Oh, 9 of them a day. I hope there is no sugar in it, because 9 a day. That is adorable. She asked him what his favorite drink was.
I'm meeting up over here, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. What else today?
Oh, that's it.
Perfect. What was the name for the order? Or actually, what do you need a name?
The name is Charlie Kirk.
We can't do political names, but it didn't even ask for a name to begin with, so it's gonna be $3.75, okay?
Oh, but can you write the name on the cup?
The sticker won't print.
Oh, you can't write on it?
I could, but I could write Charlie
Why can't you write the whole name?
because it's political.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, yeah. Let me start your TV, okay?
Unbelievable. So that's political, but when companies have like 15 different flags with rainbows, that's fine. But you can't write the name. Oh my gosh, that is insane. What if someone... Okay, I'm going to say this. Guys, if there is a single American watching my videos and your name happens to be Charlie Kirk, because I'm sure, I mean, that's not the only family on planet Earth with Kirk as a surname. I'm aware of at least one in Star Trek. So, if there's anyone watching and your name is Charlie Kirk, please, please film yourself going to a Starbucks and doing this. I just want to see them refuse it. I just want to see it. And then you show them your ID. I want to see what they're going to say. Please do it. Please troll them and send it to me. I will post it on my channel.
It's going to be $3.75 today.
You know what? Forget it. I don't want it.
And she goes, okay. Unbelievable. Next. People have no soul. It's not only because it's a nasty thing to do, but it's sickening even for another reason, and I need to tell you that. It's unprofessional. No, I know you're thinking, oh yeah, but that doesn't... No, it does. You know why? It relates to a constant line. The level of unprofessionalism of people who do their job, regardless of what job it is, particularly with the younger generation, has been going up and up and up, not in a linear way, exponentially. What happened to do your job? Just do your job. Like, in reality, there are some people who really love their job. And you could tell that they want to be there. They're enjoying what they're doing. They're the best. But then there are people that hate their job. I'm not faulting them, but as a customer/client, I should never know that. And that's what professionalism is. When someone is professional, I shouldn't be able to tell. Whether you love your job or you hate being there, it should look as if you love it. This is what being professional is. What these people are doing is unprofessional, and it connects not only to the recent political fiasco of all the disgusting hatred that we have witnessed. Of course, it's a manifestation of that, but it is also a connection to a broader problem, which is the lack of professionalism within working spaces. Just be professional, do your job, and say, thank you, sir. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go with my wife. She's going to drive. We're going to go to Starbucks right now, and we're going to order Charlie's drink. Let's go.
There are 3 kinds of methylene blue that you can take, and a lot of people are selling. The first one is Indian curry methylene blue, and that's because 80% of methylene blue is made in India. The second is Chinese bathtub methylene blue, and this is the new wave of drop shippers who are trying to come in and get a penny off of this new trend. Lastly, starting with us, the first ever United States manufactured methylene blue, there are now 3 manufacturers here in the United States which make methylene blue. Our methylene blue is made right.
Hi, it is 8:01 today.
I'm gonna give you this one first to scan, and then I'll give you this one.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your nails are really cute.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yeah. Are the honey packets already in here?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too.
And here is Charlie's favorite drink. What is it again?
Mint Majesty tea with 2 honeys.
Yeah, that's it.
For you, Charlie.
For you. Rest in peace. And we got another one here from the New York Post. Customer orders Charlie Kirk Starbucks drink and finds a disturbing hate message. Employee gets fired. Good. An Ohio woman ordered Charlie Kirk's go-to Starbucks drink on Sunday evening and was startled to find a hateful message written on the cup. Autumn Perkins, who lived in Middletown, Ohio, visited a Starbucks location, okay. When she received the order, she was shocked to see that an employee had written racist favorite drink or fav drink on the side of the cup. Unbelievable. Here it is. Look, racist favorite drink, if it's true. But I think it is, because the employee, of course, she looks like that. Because now, there are situations, and we'll see some, when I'm not sure if it's actually true. Because remember, a customer could write this, right? So it would be better if they filmed the whole thing. Yet, she did get fired. This is the Starbucks employee. So she did get fired. What this means is that with the internal cameras, Starbucks could actually verify that she is the one who wrote this. You see? Because, of course, they ordered Charlie Kirk's favorite drink. So, good. Absolutely. That's what you deserve if that's what you did. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Look, this writing this on a cup. So let me see. In a comment to Fox News Digital, a spokesperson for Starbucks provided the below statements. Check this out. Open quotes. Writing this on a cup is unacceptable, and we have clear policies that prohibit negative messages to help preserve a welcoming environment. This Starbucks location is licensed and operated by Kroger. We understand that this associate was terminated by Kroger. Close quotes. So this was done after an investigation. That's what companies do. Okay? So even though I'm the first one to say, guys, I don't know, we'll have to double check, but it was clearly double checked by Kroger on behalf of Starbucks, and the employee was justly fired. Good. Serves you well. Scum. On top of that, this happened. An update from Starbucks, September 16th, 2025. In response to some conversations on social media, Starbucks shared the following. There are no restrictions on customers using Charlie Kirk's name on their order, and we are following up with our team. Well, I'll say this. Good on Starbucks for doing this as a company, and to all the employees that don't want to write his name or call it because they think Charlie Kirk deserved to die and was a racist and all that, I'll say this. Say his name. Look at this imbecile. Republicans' priorities are so fucking weird. You are weird. No. And it's not just a matter of Republicans at this point. Everyone who got disgusted by the hundreds of thousands of the likes of you who laughed at Charlie Kirk's death and asked for more, not anymore. So now we'll do this. It's a protest against evil, and you can't understand it because you're an absolute imbecile. That's why.
These meals changed everything for me. I'll admit it, I was skeptical about ready-to-eat meals, but then I tried Factor, and after one bite, I was sold. Everything is fresh, flavorful, and honestly, just feels good to eat. You can tell these meals are made by real chefs. I love that they have meals that fit my needs. Whether it's low carb, high protein, or Mediterranean, I don't have to think about what's for dinner anymore. It's all
imbecile.
Right loser on my mom's cup yesterday? No? Not you?
Loser scrolled on Kirk tribute drink. Oh, sorry, I'm covering the face of the man. That's crazy. Why didn't they report it immediately? I would have been like, hey, you wrote this. Manager now.
Who was here?
Okay, so if this is true, because I have to put if, they should have filmed it. You know, because if you take it home, well, if it's an elderly mother, maybe she didn't understand, so perhaps. But I mean, if you take it home, that you could write it yourself to create a sensational video, right? I'm not necessarily calling them a liar, but you have to understand that I need some proof. We need evidence. So if someone did this, they need to be fired immediately. But I wish that there was some footage, like that they would have confronted them on the spot.
We're looking for not corporate bureaucracy. Right. I want immediate accountability. Yeah. I appreciate it. And if not, I will have this whole intersection lined with patriots today. Yeah. I'm not.
Yeah, that's not how you do it, though. You need to do it with the law. Like with the law, I guess. I don't know what the law could do about this. It's one of those cases, isn't it?
I'm not even joking. I don't think they do. I'm not. That's my mother.
Don't they have inside footage? Like closed-circuit cameras? The company said the offensive note appeared added after the beverage was handed to the customer. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, they might have done it, just it could be false, so you shouldn't immediately... That's the problem, you know? So, I know that there is scum out there that laughs because of what happened to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, no employee misconduct was found. So that's the thing. People play with your emotions. And I am one who is immediately ready to condemn people that do stuff like this because they exist. But we also have to be careful because there will be people that will try to make the viral video, the freaking viral video, this obsession with being viral at all costs, including decency. So apparently they were lying. Unless the corporate is lying. Who knows? But then again, there is no way to know, unfortunately. Let's see if we can figure something else. Yeah, and so many people are reposting it, and so many people are reposting it now, and it's annoying because if you don't know, you shouldn't accuse. You should accuse after evidence. That's how it should be. Personally, if I was directly asked why I think that's the case, the people are so not only unable to perform at the level of proficiency and professionalism that you would expect from a professional. But clearly, I see a lot of people that join the workforce, regardless of the field, that are discontent. They don't want to be there. They see it as a time tax that they need to pay. I need to spend this amount of time doing something I hate so that then I can have this benefit in my life, which is, of course, not only the ability to receive a salary, but also open a credit line, have a credit card, buy a car, do installments, get a rent, you know, all the rest of the net positives that you get by when you are, in fact, employed. Now, given it is absolutely the case that we need to underline the fact that whether or not you're happy with your job has to do with the conditions in which you had to choose or select that career. Perhaps you were in a family situation that required you or forced you to choose a job that you don't like, and you know that's something that of course I can feel, and that's something that I had to do for a few years before I started doing this, which I love, and even before I started teaching, because teaching was a great job. It's not the only one I did before being a YouTuber. Teaching was great, but before that I had to be a simultaneous interpreter. I hated every second of it. I was good at it, but it was extremely stressful. Before that, I was a translator. It was extremely boring for me. Maybe it won't be for you if you're a translator, all my respect. Before that, I was a waiter, and I worked in the food industry and service, and I hated every second of it because it was tough. It was hard, but I did it for 4 years. And before that, I did other jobs, and I was in the military as well, and personally, not something I loved doing, but it was a job. They were paying me, and I was guarding the freaking barracks.
Hey, real quick, if you sell coaching or courses online, you need this blueprint that I put together for you. The most powerful, most profitable, most effective traffic strategy right now to land high-ticket clients are these right here, YouTube video ads, and you put them in front of your most...
The entrance, the gateway to the barracks. So, all in all, I can understand why someone may not like the job that they have. And this often has to do with your salary as well, because I imagine that it's not like money is everything in life, but you can have a certain satisfaction when you know that you're not working at minimum pay, right? Because at the end of the day, you're like, man, I worked so hard and all my money goes into bills. This is a really difficult situation that does play a pivotal role in your psyche and the way you feel about yourself. It shouldn't, because your worth as an individual, as a human being, is not directly proportional to how much money you make, but satisfaction does play a pivotal role in that perception, in that self-perception. So all of this is absolutely understandable. But here is the thing. I personally believe that every job is respectful. I don't think there is any job that anyone should ever be ashamed of. And in fact, there are a lot of jobs that I wouldn't do. And therefore, the simple fact that I wouldn't do it means that I need to be double respectful towards the people that do those jobs, because there still is a need. And one way or another, I will need their services eventually. So every job should be respected. But at the same time, no matter the job you do, the moment you step inside the sphere of the professional, you need to act like a professional. And that's how you distinguish a professional from a casual. Like, unfortunately, these days, a lot of these kids they're casuals. And you can tell because they act unprofessionally. Now, this is not, I don't want to speak of like an entire generation. I'm not saying that. There are a lot of hardworking kids that I really appreciate. And if you're one of these, thank you. Thank you for being a good kid that works hard. And it's great. It will teach you a lot in life, I can tell you that much. But I think what's missing, and the main component that we are missing in this society today, that kids just refuse to learn and we have failed to teach, is gratitude. Gratitude. We need to learn to be grateful. We need to learn to be grateful for what we have. And sometimes in order to be grateful, and I wish it wasn't the case, but we need to look at people that don't have as much as we do. Because when you do that and you think, man, today I have such a hard work day, oh my gosh, I really don't want to do it. Well, then think about it. Yeah, okay, but there are people that work in coal mines. There are people that, and that affects their ability to breathe. There are people that were in trench warfare. There are people that had to do the attack in Normandy on D-Day, being shot at by the Nazis. There are people that don't have a job and are desperate, and unemployment is skyrocketing in their country. There are people that have incredible commutes and need to wake up at freaking 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning. There are people that risk their lives every day because of their job. So in reality, a lot of us are privileged. Me, particularly, I know this. I'm among the very minute percentage of content creators that managed to turn this into a very profitable full-time job. Particularly by comparison, of course, I'm not Asmongold. People do call me European Asmongold, which I love it. It's funny that people do that. And they do it as an insult, but I take it as a piece of pride. Anyways, there are YouTubers out there that are millionaires. That's not me. But yeah, if you compare my salary with the average salary of people that do jobs that are 10 times harder than mine, I'm privileged. And I'm grateful for it. But if there is one thing that I can say to break a lance in my favor, at least on this, I have a lot of flaws, but this I don't, is that I was grateful for all the jobs I did, including the ones I absolutely hated. I still did them. I was professional. I never made a customer feel that I didn't want to be there, even though I didn't want to be there. And I always thought of those people that didn't have as much as I did. And this is something that we need to teach this generation somehow, because that's why they act so unprofessional. Now, it's not just young people. I've seen people in their 30s and 40s acting extremely unprofessional, which is why I'm lamenting and I'm saying this has been going up. Now, I don't know what the possible other auxiliary causes to this may be. I haven't done a thorough analysis of the situation, because we would have to look at a lot of different bureaus to really have a full understanding of paint a proper picture. Right now, I'm just speaking about someone who interacts with people and then has experience in several layers of work, several layers of the labor industry, and that's my current perspective. Why do you think this has been happening? The drastic decline of professionalism within our workforce. Do let me know in the comments below, and also let me know which do you think is perhaps still a field where we see, luckily, a lot of professionalism regardless. But apart from that, thank you for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye. If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash, please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, form the wall, defend the truth.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea...
Public service announcements. Folks, there's no discount on stolen items. What am I talking about? Use this as an example.
You said that as long as it was under 500, you get something about the citation.
And it's not under 500. I got the receipt right here.
A lot of stuff 40 and 50% off. They add that.
You don't get discounts when you steal stuff. You get it at the market price.
All right.
Yeah, you don't get discounts when you steal stuff.
For all of you potential thieves out there, first off, don't steal. Second off, you got to add up a little better. This is why public school is important. And you don't get the discount, okay? I don't know where this is, but I know in California, if it's over $950, then the penalty is worse. So that's what these girls are obviously trying to do. They're trying to meet up that line so they don't get the harsher punishment. But that didn't age well. So good luck to you guys in the courts. Hope you go to jail. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Zeducation, and welcome to another episode of That Didn't Age Well. Folks, it's been a while, and we have a lot to go over. If you've been around this channel for a while, then you know that this series was the first series that we really put together and did consistently back in 2019 when we started the channel. Here on That Didn't Age Well, we highlight hypocrites and liars in mainstream media, sports, entertainment, social media, and we have a lot to go over today. We've got a lot of politicians saying one thing, doing another, things they said in the past. We have some science. We have a comedian, very sad, very tragic story there, and a story out of Minnesota that embarrasses the state on a national level once again. What's new? So folks, if this is your first That Didn't Age Well episode, let me know what you think down in the comments. And if you are new here, let's jump right into it. If you're new to Zeducation, please make sure you are subscribed and have the bell clicked for notifications when new videos are uploaded. Now, on to today's list of things that didn't age well. Number 10. Like I said, a lot of hypocrites in the media. A lot of, it's okay here, it's not okay there. Trump did this, so we got to do this. But if another person does it, then it doesn't matter. A couple of examples for you. A couple of hypocrites in the media, starting with this one.
Treated no better or worse than anyone else. This is not selective prosecution. That this is not somebody who's singled out. That he is being treated just like anyone else. That is what it means to have a rule of law. That is what the Justice Department is really signaling and messaging here, is that everyone will be treated, as Merrick Garland has said, as equally in this country. This is really a great day for America.
This is such a horrendous moment for the rule of law, for the Department of Justice, for the country writ large, being singled out for impermissible reasons.
What happened to everyone being treated equally under the rule of law? And, it was pretty transparent a very long time ago that Comey was one of those bad actors. He's very vocal on social media about his ties and allegiance to the Democrats. So if he's that religiously married to this party, he probably was while he was serving as well, and he probably acted in a way that was detrimental to the rule of law, so just basic common sense. And we have another one, this one from CNN. What do we expect from CNN?
These New York charges, residential mortgage fraud, among them, one of the most serious. So he's looking at 1 to 3 years minimum, 8 to 25 years maximum. These are huge ranges. But those would be inescapable, right? There's nothing a president can do to pardon on a state charge. Mortgage fraud by public officials. Mortgage fraud. This is a specific charge, and it is Trump's new weapon being used against many enemies. A way to penalize, remove, perhaps even jail them.
Mortgage fraud. It's not even that big of a deal, right, Mrs. Burnett? Oh my gosh. When you were touting how criminally awful it was when you tried to charge Trump with it before. So, anyways, just a couple of examples in the media. This is why people have lost trust with them, and you can't blame people for that, because this is what they do all the time. Number 9. On to some politicians. You have this lady running for governor, and she just conveniently forgot that she made $7 million in the stock market.
So when Newsmax claims that you made $7 million from stock trades, what are they talking about?
Newsmax is, first of all, a very questionable organization that is paying multiple fines. I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Well, did you make $7 million in stock trades at all? Or?
I haven't. I don't believe I did, but I'd have to go see what that was alluding to. Again, what kind of came from.
Can you imagine having that kind of problem in your life where you have so much money that you just forget? You don't know that you made $7 million while being a public servant? Yeah, I don't know. Just $7 million. I'll have to double check my records. I have so much money, I don't even know. And allegedly, that was possibly from insider trading. That's the allegation. So huge props to Charlemagne for pressing her on that. He's done that a few times with guests, so can appreciate that.
there's two sides to it. One, at least the high-level plan and what's going on. There's check-ins going in, there's conversations being had, there's open communication about money. I really feel is key, and I know you feel the same way.
I think of people who are, you know, for lack of like a better term, people who are dying in silence.
Yeah,
where
internally.
you literally feel like you can't talk to your partner because you're supposed to be the person that knows what's going on.
Number 8, back to Minnesota, where it seems like every month a new story comes out of here that just embarrasses the state on a national level. It's very sad. I still love this place. I don't think we should stop fighting for it. It is a great place. I do think that. But anyways, here's the headline. Minnesota man, 22, posed as teen to enroll in high school and play for football team. 22 years old, enrolled in high school. And this is what he had to say when he was caught after this didn't age well.
Did you enroll as a student at White Bear Lake Area High School?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah.
And
Can I not do this?
Did you
Like,
pretend to be a teenager?
No, I had my ID for my other country.
And you're 22 then? Did you pretend to be 17?
In my other country, I was 18 actually. So yeah.
So you're saying it's a misunderstanding your age?
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. Yeah.
And but you didn't pretend to be a teenager at the high school?
I had a different birth certificate on my other thing in Africa.
Look, you know, part of me feels a little bad for this guy, and I know we probably shouldn't. He broke the law. But the part that feels bad, he has everyone around him who knows the pressures around him that said, oh, this is okay. Look, you have this birth certificate. You can do this. Maybe he acted alone. I don't know. But we live in this weird world today where if you're in your 30s, you can pretend to be a 6-year-old kid. You know, it's a very bizarre thing. And there's not just that. There's people around that are okay with it, that are promoting it, that's saying, you are a boy, you are a girl. Anyways, this guy should be punished. Minnesota, come on. Let's get it together. This is embarrassing. Every month, there's something else. Whether it's Tim Walz, doofus, doing something silly, whether it's more fraud, you name it. Number 7. One of the bigger headlines recently is the government shutdown. We've all probably seen it now. Everyone's pointing fingers. It's the Republicans, it's the Democrats, blah, 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 blah. You know how it works. But the Democrats really don't have a foot to stand on. This is what they're saying because of this shutdown. This is why they're saying it's the Republicans' fault.
Healthcare for illegal aliens is the new immigrants are eating cats and dogs in Springfield. The Republican playbook is simple. Make up a baseless lie, repeat it every chance you get, hope and pray that everyone blames Democrats for the crisis you created.
Again, this is what they're trying to say. This is the narrative they're trying to manufacture. It's like, guys, this is baseless. They're believing in fairy dust. Nobody wanted this. Nobody wanted illegal immigrants to have free health care. That's what they're saying, right? This is not the only person saying that this is all BS.
I haven't heard anybody in my party saying that illegal immigrants should get access to the health insurance market.
And then you have CNN fact-checking. Fact check. Trump falsely claims Democrats want to give free health care to illegal aliens in government shutdown battle. The problem is Trump is right. This has been a thing for quite some time. Look at this. This is CNN reporting on this in 2019. Democrats want to offer health care to undocumented immigrants. Here's what that means. In the primaries for the Democrats, here it is.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
All of them. All of them. So where's the basis lie? And here's some more. Minnesota to allow undocumented residents to enroll in Minnesota Care. And map shows 14 states offering health coverage to undocumented migrants. So where's the lie here? Again, this is politics though. Deny, 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 deny. Try to manufacture a lie. That's the game. Control the narrative. Both parties do it. This time, Democrats looking real silly. Very, very silly. Number 6. For this one, we have a compilation. A lot of clips throughout entertainment, some dark, some shocking, okay? We're going to rapid fire these ones, but enjoy number 6 here.
One day, you're throwing back pink lemonades on Diddy's yacht in Saint-Tropez.
93? Are you serious?
We were grabbed by a couple of goons. Goons? You are aware that we kids have appropriated the phrase goon.
And la-di-da, human tea time snack garnishments.
I can't breathe.
Oh!
It's Kobe Bryant.
No.
Don't resist me, Pat Boone. No, you're hurting me. Come on, take it. No, it hurts. Come on, no.
You should stay at the party. Harvey Weinstein is here.
There is no Easter Bunny, there is no Tooth Fairy, and there is no Queen of England.
Oh.
Let me ask you something. Where do you think you'll be in the year 2030?
In jail or dead, or both.
There you go. A lot of stuff there that didn't quite age well. The Kobe one though, that's alarming. Yeah, let's move on. Number 5. We're gonna do a fun.
Hi, I'm JT and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all,
one here, real fun one. I love this one. It's a nice flashback. We've featured it a few times, but it's worth remembering because it is so hilariously just deaf. I mean, look at this. Joe Biden, no one is above the law. Fact check. This is still up, by the way. This fact check is still up. It's beautiful. On December 1st, 2024, President Joe Biden pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, for crimes covering nearly 11 years of offenses against the United States, which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period from January 1st, 2014 through December 1st, 2024. That happened. That's real. I still can't believe it's real. I still can't believe it was allowed to happen because, you know, the auto pen thing, they're saying that Joe didn't really sign this stuff. He probably didn't even know what he was signing or that it even existed. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. This is real. Hunter Biden is above the law. Fauci is above the law. Everyone he pardoned is literally above the law. He pardoned them for things they may have done. What the? What? Number 4. This one. Beautiful compilation here of Democrats supporting harsh immigration laws. You have to ask yourself when you see these clips, like, wait, that is almost exactly what Trump is saying, but everyone hates Trump for it. How come nobody hated these people for it? Take a look.
If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up.
If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before.
Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws.
Come on. Yeah, come on. I mean, that really didn't age well for all three of you guys. So I have to ask, like, why is there this backlash? It's basic. Look, you got these Democrats talking about the rule of law. Justice applies to everyone. If you break the law, you break the law. You should go home. And do it the right way. There's a lot of correct ways to enter this country. There is. So, yeah, it's just a clown world, if you will. We live in clown world. These people acting emotionally, irrationally. You show them these clips and please do. Like, if this ever comes up in conversation, pull up this clip and just watch the busting of the mind. This, like, the responses you will get are phenomenal. It'll be so entertaining for you, I promise. Number 3. For this one, we go to comedian Bill Burr. And I have to say, this one hurts. I'm a big comedy fan, love stand-up comedy. But this guy has changed a lot over the years. You know, I'd still say his early comedy is legendary even. He's a very good comic. But it has definitely changed. He's become a socialist icon of sorts. And this is evident by the fact that a lot of these left-wing places were very, very upset, very disappointed in Bill. Because Bill, over the last couple of years, has become, the billionaires. The billionaires are the worst people on the planet, blah, blah, blah. You know, one of those guys, right? Even saying, comedian Bill Burr declares billionaires should be put down like rabid dogs. This is a joke, right? I always love when people hide behind, oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. Like Jimmy Kimmel, for example, the worst perpetrator of that. I was doing stand-up comedy, making jokes. It wasn't a joke. You're just saying that now because you got a bunch of backlash. You're hiding behind that. Anyways, saying this stuff about billionaires in the past, saying this stuff about Saudi Arabia in the past.
Comedy show in like Saudi Arabia. Isn't that what they do? You know, that's how they raise money with their filthy oil money. So, criticizing billionaires, criticizing Saudi money, which is a good one. That's
literal blood money. We know that they had a lot to do with 9/11. No one cares about that. But anyways, very critical of this stuff in the past. Now, as you can see, Bill Burr is pictured here. He went and performed for the Saudi royal family. He took the Saudi blood money. That didn't age well. And now he's defending it somehow. So, very sad to see. Very hypocritical. Again, he is getting a lot of backlash for this, deservedly, in my opinion. But
introducing Novel November, a free global writing challenge designed to help you write 50,000 words in 30 days. Stay motivated with daily writing sprints, free workshops and writing sessions hosted by #1 New York Times best-selling authors, and celebrate your success with badges and rewards. Take your story from blank page to first draft with Novel November.
Hopefully it turns it around. Hopefully. Number 2. For this one, we go to Minnesota again. I know we have to, but I have to highlight Governor Walz. I have to highlight his new campaign ad that came out, which is hilarious. And a lot of things in this ad that didn't age well. So we'll take a watch and we'll talk about it after. Here we go.
I've been to every corner of Minnesota, and there's nothing like it.
See those maps? Red and blue, and there's all that red across there, and Democrats go into depression over it. It's mostly rocks and cows that are in that red area.
I've seen how we help each other through the hard times.
But I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times.
But it's in these moments we have to come together.
I called Donald Trump a wannabe dictator. You bully the shit out of him.
And I'll never stop fighting to protect us from the chaos, corruption, and cruelty coming out of Washington.
Well, maybe it's time for us to be a little meaner.
May his fat ankles find something today.
We do not have the luxury to fight amongst ourselves while that thing sits in the White House.
We can't lose hope, because I've seen what we can do when we work together.
Think of how easy it would be to be a damn Republican. Oh, what should I wear today? This stupid freaking red hat.
Cutting taxes for the middle class.
However, there are also taxes going up for most Minnesotans,
while also making the largest investments in public safety.
One of the few tweets we've had from any kind of official source tonight, and in my opinion, that is inexcusable. We have reached out to the governor, to the mayor of St. Paul, to the mayor of Minneapolis, both police chiefs. We are getting no response tonight.
We've raised graduation rates to the highest ever.
Most Minnesota students are falling behind state standards in math,
Very
and
sad.
only about 50% of students are proficient in reading.
Crack down on fraud and protect our tax dollars.
Bribes, falsified records, and taxpayers charged to help dead people find housing.
Thousands of dollars for work that's not being done.
Fake meetings.
They just billed us for nothing.
Forged names.
I did not sign this legal document.
Homeless veterans.
I never met any of these people.
Dead people billed. Phantom services.
For that 14,000, you got what?
Nothing.
Now I'm hitting the road to listen to you and talk about our future.
What's wrong is our country's being stole by fascists and Nazis, and we're trying to do all we can to try and do it.
We got to come together. We got to unite, while you're calling Republicans and Trump voters and conservatives fascists and Nazis and stupid people, because all they do is get up and wear their red hats. That's all rocks and cows out there. Spare us, Tim. Please run again. It's a really good chance for Republicans to actually do something about this embarrassment that we have become. But we'll see. It all depends on who's the candidate for Republicans in Minnesota. There's a glimmer of hope. But again, just have to shake your head at this point. It's disgusting. But let's move on to number 1. Number 1. The internet went ablaze when recently the Trump administration found a link to autism through Tylenol. Okay? Controversial. Some of you might not agree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm here to tell you that this isn't anything new. Okay? Maybe you've seen this already, but it's important that everyone does see this, because the narrative is that, they just made this up. They just found this link, this very loose link, and then put it out there dangerously to the world. And here's CNN reporting on that. Trump links autism to acetaminophen use during pregnancy, despite decades of evidence it's safe. Now, this is CNN reporting on the same thing in years prior. In 2021, common painkiller should be investigated for possible risks to developing fetus, experts say. Going back to 2017, study links acetaminophen in pregnancy to ADHD, but experts question results. and to 2016, acetaminophen during pregnancy may increase risk of hyperactivity in kids. Now we have Johns Hopkins. In 2019, taking Tylenol during pregnancy associated with elevated risks for autism. Then you have Tylenol itself on Twitter. 2017, we actually don't recommend using any of our products while pregnant. That's from Tylenol. And to end it again here, in 2013 from Reuters, too much Tylenol in pregnancy could affect development. 2025, Trump links autism to Tylenol and vaccines, claims not backed by science. So there was science allegedly before Trump, but now during Trump, yeah. And again, it's a very nuanced thing. I believe there's a lot more factoring in than just this, but if there's any evidence that links this, it should be taken seriously, okay? But anything that Trump puts out there is bad. We know that. The other side won't listen to a word he says. He could cure cancer, and they wouldn't care. They would call that a bad thing. So we already know that. How did you do in today's list? Did you cringe at all? Did you laugh at all? If you did anything, if you reacted at all, especially if you cringed, if you haven't accepted Clown World yet, you're bad. You're going to be censored, okay? Especially if you're in the UK. The UK will censor you. We know that. But let me know how you did down in the comments. While you're down there, please like this video. Please help us get it recommended to others. That's it for today's list of things that didn't age well. Until next time, I'm Tyler Zed, and this is Education.
For the children.
Idiots.
Jonathan, let me finish.
So either stop saying my name.
You will be remembered no differently than the
or
officers
I will
of the
respond.
Third Reich.
I know you rehearsed that line.
Oh,
I'm
come
sure you
on,
rehearsed
man.
that line, but it's really pitiful. And I'm a bit insulted that that is what you've come up with against me. Really?
It's not offensive at all. If you want to not be compared to Nazis, stop acting like Nazis. It's very simple.
I think you're consumed
No, you
by
are,
hatred,
my
and
friend.
the fact that in
The world has
beginning,
woken
when-
up, my friend. The
when
world has
peers-
woken up.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to be remembered as a Churchill that saved not only Israel from radical Islam, but also Western civilization.
She is a self-described Zionist fanatic, someone who has a long history of being a pro-Israel ideologue, who just ran a piece saying the starvation in Gaza is fake. That level of bias being brought to 60 Minutes, to CBS, I think there'll be a lot more censorship of Palestinian voices than there already is.
It's now 2 years since Hamas breached the Israeli border and unleashed pure hell. The terrorists inflicted suffering and atrocities which were previously unimaginable on victims who committed no crime. In the 24 bitter months that have followed, few can dispute that Israel's now done the same. War was inevitable. A response, as I've said many times, was justified. The same cannot be said of the starvation and civilian slaughter which have decimated Israel's international standing and brought anger and evil to our streets. A sickening attack on a synagogue in Manchester last week was followed quickly by an attack on a Sussex mosque. Hate-filled protests have routinely reached cities across the world. Anybody with a heart knows this can't go on. And the 2-year anniversary of October the 7th coincides with the biggest chance yet to finally bring this misery to an end. How close that end really is and how permanent that end will be are the subjects we're focusing on for the next hour, as well as the very real possibility, foreshadowed for so long, that an end to the war may be the beginning of the end for Netanyahu too. Well, joining me now is Zateo Editor-in-Chief and CEO Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored. It feels like an historic moment, not just because it's the 2nd anniversary, but because there is a peace plan which is being taken very seriously by all sides, it would seem, and which you yourself have already conceded. There are parts of this plan that you approve of. So let's go through this. Tell me what you like and what you don't like about the plan.
Piers, appreciate you having me on. It's an important day, it's an important week, and it is an important plan if it can stop the violence. I just want to say one thing about your intro. You said Hamas breached Israel's border on October the 7th. Technically, Israel is the only country I know of that doesn't define its borders. It breached the fence, but Israel has never said whether it accepts that Gaza is not Israeli territory. It is actually Palestinian territory. And that comes to the plan itself, which is a plan that Donald Trump tried to get signed off with Arab governments, as you know, Piers, and then when he released it, Israel had made some edits. So it's not great to have a plan that's written by Tony Blair and Jared Kushner and edited by Benjamin Netanyahu. Clearly, it's not great for the Palestinians. But in a situation where there is a genocide going on, people like myself, we want an end to the fighting. I'm not Palestinian. Let me just be very clear. Palestinians get to decide what happens to their future, whether they fight, whether they cease fire, whether they sign a peace deal. That is up to the Palestinian people. But just looking at it from an analytical point of view, there are good things in the plan. An end to the fighting, top of them, a resumption of aid, a release of hostages and detainees on all sides. We all want that, right? An end to starvation, we hope. By the way, the plan says that if the plan is agreed, aid will be fully resumed, which is a concession, Piers. The aid hasn't been fully resumed, right. Unlike all the Israelis who've been on your show and told you, oh, aid, there's enough aid. Well, why does the plan say that aid has to go up then, has to be resumed? Anyways, park that for a moment. Those are the good things. End to violence, end to starvation, I hope, would be the good things. The bad things are that it's a very colonial plan. A lot of Palestinians have described it to me as colonial. Tony Blair and Donald Trump should have nothing to do with the running of Gaza. This plan puts them on some board of peace. I think you and I would agree that Tony Blair has been nothing but a disaster for the Middle East. To bring him back here is insanity. And of course, when you look at the plan itself, Piers, it's not a peace plan, because peace requires a settlement to the conflict. It requires justice for the Palestinian people. It requires an end to the occupation. This plan does not do that, right? Netanyahu himself has told the Israelis there's nothing in this plan that says statehood. There's a vague mention of it, Piers, where it says if the Palestinian Authority reforms itself, if Gaza's redeveloped, if Israel decides there's no resumption of terror, then there will be a pathway to peace and statehood. It's all very vague. It's very conditional. It doesn't deal with the core issue, which I've been telling you on your show for over a year now, is the occupation. Hamas is not the core issue. Hamas is a symptom of the core issue. The core issue is occupation. And this plan does nothing for that. It also leaves Israel in control of at least 20% of the territory, maybe a majority. I mean, Amit Segal, who's a journalist very close to Benjamin Netanyahu, he said over the weekend, this leaves Israel in control of the majority of the Strip as long as we want.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free-to-use templates in the link below. Let's talk productivity. As a one-man show, I have to handle everything myself, so missing a task isn't an option. I built a scheduling calendar to manage my content, and I added reminders for all the little tasks that keep things moving. Second, my community. I built a content hub where I share free assets.
Do you agree with the general consensus that Hamas can play no part in any government going forward in either Gaza or the West Bank?
Hamas agrees to that, Piers. Hamas. So the difference between what Hamas has offered to Biden and Trump and what Trump has come up with, and this is where the big sticking point is. Hamas has always agreed to a hostage release deal, all for all, they call it. We'll release all the hostages if you release all the Palestinian detainees who you've illegally taken, including the ones since October the 7th, which are mentioned in this plan, thankfully. That's one thing they've always offered, and it's in this plan. The other thing they've always offered is we won't be part of government. Have an independent committee of Palestinian technocrats, independent, non-political folks, not from the PA, not from Hamas, not from Fatah. They agreed to that. Israeli negotiators have admitted they agreed to that. The Americans have admitted that. What's different in this deal is the demilitarization point, right? The Israelis added this in at the very late stage, which is you must give up all your weapons at the very beginning of this ceasefire. That's the sticking point, which Hamas in their statement on Friday, Piers, you saw, haven't signed up to. That's what they're going to be arguing about now in the coming days. But in terms of not being part of the government, Hamas already agreed to that, Piers. We could have had this deal under Biden. We could have had this deal in January when Trump came into office with his ceasefire that the Israelis then broke. This deal's been on the table, a version of it, for over a year and a half now. Matthew Miller, the former Biden State Department spokesman who you know, he said that. You know, that even there, Netanyahu came along and added poison pills. The Israelis have added poison pills throughout. Hostages' families, you've interviewed the families of hostages, I've interviewed the families of hostages. They've said it consistently, that we could have had a deal, but Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir Smotrich, they blocked it at every turn.
And it seems to me that one of the pivotal moments in changing the narrative here and speeding things up was the extraordinarily ill-advised attack on Doha by the Israelis when they were trying to take out the Hamas commanders as they were literally meeting to discuss the peace plan. And they failed in that mission. They killed a Qatari security serviceman in the process, along with other people who were not involved at all with Hamas. And the opprobrium that they got them, not just from the Middle East, where there was complete outrage, and in particular, obviously, in Qatar, but also from apparently President Trump, who blew up in a fury at Netanyahu. You know, it would be truly ironic if that act of, in my view, just completely indefensible, I mean, illogical, to be honest with you, attack on Doha, if that turns out to be the catalyst for getting the deal done.
Yeah, so let me agree and disagree with you. I agree with you, Piers, that it was indefensible, and it would be ironic if that leads to some kind of end to the fighting. It's not illogical, though, Piers. I just want your viewers to understand. If you are an expansionist Israeli government, you don't want peace with the Palestinians. You don't want peace with the Lebanese. You don't want peace in the region. You want to keep expanding. Piers, you may have seen Benjamin Netanyahu recently said in an interview, he supports the idea of a greater Israel, which is a batshit crazy idea that some people used to say was a conspiracy theory on the Israeli far right. It was only mad people like Smotrich. The Prime Minister of Israel said recently in an interview, he supports the idea of greater Israel, which means taking territory from Syria and Lebanon, maybe Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and creating a greater Israel, even bigger than they already have illegally. So it's not illogical from that point of view that you wouldn't want to do a peace deal. They always kill the negotiators. Piers, I came on your show after they bombed Iran, and I told you about Ali Shamkhani, who was the main nuclear negotiator, who was negotiating with the Americans. Trump had shared a tweet praising his position, and Israel targeted him. They thought they killed him. Actually, he survived. But they always target negotiators. They killed, last year, they killed Haniyeh in Tehran when he was leading the negotiations. They attacked, as you point out, in Doha, the Hamas negotiating team who were meeting to discuss negotiations. Go back to 2012. They killed a guy called Ahmed Jabari from Hamas who was in the middle of signing off on a permanent truce with Israel. They killed him. There's a long history of Israel undermining negotiations, ceasefires, truces. So it's not illogical because they don't actually want peace. And Netanyahu in DC, Piers, you saw last week when Trump announces this deal, he says it's a great day in history. It'll bring, classic hyperbole and bombast from Trump. Netanyahu goes and does a video in Hebrew and says, hey, we got to win here. We're not leaving the Strip. And then the guy behind the camera says, what about statehood? He goes, there's nothing for statehood in this plan. You remember what they used to say about Arafat, Piers? That he says one thing in Arabic and another thing in English. Netanyahu's the master of that. He tells the Western media and Trump what they want to hear in English, and then he tells his right-wing base and his cabinet in Hebrew, yeah, we're not going anywhere. This is not a peace deal.
It's Medicare annual enrollment, and people aged 64 and above should prepare to be bombarded with hundreds of phone calls and texts from agents who are simply pushing the Medicare plans which pay them the most. This is one message you won't want to skip. Most Medicare plans change every year, and many just disappear. Even if you like your current Medicare plan, it's critical to look at the 2026 plans or you risk losing the coverage you need. That's why you need to know about Chapter. They're independent, they don't work for the government or big insurance, and unlike others, they compare every plan nationwide. Year after year, millions of Americans end up stuck on the wrong Medicare plan for their needs, which means they're overpaying or undercovered. Chapter can review your options in less than 20 minutes. If you're on the right plan, they'll tell you. If you're not, they will help you switch. By doing this, Chapter has helped people to save an average of $1,100 a year. Click the link below to talk to Chapter and take back control of your healthcare. Call Chapter today at 910-708-7584.
I've been using BetterHelp since 2020 when I needed to find a therapist but couldn't leave my house. And in the process, I realized that BetterHelp actually automatically helped me solve a ton of...
Let me play devil's advocate with Tony Blair for a moment, because I, as you know, opposed the Iraq War very vociferously, and I believe that was the beginning of the end of his tenure and reputation in the UK, certainly. But it's interesting to chart what's happened with him since. He became a Middle East peace envoy. He's put an awful amount of hours and time and effort into trying to resolve a difficulty over there. And all right, it's like putting the fox in the hen coop. I totally get all that. I do remember having a long conversation with him before I went to interview Netanyahu for CNN, where his understanding of the conflict and the difficulties and the problems and everything was extraordinary. There's no doubt about that. And I'm also reminded of what he achieved in Northern Ireland, which was another seemingly intractable problem between the Protestants and the IRA, and no one thought it could ever be resolved. And Blair put the yards in, put the hours in, worked with Clinton, worked with Mitchell and the others, and they finally got a deal done. You know, sometimes, you know, and in that deal, of course, Martin McGuinness and Jerry Adams, who'd been, you know, senior IRA figures, became, you know, senior politicians. So there's a kind of, you know, there's a background here which I think has to be taken in totality. Is it completely insane that somebody like him can form a group which at least supervise a transition, potentially, hopefully, to a place where Palestine gets a recognizable state of its own?
So, big picture, I think the entire idea of Trump, Blair, anyone else on this board is insane. The whole problem with Palestine is it's a legacy of colonialism. We don't need more Western colonialism. We need more self-determination. If you want to bring in local Arab countries, fine. Even that will be problematic. But really, it has to be led by people on the ground, not by outsiders. Donald Trump couldn't find Gaza on a map if his life depended on it. And Tony Blair, let me deal with Blair specifically. So, obviously, you and I opposed the Iraq War. It was a disaster. He lied. It wasn't just a mistake. It was a war crime. Tony Blair should be heading to The Hague, not to Gaza. I wrote a piece for Zeteo laying out the case against Blair being involved in the future of Gaza. People can read it at Zeteo.com. I will just be very brief and say this. He has hundreds of thousands of Arabs' blood on his hands. The idea that you would go to Gaza, where Arabs are being killed for the last 2 years, and that Blair, of all people, has any credibility with the Palestinian people. I've not met a single Palestinian who views him as anything other than a war criminal. And even if you put Iraq to one side, you mentioned his Middle East envoy role for the quartet between 2007 and 2015. It was a complete failure. Everyone agrees it was a failure. Go back and read the Financial Times editorial the day he resigned. They said it was a complete failure. He got nothing done. He was seen as just a proxy for the Israelis. He would say whatever the Israelis wanted. And that leads me to my last point. You rightly raised Northern Ireland. The reason he succeeded with Mo Mowlam and Clinton and Jonathan Powell and others in Northern Ireland is because Britain ended up being a fair broker. Both sides could trust them. Of course, both sides had their criticisms, the Unionists and the Sinn Féin side especially. But ultimately, Britain was trying to bring that conflict to an end in a way that involved talking to everyone. They've never applied that logic to the Middle East. Blair doesn't see Palestinians as equal to Israel. He is self-confessed a pro-Israel guy. This is the problem with all Western interventions when it comes to Palestine. They're never neutral brokers. The United States is not an impartial negotiator. To quote Aaron David Miller, a former Clinton negotiator, we are Israel's lawyer. That is what the US is. That is what the West is. That is certainly what Tony Blair is. So, yeah, he doesn't have any credibility. And by the way, don't even get me started on the conflicts of interest. The guy makes money from deals every time he's in the Middle East. Him and Jared Kushner have no credibility. They're both making money on side deals in the Middle East while they're trying to bring supposedly peace and redevelopment to Gaza. Zero credibility, Piers. It'll end in tears.
Talking of people making a lot of money, Barry Weiss, formerly of the New York Times, has just sold her free press business of just 4 years standing to Paramount. David Ellison has bought it, the new boss of Paramount, and she's been put in charge of CBS News. Some people on the pro-Palestinian side are very concerned because she has obviously very pro-Israeli history. Are you concerned, or are you also, given that you and I and others have made a similar leap into the brave world of individuals running their own kind of media entities, and she's obviously a massive success story in a very rapid period of time. What do you make of what's happened with Barry Weiss and the Free Press, and are you concerned about maybe whatever influence she may have on CBS News?
Why don't you own apartment buildings? Seriously, why don't you own these big apartment buildings? And I get it. You might be...
Yeah. No, I'm very concerned, and sorry to do a second plug for Zeteo. I don't normally do this, but we just ran a big piece last night from my colleague Prem Tucker talking to insiders at CBS News who make the point that some of the stuff that Barry Weiss ran at the Free Press wouldn't even meet CBS editorial standards. They would get fired at CBS for running that stuff. CBS News it's not perfect. I have many criticisms of CBS News, like you do of all mainstream media, but they just ran a very good investigation last week, Piers, about how Israel bombed the flotilla in Tunisia, even denying it was them. But they spoke to US intelligence and showed that actually Netanyahu signed off on a drone strike on the flotilla. Is that the kind of story that Barry Weiss would publish under her reign at CBS News? She is a self-disgressed self-described, Zionist fanatic, right? The idea that a quote-unquote neutral media organization is led by someone who has a long history of being a pro-Israel ideologue, who has a history of trying to censor Palestinian voices when she was at university, who just ran a piece saying the starvation in Gaza is fake, it's not true, nobody's starving in Gaza. That level of editorial standards, that level of bias being brought to 60 Minutes, to CBS, it's really worrying. And you and I, you do a show called Piers Uncensored. I think there'll be a lot more censorship of Palestinian voices than there already is now at CBS News with her in charge. David Ellison, the guy who's hired her, the son of Larry Ellison. Again, the Ellison family is very, very pro-Israel. Larry Ellison is the biggest single private donor to the Israeli military, to Friends of IDF. They've made very clear what their biases are. They've made very clear why they're hiring her. They've made very clear why they're buying TikTok. Because as you said in the introduction, Piers, public opinion is turning against Israel. So these folks are doubling down on messaging, doubling down on trying to control what we see and hear online and on TV. So it's very worrying for those of us who believe in free speech.
Well, let's see. I give her the benefit of the doubt. I tweeted her today to congratulate her on an amazing deal. Whatever people think, it's an amazing turnaround.
I mean, you and I know it's not worth You and I both know it's not worth $150 million. That is the Ellisons taking care of Barry Weiss.
Mehdi, you and I should absolutely pray that these businesses are worth that much in such a short period of time, because then you and I will be laughing all the way to the bank. But no, I think
Inshallah.
I do remember her being kind of forced out of the New York Times by the woke mob, and I do like.
That's false, Piers.
Well, it's not really. It's not really. But anyway, I like always. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt until or if she ever proves me wrong. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a hell of a roller coaster ride with her in charge of CBS News. And honestly, if I'm honest about it, I think mainstream media in America, the mainstream news media in particular, has had a stick up its ass for a long time, and it's about time that stick got broken and they got brought into the real world. And it'll be interesting to see what happens.
She's not the solution. I agree with you about the stick in the ass. She is not the solution.
We shall see. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored, always.
And then someone who
Well, joining me now is Hanania Naftali, the digital aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Welcome to Uncensored, Mr. Naftali. We're just talking to Mehdi Hassan there. He's concerned about something that's very much in your wheelhouse, about the influence, as he puts it, from David Ellison, who's now running Paramount, the appointment of Barry Weiss now to run CBS News, and the purchase of her free press business and so on. Do you understand that concern? Have you had any conversations with David Ellison, with Barry Weiss, that could allay those concerns?
I didn't have any conversation with Barry Weiss in particular, but I listened to the interview, and I have to say, it almost sounds from listening to Mehdi Hassan that being pro-Israel is a curse. So, I would just like to make it very clear. I'm proud to be pro-Israel. I'm proud to be Zionist, and I think that there's nothing to be ashamed of that. Israel is actually at the forefront of fighting for the sake of Western civilization, and there's nothing to be ashamed of that. But on top of that, I have to say that the fact that Mehdi at least, raised serious concerns about one media outlet that's been relatively pro-Israel in, the way I see it, in a world full of anti-Israel mainstream media. That's actually a blessing to have, for once, an outlet that reports the facts.
What is your digital aid? What does that actually involve? What do you actually do? Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day is designed to boost your energy and support weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. And don't just take their word for it. Here are just a few of their success stories. England football legend Michael Owen lost 40 pounds. Robbie, the face of AFTV, dropped over 100 pounds. Linda, a top Laurel firm executive, lost 50 pounds. And Anita, an immigration lawyer, shed 60 pounds. To watch their full stories and find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, and get 70% off your first order. Get 70% off with the promo code PEERS.
As I've gotten older, I sweat buckets under my boobs. I'm speaking as an OBGYN now. If you can control the sweat, you're controlling one element.
Well, I've been working for Prime Minister Netanyahu for quite some time. I'm part of the digital team. that it's, you know, practically speaking, it's actually helping to manage the social media accounts and to basically be able to deliver the Prime Minister's messages out to the public. And I'm very proud to be able to do that. I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu is actually, he's going to be remembered as a Churchill, if you ask me, that saved not only Israel from radical Islam, but also Western civilization, because we are right now in a fight. And while everybody around the world is busy blaming Israel for the world's problems, we are actually facing a serious issue. You see radical Islam taking over the world. You saw that with the Manchester attack. You see.
You know, the one thing that gets me, before I open my mouth, let me research before I do, because I think I already know this answer, because I did do research on it, because I was interested about the caravan that was coming up through our Mexican border. But let me double check.
See this in the rise in anti-Semitism, and the question that I'm asking is, if their problem, Pierce, is only with Israel, then why do we see rise in anti-Semitic attacks against Jewish people who do nothing but wanting to live and pray freely without the need to fear for their lives? Pierce, we are probably the one group in the world that is advised to hide our identity. When I travel and speak about Israel abroad, I'm advised to hide who I am. But of course, the way I see it, we have nothing to be ashamed of. But the sad part is that Israel is not allowed to win wars these days. You know, I have to tell you, Thatcher saved Britain's economy from collapse. Churchill saved the world from fascism. And right now, Netanyahu is doing what every great leader does, saving its citizens, fighting to bring freedom and victory. But quite frankly, we're seeing right now that based on mainstream media outlet, we have to lose. We have to lose because we're Jewish. We have to lose because we're strong. And we have to lose because we refuse to back down.
Well, I don't think anybody. I take issue with that. I don't think anybody wants Israel to lose. I think what people have been increasingly concerned about, and I'm one of these people, is the scale of the response to October the 7th. Here we are 2 years later. The war aims were to defeat Hamas, which has not happened, were to have the hostages released. That hasn't happened either. Been no hostage release now for many, many months. And the war aims have not been achieved, but in the process, 75% of Gaza has now been completely destroyed. The functionality of Gaza has been pretty well reduced to nothing, with the hospitals, schools, everything being reduced to rubble. And that you've got over 60,000 people being killed. We don't know exactly how many are Hamas, but we do know that it's an estimated 20,000 plus children who've now been killed in this. And it's the scale of what's been going on, the total devastation strategy, which has really concerned the world and has made Israel's government increasingly a pariah government. And, as somebody who has always supported Israel, who absolutely defended Israel's right to defend itself, in fact, felt that Israel had a duty to do that after October the 7th. I'm very sad to see that so many people, you ask, why are Jewish people feeling threatened and coming under attack? It's horrific. There's nothing worse than anti-Semitism. It's a disgusting thing, particularly given the history of the Holocaust and so on. But there are clearly people who are using what they see as the massively disproportionate response of the Israeli government to October the 7th as an excuse to persecute Jews. And I've said this for a while now, that it really concerns me that the longer this goes on in Gaza, the more unpopular the Israeli government makes Israel, and the more dangerous it makes life for Jewish people. And, some people respond to me saying things like that by saying, well, you're an anti-Semite. Well, I'm not. I love Israel as a country. I love Israeli people. I know many of them. And I want Israeli people to live in prosperity and security. But I also want Palestinian people to enjoy the same liberties that Israeli people have. And I think we should better have these conversations without being branded anti-Semitic. I think it's a fatuous thing for people to say if you're not actually anti-Semitic. There are, as you know, enough anti-Semitic people out there to not include people who are not anti-Semitic. So that is where I think Israel's got itself.
Well, I have to join your remarks and actually say that as an Israeli, as a Jew, I love the Palestinian people. I don't wish for any human being to suffer, you know, and actually it's very sad to see that
my research before I'm about to spill the beans, it's already not turning out great, but I will let this person continue. And we have 14 minutes of this pipeline. It should be almost done.
The amount of suffering that Hamas brought to the people in Gaza. You know, to think, I'm not saying that you're implying that, but, you know, when people imply that we Israelis take joy and celebrate when we see Palestinians suffer, it's insane. Of course not. I don't celebrate when I see people suffer. But on the other hand, I do remember who danced in the streets and celebrated when Hamas butchered my people on the 7th of October. But I also have to say back to, in response to what you said, Israel is acting in accordance with international law, with the armed conflict law, with the Geneva Convention that actually says that the Genocide Convention that basically says that in order to carry out a genocide, you need to have an intent to destroy a group of people. And clearly, you know it, and I know it, that Israel has an incredible military capability. If Israel wanted, it could have erased Gaza in 2 days. And here we are, 2 years later, and you see that we're still at war. And it's because Israel is upholding the highest standards of human rights. We don't want to harm the Palestinian population. And as a matter of fact, when I served in the Israel Defense Forces, I was never taught to target civilians. And as a combat medic later on, I treated and I saved with my own hands an Israeli soldier in the Israel Defense Forces. I saved the lives of Palestinian people. So I want to use this opportunity and say that we don't hate the Palestinian people. Those that say I hate someone just because they're Palestinian, they're in the wrong, and they don't represent.
Well, I certainly haven't accused you of that. I mean, my question for you would be: are you a journalist now? Do you consider yourself a journalist?
There's two sides to it. One, at least the high-level plan and what's going on. There's check-ins going in, there's conversations being had, there's open communication about money. I really feel is key, and I know you feel the same way.
I think of people who are, you know, for lack of like a better term, people who are dying in silence.
Yeah,
where
internally.
you literally feel like you can't talk to your partner because.
Well, I do Israel activism on social media, and I think that it's very important to have a conversation with the other side. But you know, I have
the reason I'm asking about journalism is, you know, a lot of Israeli guests come on and they say we are the most moral army in the world. Everything we do is incredibly ethical. There's nothing we're doing which could remotely constitute war crimes and so on. To which my response as a journalist is, if that is the case, why is there an ongoing ban against international journalists going into Gaza? Because every war correspondent I know is desperate to get in there to verify the Israeli claims, right? And if it turns out that everything the Israeli government has been saying about what it's been doing is true, then fine. But there seems to be a growing suspicion that the reason why Prime Minister Netanyahu continues to ban international journalists is because he's doing stuff he doesn't want the world to see.
Well, I think that first of all, I heard the Prime Minister Netanyahu saying on an interview that journalists should be able to enter into the Gaza Strip and report, but we have to keep in mind that it is an active war zone, and you have to make sure that you are safe. We want to keep the lives of journalists.
He's not doing it out of the safety of the journalists. Let's try and have a grown-up conversation. Netanyahu's decision to ban international journalists has got nothing to do with him being worried about the safety of journalists. If he was concerned about the safety of journalists and their well-being, then over 200 Palestinian journalists would not have been killed so far in this war, which is a record number for any conflict of modern times. So I think this argument that's put up, with all due respect, that it's for the health and safety concerns for the journalists is nonsense. I think that it would be incumbent on Israel right now to actually let journalists in to do their job and to verify either way whether what the Israeli government has been saying about what it's been doing in Gaza is true or not. And the longer that ban remains in place, the more the presumption will be, and I completely understand this presumption, will be that we are not being told the truth and there is a reason for this ban continuing. Today's show is sponsored by OneSkin, which can help all of us look even younger. OneSkin is redefining skincare with cult favorites like OS1 Body, Face and Eye, built around their patented OS1 peptide, which is clinically proven to target senescent cells, a key driver of skin aging. Backed by 5 clinical studies, OneSkin products improve skin texture, firmness and elasticity over time. They have more than 10,000 5-star reviews, born from over 10 years of longevity research. OneSkin's OS1 peptide is proven to target the cells that cause the visible signs of aging, helping you unlock your healthier skin and hair now and as you age. For a limited time, try OneSkin with 15% off using code PEERS, that's P-I-E-R-S, at oneskin.co. That's 15% off oneskin.co with code PEERS. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them, so please support our show and tell them that we sent you.
Well, I have to say on that note, what I know, which is there was an instruction to allow journalists in, and I don't know what the Israeli army is doing in that regard. But I have to say that I think that journalists should be allowed to go in, but at the same time we have to make sure that they are being safe, because you're entering an active war zone, and Gaza is a very
they know how to operate
densely populated area.
Again, look, with all due respect, Hanyana, I know lots of war correspondents from CNN, from BBC, from Reuters. I've employed many of them when I ran newspapers. They do their own risk assessment. Yeah. Their networks do their own risk assessment. Their employers do. That's what they do all the time. They're operating in war zones all the time. You know, half of them have just been in Ukraine. You know, this is not something they're not newbies to this business. This is just an unprecedented situation where for 2 years of a war, they have been literally prevented from doing their job on the ground because the controlling party here, the Israeli government, has issued a ban. And we all know that. So I just find it extraordinary that this ban goes on and the Israeli government doesn't understand. The longer it goes on, the more suspicious it gets.
Well, I have to say on that note, obviously, we also know who else is in Gaza. We have 48 hostages, and to me, it's just insane that you have Hamas, a terror organization that holds the bodies of hostages, dead hostages, that are in the Gaza Strip.
I agree.
And they won't even let them come home. But you know, Pierce, I have to say on that note, I just saw a few days ago an image that just, I just have to share this with you. I saw an image of Abigail Idan. She was kidnapped when she was 3 years old. Hamas kidnapped her on the 7th of October. And there was a picture of her carrying her school bag and heading to school after being returned to Israel. So I think that this is the true victory that we see, that life in Israel goes on and we are not going anywhere. And I think that, you know, in regards to this whole peace plan and the efforts being made to bring our hostages back and put an end to this war, because we all know, and I think you would agree with me as well, that we have to end this war as soon as possible. And you know, the sooner the better.
They asked me, and I'm going to share the recipe I used to lose 24 pounds, okay? First, you're going to take 7 ounces of ice water and put it in a glass. All right, now you're going to add a pinch of salt. This particular seasoning is already familiar to us, isn't it? But it needs to be just a tiny bit. Okay, now, pay really close attention here because this part is the most important. Drinking ice water with pink salt and 2 more ingredients every morning didn't work for me at first. But it wasn't until I went from 100...
All while remembering that we must bring the hostages as soon as possible. Every day that they're there is a day in a living hell. And as we're speaking right now, there are still hostages in the dungeons of Hamas suffering simply because they're Jewish.
Yeah, listen, you won't get any disagreement from me about the hostages. It's a disgusting, ongoing war crime that these hostages are being kept by Hamas.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Hamas, well, I've acknowledged it every day I've covered the story. Hamas are a despicable terrorist organization. The snatching of hostages was disgusting. The murder of 1,200 people was disgusting. The wounding of nearly 7,000 more was disgusting. Everything about that attack 2 years ago was disgusting. With regard to the peace deal that you just referenced, you know, a lot of people, clearly a lot of momentum now trying to make this happen. A lot of people believe the catalyst for the real momentum came with a furious denunciation by President Trump of Prime Minister Netanyahu about the attack by Israeli forces on Doha, on Hamas negotiators, that was done without prior agreement from the United States. Doha obviously has a huge American military base there, the biggest in the Middle East for American forces. And the moment that happened, I was like, what the hell is Israel doing? Why on earth would it, attack in Doha, knowing how inflammatory that would be to the whole Middle East and to all the rulers of all the Middle East countries, as it has been? It would enrage President Trump, who's a close friend of the Emir of Qatar. I know that because I saw them together in Doha at the state dinner earlier this year. And I couldn't understand anything about this. None of it made sense. And we now understand that Prime Minister Netanyahu apologized to the Prime Minister of Qatar for what happened. Donald Trump has now given security guarantees to Qatar that if this happens again, the United States will get involved in defending Qatar's interests. It seemed to me a calamitously bad decision, and it failed. You know, no Hamas commanders were killed. A Qatari security guy was killed. Other people totally unconnected were killed. I mean, do you concede now that this whole thing was a complete fiasco and should never have happened?
Do I need to remind our viewers on the 7th of October how we saw the leaders of Hamas that, by the way, enjoyed their lavish
No, you don't need to remind anyone of that.
I've
just said it was everything that happened on October the 7th was disgusting. But how do you defend attacking in Doha a group of people who are literally sitting down to negotiate a peace plan? What message does that send to the world about Israel's commitment to actually wanting peace? I didn't understand it then. I don't understand it now. We've now got an apology from your Prime Minister, your boss. Fine, but why did he do it?
Well, first of all, I have to say it's totally okay to have different opinions. But I have to say, in my opinion, Hamas cannot be trusted to have peace. It needs to be enforced on Hamas, because we all know very well what the Hamas charter says. They will never tolerate an Israeli state next to them. They don't want a state next to Israel. They don't want anything that has the word Israel or Jew in it. So their charter says it very clearly that they wish to destroy Israel and build an Islamist state on top of that. So quite frankly, we're not happy about those wishes, as you would as well, or any Briton that would hear something like that. If you had a neighbor that said, hey, I wish to kick you out of your home and actually kill everybody and build an Islamic state on top of that. So quite frankly, we're not going to let that happen. So Israel has every right to do what it has to do in order to safeguard our future. And look, some people are not gonna like what Israel is doing. That's okay. You know, I have to say that, and that's not directed to you, but the people that stayed silent when we were under attack, and you know, then later all of a sudden woke up when we are defending ourselves. So I advise them to keep and be silent when we do what is necessary to bring our hostages back. And trust me, the way I see it, Israel is doing everything in its power to bring the hostages back. And until now, Prime Minister Netanyahu was able to bring, if I'm not wrong, about 207 hostages back, living and dead. You know, we can't forget the Bibas family, for example, that were just brutally massacred and later returned home. So at the end of the day, we in Israel are dealing, the Middle East is a tough neighborhood. You make peace through strength, not through stupid concessions. We have tried that. In 2005, Israel withdrew completely from the Gaza Strip, hoping to get peace. Did we get peace in return? Of course not. We got rockets, we got all kinds of terror attacks, tunnels. I wish for the Palestinian people to finally have a leadership that cares about them, more than their own pockets in the bank accounts, or about this sick ideology to destroy another nation. Because at the end of the day, we Israelis have offered the Palestinians peace multiple times. And I have to say, again, as an Israeli, I don't hate Palestinians. We can have disagreements, but at the end of the day, we need to acknowledge that Israel is a fact and it's here to stay. And at the same time, I say the Palestinians are also they're living, and I'm against kicking Palestinians from their homes.
Okay, final question. I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu 3 times before, including a few months before October the 7th. He's declined every single request we've made since, which has been, I think, pretty much every week for the last 2 years. Maybe you could put a good word in for us and see if the Prime Minister would come on Uncensored again and answer some tough questions. Because I think it's time that he and I had a chat.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading.
Well, it's not something that I heard about, but I would definitely love to forward your request to the team. But at the end of the day, I think that there are a lot of people that bash Israel constantly without really any evidence. So I think that it's really great to have an actual conversation and to be allowed to speak our minds as well and speak my mind. So thank you for that.
Well, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Hanania Naftali, making your debut on the show. Thank you very much. Well, joining us now for our continuing October the 7th coverage is Abby Martin, investigative journalist and host of the Empire Files, and Jonathan Conricus, the retired Lieutenant Colonel and IDF spokesman. Welcome to both of you. Both, of course, been on Uncensored numerous times before. Abby Martin, where are you with this deal? Do you believe this deal is workable, that it can actually be the start of lasting peace?
Well, of course, I welcome an end to the unrelenting slaughter and bloodletting for the past 2 years. There's been hundreds of October 7ths that have happened in Gaza. Of course, I welcome the cessation of massacres. The bare minimum demand for the last 2 years has been a ceasefire. So, of course, I welcome that. I think it's a big gamble by Hamas. I mean, this entire negotiations is basically putting Palestinians the barrel of a gun to their head and saying, subject, surrender, or die. First of all, no Palestinians were at the negotiating table. It was Gulf client states speaking on their behalf, Netanyahu and Kushner, who's personally invested in the settlement process. The whole gamble of releasing all the remaining hostages dead and alive within a 72-hour window is logistically insane. And of course, it's basically acting in good faith from the Israeli government, a pathologically lying, serial-killing state. Why should we believe anything that they say? They're saying they're not going to release any of the hostages, the 1,700 Palestinians they've been holding after October 7th, many women and children. Aside from that, they're talking about putting in a technocratic governing body by the likes of Tony Blair. I mean, this is basically cementing the subjugation of Palestinians, peers. And I think the most cartoonish thing of all is the demand for full demilitarization of Hamas and other armed factions. I mean, basically what that is saying is that the precursor and justification for genocide is the notion of armed resistance. Jonathan, let me finish. The notion of armed resistance, which is a legally enshrined right in international law. That is not a justification or precursor for genocide. In what reality are we living in that the victims of a genocide are being asked to make concessions to the people committing genocide against them? If you do not agree at this point, 2 years in, that the state that needs to be demilitarized and de-radicalized, frankly, is not the state committing genocide, then you're...
Yeah, this is the thing about people who fight so hard for Palestine. You call for the de-radicalization of Israel, but we have eyes and we can see a fundamentalist religion around the world mainly carrying out radical attacks on people from a certain particular religion. And it's the fundamentalists. It's not those who've been modernized. I mean, it's the fundamentalists who follow the text to the letter. I never hear these people call for their de-radicalization. And that's why I'm like, I lived amongst the Middle East for, that's something else I want to talk about too. I've lived out there for like the past, well, I'm back now in America, but I've lived out there for the past 2.5 years. almost 3 years in the Middle East, and I understand them a lot more than I used to. And I understand the difference between the fundamentalist Islam and those who, the ones who just practice the religion um, for peace. Like, I will explain this in a different video. Actually, I'm going to explain this in a video, um, not relating when I'm not working. Um, and there's a stark difference between life over there and life over here. I think, and I don't mean to say this in the worst of ways, but I think Islam, it is a religion of control, but there is context to that, which I will explain in a different video. And that's only because of my experience that I had while I was over there. And what I mean by control, it can be used for good and it can be used for bad. I've seen where the control has been used for good, and you have places like Dubai, you have places like Abu Dhabi, you have places like, Qatar, you have places like Kuwait, where it is safe to raise your kid there than it is in the West. I can't. It was wild to see this, and that's because after speaking to them, there is a difference between the fundamentalists and everyone else who don't want to have anything to do with that, but they still practice it as a way of control, but more like self-control. It's like I can't really explain it without me putting my words and giving it, writing them down. But the one thing that is very like obvious when you go there, there's no protesting. There was like when all this stuff was happening, I was right smack there in Kuwait, and there was no protests. There were no riots. There were no parades in the Arab states. Yeah, you had solidarity if you talked to some of these individuals, like one-on-one. You had mixed emotions, you had mixed feelings about it. But the one thing they all had in common was they didn't understand why it came majority from the West. This call for unity and ceasefire right after, October 7th. That was the one thing a lot of Kuwaitis could not understand, because they were like, if they were attacked, if like Palestine was attacked, they would expect them to retaliate to Israel like immediately. And I think the whole entire world would have been like, okay, yeah, Palestine, you actually were attacked, by just self-defense. You can retaliate if you really wanted to, right? So that was the one thing they found really strange coming out of the West. Okay. So they knew that Israel was going to attack Palestine after October 7th, and they even found it justifiable. But what really started, to like have them start to question, well, they were already questioning Israel because of other things, was because of how long it was going on. It was the prolong of this, bombardment that really started to trouble them. That's what I had gathered. So, like, the one thing I can tell you for sure, there was no protests. There was no, in solidarity in the streets over there, because they're not allowed to do it over there. So that's what I say. That's what I mean by Islam is used as control. But in some societies, you have it in the extreme. It's practiced in the most extreme, those fundamentalists, like by the book. Then you have more modern societies that do want to do business with the West, because believe it or not, over there, they want to make money. They want to make money. You can make the one thing, you can barter with the Arab. you can actually sit down and actually, you come with them with a good deal. That's why I think they respect Donald Trump, just because of how I had to, you can actually barter. Like, be like, nah, I think that's too expensive. Be like, stop playing with me, homie. Come on, give me a lower price. I know you're only messing with me because I have American dollars. Like, and they will laugh and they'll be like, okay. Like, they like business. They like money. They don't want to be poor. And then when you go over to places like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, like, they have some of the most, they're so, like, there's some of their cities are so high tech. Yeah, people can have like a problem with how their cities were erected using like slave labor and all, I totally get that. But there's so much money there. They don't want their cities. They don't want their efforts being destroyed. And I don't blame them. So they squash any type of radicalness. Oh, they nip that in the bud. Like, they don't fuck around with that shit over there. So I'm like, the lawlessness. So I get Islam. I get it. And being that I was a soldier over there before going over there as a civilian, like, my mind had to even be indoctrinated. I still kept my wits up about myself. I also am Christian too. And I still wore my necklace while I was in Kuwait. I wore it all over the Middle East, even in Iraq, like, even in like, there's like, dude, there's like so much people don't even know about the Middle East, like Kurdistan. Kurdistan literally has a big, like, you literally have a large Christian population there and a large Muslim population there. There's literally like a neo sign cross there, big in the whole entire city to see. And they live peacefully with the Muslims there. But like, you guys would never know that unless you actually went around and toured places. Like, you actually traveled the world or at least worked outside of the US. It's like, dude, like, that's why when I look at people like her and I look at people like Mehdi Hasan and I look at the Jewish guy that was before him, like, I like, they're both, I know they're both lying. I know they're both, all of them are full of shit. Every single last one of them are partisan. Every single last one of them have their own fucking agenda about it. And, as far as I'm concerned, I'm a Christian. So, like, I already know what my dogma tells me to do when it comes with how I should view Israel. But I also have that same dogma also tells me how to treat people who are not Israelis, who are, I guess, quote unquote, not Christian, not Jews, basically everybody else. And I see nothing in there that tells me that I should hate them. So, if I see a Jew that tells me I should hate Muslims, I'll tell them to go kick rocks. And if I see a Muslim try and tell me I should hate Jews, I'm gonna tell them to go fucking kick rocks too. Like, equal love equals right. I don't give a fuck. I'm too old for this shit.
Part of the problem.
Okay, but on that last point, before I go to Jonathan, why should a group, Hamas, who perpetrated one of the worst terror attacks of modern times, why should they be entitled to any power at the end of all this? Why should they not demilitarize? Why should they not have all their arms taken away as part of a deal? I don't really understand the logic there. I mean, you can have your view about the Israeli government and the way the IDF has conducted this war, but why should Hamas have any rights to anything, frankly?
Well, Hamas already has said many, many times that they would completely relinquish governing authority. They have already said that they
But why
don't
should they
want to
keep their
govern
arms, though?
Gaza
That's the
Strip.
point.
That's not enough.
But why keep their arms?
Wait, why would they give up their arms without, hold on, why would they give up their arms without any sort of assurance for national statehood or sovereignty? Why would they do that, Piers? Why would you give up a right, a legally enshrined right to armed resistance to an illegal besiegement and occupation without any sort of assurances or promises of statehood?
Well, again, I'll come to Jonathan, and I will come to you, Jonathan, but I would argue that when you commit a terrorist act of that magnitude, then you abrogate all your rights to demand anything. And the Israeli government position...
Okay, so why is the logic not applied to the IDF?
Well, I'll come to Jonathan for that question in a moment, but I'm just curious why you would think that Hamas has any rights about any of this. I mean, surely when you do what they did on October the 7th 2 years ago, in that moment, you surrender your right to anything. You can ask for it, but you don't have any rights left. I mean, you're basically saying, we are a despicable terror group, we're committing this outrage, and we're going to kidnap and kill and maim and do all the rest of it, but at the end of it, we want rights to demand things. That's not really how it works with terror groups.
Well, that's exactly what Israel's doing. For the last 2 years, we've been seeing the most bloody genocide on steroids. This is Israel for who it is. This is their true nature and character. So why on earth do they get the right to make concessions? They are a rogue maniac state, killing all of their neighbors, bombing all of their neighbors. They need to be stopped. They need to be stopped. Why do they have any rights to demand concessions for the victims of the genocide that they're perpetrating, Piers?
Okay.
Why?
All right. Well, let me ask Jonathan, why?
Is that really the question, Piers, that you're asking me?
Well, I think it's an interesting flip question to the one I asked, which I didn't really get a satisfactory response to, which is that actually, to me, Hamas have no right to demand anything here. And clearly, the Netanyahu government position is that we will carry on pulverizing Gaza until the last Hamas terrorist is left dead in the ground, as long as that takes. And everybody is intent on trying to stop that happening because of the collateral damage to so many civilians and so much property and so on. But of course, the flip side is the argument comes back, well, prior to October the 7th, and since October the 7th in particular, the Israeli government, many people on the Palestinian side believe, have behaved like a rogue terror state themselves. So what right do they have to determine what happens here afterwards?
Yeah, I regret the parity. I think it's a totally false, dishonest, actually it's an absurd parity that is being made here. And I think it's very interesting to hear that, you know, even countries like Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, and a few other Muslim majority countries who have no long record of loving Israel or publishing positive statements or things that can be aligned with Israeli security interests, they are behind this initiative, and they are saying Hamas has no right to hold weapons, Hamas must be disarmed, Hamas should not govern the Gaza Strip, and Hamas must return all of the hostages. They're also asking, of course, demanding that Israel withdraw from the Gaza Strip and that there will be a pathway to a Palestinian state. And, you know, for most people who are normal and not consumed by Jew hatred and this feverish anger and hatred towards those annoying Jews who have their homeland in Israel, for most people who are sane, that makes sense. And it makes sense for Israel to actually dictate the terms against Hamas. It makes sense for Israel to defend itself, not only against October 7, but against an organization that has both written and said multiple times before October 7, during and after October 7, that it is their outspoken goal and intention to annihilate the Jewish state. So for me, there's really no question what needs to happen here. This war cannot and must not end without a defeated Hamas, without Hamas that is completely dismantled of its military capabilities, and without a fresh start for people in Gaza. And I think that those are the very basic prerequisites. We'll have to see now if Hamas, how clever they'll be able to be. And I think they maneuvered diplomatically pretty well. They said that they're going to return hostages. Teams are now in place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and they're going to start discussing the details. But the Israeli and American, and actually Qatari condition is first hand over all the hostages, dead and murdered, and then we start negotiating on all of the long and very substantial list of the 21 points that remain. I hope that Hamas will do it. I hope that Hamas will be true to their words for once. I hope that they will return the hostages, those that they murdered and those that are still in captivity more than 2 years, suffering, starving, abused and everything. And I hope that they will be returned to their families. And then we can start looking at the withdrawal of Israeli forces, stopping military operations, and perhaps building a different Gaza. If you ask me if that's going to happen, what the chances are, we unfortunately have our experience and we know that Hamas, they lie, they are deceitful, they're extremely cruel, and they will do everything they can to stay in power at the expense of the population in Gaza, at the expense of Palestinians. But I hope that for once in their short history, Hamas will do what's good for Gazans and not for the Muslim Brotherhood and not for Hamas itself. But we'll have to wait and see.
Abby, you were laughing a little inappropriately as he was talking about Hamas's need to release the hostages. Why would that be something that makes you laugh? I mean, surely that should be a prerequisite.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at that. No, look, of course I want all hostages, both Palestinian and Israeli hostages, to be released. I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at the audacity of Jonathan to just gaslight and lie and project everything that Israelis are doing onto Hamas and onto Palestinians. The audacity to look at Gaza today, which is completely demolished. We just saw the finance minister saying the demolition's done. Now the real estate bonanza begins. Netanyahu has said, bragging over and over again, we're not going to withdraw. You think we're going to withdraw? It's a joke, Jonathan. The world knows you are lying. You have lost the plot. You know who can't come home? The 17,000 children that Israelis have slaughtered. So all of this is it's just absolutely insane that 2 years into this, we all know that you're committing genocide. The only people who won't accept that it's a genocide are Israelis. And you know what? I think that you know it's a genocide, Jonathan. I think you just support it. You want the genocide.
Abby, let me just jump in there. Abby, on this issue of genocide, you are aware that no country has ever been found guilty of actual genocide, are you?
42 years old now. For the last 10 years, I've been getting paid $10,000, $15,000, or $25,000 for one keynote talk. You know what? I'm not that good of a public speaker. I barely graduated high school. I have no post-secondary education. I didn't have great contacts, and to be honest, I hate networking. Always have. But I do have the one thing that speaker bookers are looking for, because of one talk that I did over 13 years ago on the TEDx stage. And because my TEDx talk doesn't just share an idea, it makes a real-life impact. My TEDx talk resulted in funding schools and houses for over 250,000 people. And that was not by accident. It's the strategy that I put into motion when my TEDx talk came out and it got 1,000 views, then 5,000 views, then 10,000 views, and that's when.
Now, by show of screams, who here is at their very first SWE Day?
Taylor Conroy is the guest, and he was a successful Victoria real estate agent, but he gave up that comfortable lifestyle, hoping to make a difference in the lives of people all over the world.
Speaking.
What point is this question?
That even in Rwanda,
what is the point of that question? We know
it was determined that the legal threshold for a genocide
single
was not
genocide
met.
scholar, even though, okay, so
my point is that
you're looking at Gaza today and you're saying that you've agreed that it's a genocide, Piers.
No, I've never agreed that. I've said that I believe what has been going on.
Okay, sure.
No, because simply for the reason I've just stated, there has never been a legally determined genocide declared.
Okay, let's get him to court. Let's go to court with Israel.
That's what I think.
Let's see the evidence.
That's what I think would be sensible, right? I think it would be sensible to do that and actually get a legal ruling about whether it constitutes genocide. I believe the Israeli government.
100%. Unfortunately, it's being completed.
By the way. Jonathan and I have discussed this. I just think that it gets thrown around all the time, and people get attacked for not saying it's a genocide. I get stopped by people in the street, call it a genocide. To me, what has gone on has become an increasingly massively disproportionate response to the terror attack 2 years ago.
92% civilians killed. 92% civilians have been killed, Piers. That is
we don't know the exact.
Modern conflict.
Well, we don't know the exact numbers.
False.
The numbers that I've read are approaching 25 to 30,000 of the 60 or so thousand who've been killed are Hamas. But here's my point about that: we don't actually know. because actually the refusal by the Israeli government, and Jonathan, I know, agrees with me on this point, the refusal to allow international journalists into Gaza to verify this stuff is one of the biggest problems of this war. We just don't know what these numbers are. And it's an ongoing running sore that journalists can't do their job and get to the truth. But Jonathan, you know, on this...
Piers, I think we should address something, you know, on the topic of numbers and, you know, these big, important, historically loaded terms like genocide, like apartheid, like famine. Let's revisit, and I think that there's people who have been claiming and saying that there's famine in Gaza. Famine was declared by the IPC, I believe, on August 22nd. Now, a friend of mine has done the numbers on it, and I think it's important to be specific here because there are definitions, and when you say famine, that means something. When a UN organization claims that there's famine somewhere, that's supposed to be backed up by data and by reality. Now, according to the numbers and statistics and the globally accustomed numbers of the IPC, which they follow, they issued a declaration that on August 22nd, there's famine in certain parts of Gaza. By their own numbers of level 4 and 5, emergency and famine, there should have been 9,500 dead Palestinians by malnutrition, not natural deaths, not combat, not pre-existing conditions, 9,500 dead Palestinians since August 22nd. You know how many there really have been? According to Hamas numbers, 191. That's 98% off. Now, I challenge you and I challenge everybody who have been screaming and were part of the starvation campaign and the famine, all of the other nonsense that we heard with UN regalia attached to it. At the end of the day, it's a fake, it's lies, it is not supported by reality. It's make-believe and it is propaganda against Israel that useful idiots who have no bearing on the situation on the ground are parroting just because it is a weapon
but you
against
wouldn't dispute,
Israel.
Jonathan.
It is untrue,
But Jonathan,
it is not factual.
Okay, but hang on, hang on. But Jonathan, you wouldn't dispute that there was a near 3-month blockade of substantial amounts of food and aid. I mean, that was indisputable. That happened.
If you like to eat healthy and save money, let me put you on these beef sticks. This is the Paleo Valley 100% grass-fed beef sticks. They're gluten-free, soy-free, dairy-free, corn-free. This is like my go-to snack. There are no artificial preservatives or flavorings or any of that. This is a good, high-protein little snack. They are so delicious. They come in a bunch of delicious flavors that you can mix and match. I am loving the jalapeno one right now. If you want to give these a try or if you want to stock up, now's the time. Trust me, you will run through these and everyone in your household will love.
There were indeed months where not a lot was coming in, yes.
Right. But that's
true. But the important part, Piers, but the important part is what was the result? The important part is, okay, that was done by Israel and it was said by Israeli leadership. It was challenged by the defense establishment and there were a lot of internal discussions. But at the end of the day, when UN-affiliated organizations declared famine and every journalist, editor, media personality and talking heads repeated that as if that was gospel, nobody looks at the numbers. And even today, a month and a half after that, is anybody held accountable for these libellous, false, grotesque claims?
Well, why
Isn't
don't we,
it supposed to mean something?
Why
when
don't we
you say
agree? Why don't we agree? Okay. So why don't we? I will come to you. So why don't we agree? Rather like with genocide, right? I have believed that the rhetoric coming out of Smotrich and Ben-Gvir in particular has made it clear there's been a policy by large sections of this government of ethnic cleansing. They would like to see all the Palestinians gone from Gaza and preferably the West Bank too. Thankfully, in this new plan, that is no longer apparently something that will be sustained by the American government, which means it probably won't happen. But let's not pretend they weren't talking about that openly. And in relation to famine, okay, let's just say there was a deliberate policy for nearly 12 weeks of starving Palestinians and that some of them starved to death. I mean,
there wasn't a policy of starving Palestinians. There was a policy of not providing the enemy.
In other words, I think these words, in a way...
We've spoken about this.
But hang on, let me finish.
We have spoken about this.
We have.
But you've addressed this, really, and we've spoken about it in the past. There was indeed an Israeli policy. And by the way, I reject and I criticize and I do not accept the statements made by Smotrich and Ben Gvir. I think that they are disgusting. I think that they are not representative of Israel. I think that they are fringe. I know we've had this discussion before. He's a minister in cabinet, etc. But I think that they do not represent the majority of Israel. And most importantly, they are not implemented on the ground by the IDF. And amongst the three of us, actually the one who knows what the IDF is doing and what the IDF isn't doing and what goes on in internal deliberations in Israel, I actually have access to that, and I can say, and that's one of the reasons why I am here and I speak about it publicly, is yes, there have been horrible, unethical calls by Israeli ministers that should be condemned. I condemn it. Most Israelis do, and they do not reflect what Israelis believe should be done. Is there a will for revenge against Palestinians for what they have been doing and what they did on October 7? Definitely yes. But that is not what the IDF has been doing. The IDF has been fighting Hamas, and they have been applying military force proportionately according to military necessity against military targets.
All right,
that is what the IDF has been doing.
Okay.
And if we're honest, last sentence, yes, I know I'm speaking longly, last sentence, Israel is the only country that has been forced to provide food and fuel to its enemy. If you can give me any other example in modern history of a combating side that is forced to feed.
It's the law. When you're illegally besieging
No, it's not the law. It's not the law that you feed your enemy.
Right. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not the law. It is not the law.
Hang on.
It is not the law.
Hang on. I'll let you have a good long stretch
Jonathan, you've
there.
been talking
Let
endlessly.
Abby now respond without interrupting her. Abby.
I haven't
Jonathan,
interrupted
first
at
of all,
just to be clear.
Okay, of course, because you've just been droning on and on with the most outrageous propaganda possible, basically saying, oh, they say that this many kids died of starvation, but really, that's a lie. We've seen the photos, Jonathan. It's skin and bones. It's like concentration camp victims coming out of the Holocaust. Do you know that we see this? I know that Israel's like to control the narrative with the billions of dollars with Hasbro propaganda, but we see the photos of starving children. We see doctors' testimonies saying baby formula was seized out of their bags. Baby formula. Why are you punishing babies? We know what the situation on the ground. Peanut butter was told to doctors that it was a luxury and stolen out of their bags, Jonathan. For the last 2 years, we've been told, not even talking about the siege before where calories were counted, given to Palestinians before October 7th, but just since October 7th, we've been told that there's no siege, there's no famine, that aid is not being prevented from being delivered, right? Well, we just saw an entire naval fleet blockade, committed an act of piracy and kidnapping of 500 activists illegally in international waters that were trying to bring baby formula and food to starving Palestinians. We've seen a mercenary force unload a barrage of bullets and kill more Palestinians begging for bread than civilians died on October 7th. So while people like you, these hand-picked spokespeople with American or Swedish accents, come and speak to Western audiences and placate us and tell us lies, we know what Israeli society thinks and believes, Jonathan. We see the news. I see Israeli Channel 12. I see the IDF reports. Of course I do. I see them coming out saying, guess what? Everyone left in Gaza City, the 250,000 people left, are going to be treated as terrorists and killed. Jonathan, I just let you speak forever. Jonathan, let me finish. Jonathan, let me finish.
So either stop saying my name.
You will be remembered no differently than the officers of the Third Reich. You will be remembered no differently than the officers of the Third Reich. You will be remembered in the dustbin of history.
I know you rehearsed that line. I'm sure you rehearsed that line, but it's really pitiful. Come on, you can do better. You're a smart woman. You can do better. You've written books. You've narrated movies. You could do better. And I'm a bit insulted that that is what you've come up with against me. Really?
Getting all your daily nutrients is hard work. But nutrition gaps in your diet are inevitable. But there's an easier way to fill them. Meet Gruns. G-R-U-N-S. The snackable, packable wellness gummy that packs the comprehensive nutrition.
Well, what's your response to the rest of what I said, Jonathan? So you don't want to be compared to a Nazi officer.
I'll gladly tell you.
Why would you compare
in the beginning?
Abby, let me just jump in there.
I mean, you're so out of bounds.
Hang on, Jonathan. Abby, out of interest, why would you think that anybody watching this, when they hear you tell a Jewish man that he's basically a Nazi, who were
the
responsible...
grandchild of a Holocaust survivor, by the way, whose grandfather's family was murdered.
That is a winning point to make? Why would you not think in that moment, a lot of viewers go, what the hell are you talking about? Why would you be so offensive?
70... Well, it's not offensive at all. It's not offensive at all. If you want to not be compared to Nazis, stop acting like Nazis. It's very simple. It's very simple. Stop doing what Nazis did and stop treating Palestinians like Jews in concentration camps, Jonathan.
You are in your little eco bubble. You're so, I think you're consumed by hatred.
No, you are, my friend. The world has woken up, my friend. The world has woken up. No one believes your lies anymore.
No, it hasn't.
You're pathetic.
And I don't think that we're friends.
Propagandist.
I don't think that we're friends.
You're an absolutely pathetic propagandist, and no one believes you.
When you in the beginning, when Piers gave you a long lifeline,
Israel's on a shelf life, my friend. Zionism has a shelf life.
Why does Hamas have your legitimacy in your eyes? Why should Hamas even hold weapons? And you fumbled and stumbled, and you couldn't bring yourself to say, well, actually, no, Hamas shouldn't have weapons because they're bloody, heinous terrorists. That's the response that I would,
I think
it makes
Israel
sense for a person like you to say.
Jonathan.
But you couldn't bring yourself to say it. Why? Because you sympathize with them.
Of course, I'm not going to say it.
Because you believe that their resistance is legitimate.
And that's the reason why I can't really take her seriously. So, Ikaisha, she wants Israel to demilitarize, but she doesn't want Hamas. She won't give an answer to have Hamas give up their guns. These are the same type of people who then tell regular law-abiding citizens that we want to take your guns. So, no, she knows that, just like with Israel and their crazies over there who want to annihilate Palestinians, you also have Palestinians who want to annihilate Israelis. But yet you want to tell all of Israel to demilitarize. When they mean demilitarize, they mean lay down their arms. They mean lay down all their weapons. She like, this is how I know she's homicidal. And she does not argue out of good faith. None of them do. Well, Piers Morgan, I don't know. But those two actors, shield for Palestine, shield for freaking Israel, they're both demons cut from the same cloth, same side of the coin. The only difference is one's rooting for theirs side and with total annihilation of the other, and vice versa. That's it.
You believe, I'm sure, that Israel is very annoying and that we shouldn't exist where we are.
Yeah, I believe in the law, Jonathan.
I believe in the law. Yeah, no, you don't believe in the law. You don't believe in the law. You believe that we don't have a right to exist in our homeland.
I've seen your movies.
I've read some parts of your books. I've seen what you've done in Gaza. You've been propagating for Hamas.
Israel should follow the law, Piers. Very simple.
The solution is
Israel to follow the law.
I think
everybody
should follow the law.
Hamas shouldn't have weapons.
Everyone should follow the law. I've got to leave it there.
Everyone should follow the law.
We've run out of time, but I thank you both very much. Thank you. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
The guys up at the crack of dawn in the Home Depot parking lot looking for work, or the women hustling their homemade food on the corner are exactly the men and women we want contributing to this great nation. We shouldn't be rounding them up at gunpoint.
This country and the world would be better off without Reddit as a thing. You know how right now in our universe it's a thing? If there's a parallel universe where it's not a thing, that is a better universe. We've highlighted in the past some of Reddit's most retarded users, but well, today, Harry, we're going straight to the top. And I just love it when those in positions of power expose themselves to be what we always knew they were. It's so fun. The Reddit or one of the Reddit founders, and Mr. Serena Williams, Alexis
Wait, what?
Ohanian, am I saying that right? Ohanian. He posted this, not on Reddit, but on X, but he's one of the founders of Reddit. He said, as the son of an undocumented immigrant, my mom overstayed in au pair visa for years before marrying my dad, a U.S. citizen. First off, pause. I know au pair is one of those new terms like au pair and doula that people use to just sound like they're more cultured, but it's my understanding is that it's a different name to cover for the fact that dad is probably banging the nanny. You guys comment and let me know if I have that about correct.
Yeah, I think it depends on how good your au pair is.
Yeah, exactly. And she's got nimble fingers. My mom overstayed an au pair visa for years before marrying my dad, a U.S. citizen. It's deeply personal. Reddit wouldn't exist if ICE had come for her. Well, don't present me with a better butterfly effect.
That would be a dream.
I do think border security matters. No, you don't.
No.
But it shouldn't come at the cost of crushing lives.
You mean like being sent back to the country whose flag you wave?
A sensible amnesty/legalization policy, like what Reagan offered in 1986.
Like that's going to work on us now. Could strike a better balance. I do love that we don't have the deity worship of Reagan anymore. Good president.
There you go.
Wasn't perfect.
Here's the thing, that a lot of people look at Reagan with his stance on immigration. That amnesty was supposed to be a one-time deal thing, not this continuing revolving door where Republicans give Democrats what they want, amnesty, and then they do it again like 5 or 10 years, later in the future. So please stop bringing up Reagan when you don't even want to bring up the context of why he did that. That's why, you really do have evil people in the world, and they're called liars.
Path to citizenship for law-abiding, hard-working, undocumented immigrants after background checks, waiting periods, and meeting clear standards, or overstaying work visas. Order and accountability. Your mom didn't do any of those things. She overstayed a visa for an unskilled job. Order and accountability. Those who don't step forward for the pathway should face enforcement under due process. This isn't open borders, it's smart borders, plus humane immigration reform. The guys up at the crack of dawn in the Home Depot parking lot looking for work, or the women hustling their homemade food on the corner are exactly the men and women we want contributing to this great nation. We shouldn't be rounding them up at gunpoint.
I ain't got a good brain.
Home Depot doesn't open till 9.
Yeah. Also, they often don't show up until after that. Also, okay, how are people showing up at Home Depot to work jobs that Americans worked for a very, very long time and are willing to work right now? By the way, I worked in construction. I was horrible at it. Or women hustling their homemade food on the corner. Did we have roadside stands?
We used to.
Before people, yeah, we almost always did.
Back in the day.
What about cities that have lawsuits against restaurants have lawsuits against cities like in San Diego where they have illegal immigrants selling cheap food outside restaurants who can't pay their bills now?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, the left also oppose food trucks, right? Because because of the culinary union. But if it's an au pair who overstays her visa, the macro point is, how are these people contributing to this great nation? How are they contributing to this great nation when they are simply doing jobs or work that Americans were doing and are willing to do, but doing it cheaper because they come from third world hellholes and, that money's enough. How are they contributing? Not just contributing. Let's change contributing to building. We think that's fair. How are they building up this great nation? A nation that fails to move forward, to continue to build itself, crumbles.
Contributing could be negative, too.
Sure.
Like the situation that I just described. A lady selling tamales outside of a restaurant that also sells tamales.
Yeah.
You're contributing, but what are you contributing? The foreclosure of this business?
Listeria.
Wow.
I should have gone with E. coli. It's a more it's more mainstream. I went with an esoteric foodborne illness. Okay. Let me address this here, Mr. Ohanian. I want to make sure. Alexis Ohanian. You just made the case against yourself and your au pair mom. Illegals illegal aliens like your mom are a huge part of the problem, and they don't deserve special treatment no matter how well they fold the bed sheets. In 2024 alone, there were 540,000 visa overstays. Visa overstays make up about 40% of illegal aliens in the United States.
Yeah, and in 2023, my mom overstayed her welcome at my house, and I handled it the same way this administration would.
Should have signed the guest book, Mom.
She's fine. She's fine. I mean, she can't walk anymore, but that's kind of a good thing.
Checkouts at noon, late checkout at 2 if you're a gold member. You knew the rules.
2:01, you're out the window.
Yep.
Bye-bye, lady.
With a small creature souping up.
I sent her the bill.
I can't believe that was a kid's movie, too.
I sent her the bill for the glazer, too.
Good, good. Because you're doing the right thing. It's hard. I appreciate that about you. Here's my second point. Reagan's amnesty was a disaster. It was a failure. We don't like that about Reagan. It legalized 3 million illegals. Now, back then, conservatives were under the guise because they still were guilted into things through this false sense of empathy, because we thought that people who were coming here illegally were just seeking a better life, and that there weren't really any negative consequences except for them. So, okay, if we give them a path to citizenship, then we can kind of reform the system. Instead, after that 86 amnesty bill, the illegals arriving in the United States, it increased by 481%.
Yeah.
A lot.
I mean,
Exactly.
So you called it amnesty. It's like, yeah, come on in.
Yeah.
Incentive.
Exactly. We didn't fix it. We didn't fix it, and it's been political football ever since. That and no-fault divorce, which was Reagan as governor, were his biggest mistakes. I believe he said his biggest regret was no-fault divorce. You comment, let me know which one you think is worse, amnesty or no-fault divorce. They both have had irreparable effects on the country. Third point here, amnesty, Mr. Reddit, is not humane at all. As a matter of fact, I would argue it's inhumane, because it encourages illegal immigration, and that comes with human trafficking. Right? But in case people don't remember, more slaves right now on Earth than ever in recorded human history. You're shielded from it because you live in the United States, where we fought a bloody civil war to end slavery. Still goes on in the Middle East, still goes on in Saudi Arabia, still goes on in the UAE, still goes on in pretty much all countries in Africa. The very limited amount that takes place here, as far as human trafficking, often sex slavery, is due to illegal immigration because we can't monitor it. So under Biden, 300,000 unaccompanied minors.
At least.
At least that we know of. Crossed into the United States. The Trump administration found 13,000 of them.
Thank you very much.
That's the people when you say F ICE.
Right.
That's when you're singing songs about how ICE sucks. That's who's finding them, by the way.
Right. And the libertarian argument as well, if we just open the borders, then there wouldn't be any coyotes. And sure, yeah, I'm sure that MS-13 and drug cartels are going to straighten up and fly right. Okay. And here's the other thing. This Ohanian, if I'm saying it right, he tried to justify, again, illegal immigration because of Reddit. So I want to address that specifically. He said, $38 billion market cap today, and that's just my first company. Oh, my God, please tell me there isn't going to be more. Undocumented immigrants can have some pretty productive kids. Really? You're the example? Okay. It sucks. This country and the world would be better off without Reddit as a thing. You know how right now in our universe it's a thing? If there's a parallel universe where it's not a thing, that is a better universe because it's a bad thing. Number one, there'd probably be fewer school shooters.
It's true.
Right? Then we can all agree on that.
Every time we see some stuff on Reddit, like, oh, I found out how to use this gun on Reddit.
But it's also, when people complain about us being divided in echo chambers, well, Reddit is one of the biggest reasons for that. In 2016, the CEO of Reddit, Steve Huffman, admitted to changing posts made by Donald Trump supporters. That would be considered propaganda by most.
How do you do that? You just go.
In 2020, Reddit banned the which was the Donald Trump Reddit there, citing abusive posts. In 2021, they banned the No New Normal, the anti-vaccine sort of Reddit there, where they were talking about mRNA vaccines. They said that it was due to brigading. In 2023, they banned the Louder with Crowder Reddit, citing moderator code of conduct. I wish I had known, because we had nothing to do with this Reddit. It was several 100,000 members deep. It was incredibly civil. It was the most civil place on Reddit. You could have replaced the moderator. And then yesterday they banned the sale of like firearm parts, meaning accessories, things like that, just in case you didn't know if they were dyed-in-the-wool leftists. But they do allow Reddit, for example, the Reddit, we'll refer to it as forums, but they're just known as Reddits, the Luigi lore, where people post all kinds of supportive posts for the alleged murder, right? Luigi Mangione, the guy who killed
Video recorded murder.
Yeah. There's Reddit Trans, which allows posts like this. If you're mature enough to go through the puberty of your assigned gender at birth and you are mature enough to choose not to. Ooh. Okay, now do choosing what's for dinner. This is the silliest argument ever. If a child is mature enough to, you know, go through puberty that was assigned, do you mean live? You're literally saying if a child is mature enough to be alive. They're not doing anything other than being.
And probably complaining about everything that's happening to them.
It's what they're not saying when they're saying that, though. If you are mature enough to go through puberty, blah, blah, blah. They're saying if you're mature enough to go through puberty, you're mature enough for me to have sex with you.
Exactly. Exactly
That's
right.
what they mean.
Because let's be honest, if you're making a decision to go on puberty blockers or any kind of gender reassignment surgery, procedure, whatever you want to call it, they're all incredibly invasive, whether it's pills, whether it's psychotherapy reinforcing a delusion, or it's an actual sex change. This is all evil, evil stuff.
That was an educated way to say, if there's grass in the field, play ball.
Yeah.
Which is disgusting.
Exactly. And think about this. You're saying kids are responsible to make a decision that will forever alter their sex lives. Many people who go through transition never experience a climax again. That may contribute to the high enough suicide rate. If I wasn't able to post notes, I'd probably take my own life out.
Well, then why hasn't my wife killed herself?
It's hot potato that I don't want to play with right now, but we'll get back to it.
You have to keep moving.
But think about it. If you say, yeah, you can make the decision, oh, well then they must be of age to consent to sexual decisions because they're consenting to a decision that affects their sexuality, not just their gender. They try and separate the two. You can't. What it involves sex organs. Not to mention Reddit, all of these Charlie Kirk posts. He did deserve it, and his family deserved to see it. What an irredeemable piece of shit. His wife, too. Fuck that bitch. Crab dance. Rest in piss. This is still available right now on Reddit, but God forbid you buy some kind of a magazine extension for your pinky.
I mean, listen, I think it's good to pick a fight with this guy, and apparently he took some notice of us picking a fight with him because he responded.
Oh, what did he say?
He responded to the post, and he just said, their kids can be really, really effective job creators,
So the post.
Oh, so he's still saying that? So being really, really effective at creating cesspools of filth and sadness where the human soul goes to die?
Yeah.
I will say this, and this is ad hominem, just so you know, because I think I just deconstructed his argument quite a bit as to why this case is proof positive that we do not need to have some kind of amnesty and why we are not better off with Reddit. But I will summarize it with, you are a piece of shit.
Well, so we did respond that the Sinaloa cartel and ISIS are really effective job creators, to which he responded, that's your comeback? Come on, do better.
Well, just to be clear, I didn't respond that. That must have been Lane the Brain. Because you guys know I don't really manage my own Twitter. It's usually taken from something I say on the show. But that is clever, Lane. Hey, you're welcome to come on the show and do better, Mr. Reddit. Yeah. Make the case for your mom, the au pair overstaying her visa, and how that should make or determine our policy and how this country is better off because of Reddit. And you know what? It's not even an outlier that makes the case, because it's all shitty. But even if it was, it still wouldn't make the case, because what we're dealing with is millions upon millions of
Reddit, like that Reddit guy. If it would be my way, actually no, because his dad is a citizen. So yeah. That makes sense why he's a U.S. citizen. But if you are, in my opinion, that was probably the best thing and the smart thing that her mom did do. His mom did do. Marry or have a child with an American citizen so you can get citizenship. Let's not pretend, Mr. Reddit, that your mom didn't think that through while she was doing this. So she was committing a crime. She methodically sought out a suitor for her child who was in fact an American, because her whole process was to defraud the American system, to find a way to stay in America, to have to have a child that can anchor her to America. And he's a prime example why immigration should, this immigration is the way that it's being used, it's abuse. And, luckily, the only thing like I said, she was smart enough to not have this child with another illegal alien. Okay. And I have a feeling that a lot of these illegals that come, because I had like, I was, oh man, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I was propositioned when I had got out the service. You have a lot of Americans who are willing to get married and sell away basically citizenship. And they target these illegals that come in and they target those individuals. It is a lot easier though for a illegal man with an accent to get a girl than it is the other way around. Or yeah. It might, if they can sweet talk, all that stuff, but it happens the other way too. But like, his mom knew exactly what she was doing. Methodically, she knew what she was doing, and she did it because she knew she was a criminal and would get caught. This right here, in my opinion, is a prime example of why there should not be any illegal immigration. It should be highly enforced. And if you come here illegally and you have an anchor baby with your intentions to have an anchor baby, and the person is not, the father or the mother of that child is not an American citizen, your child should not have American citizenship. I don't give a fuck whether or not you have a baby on the soil. If you are here illegally, no. Yeah, birthright citizen. Over with. Your mom's a criminal. That's exactly.
People who are coming to this country who have no desire to be American, who have no desire to benefit this country. And you know what? I understand it. I can't blame them. They're looking out for their family first. I got it. We need to have a system that doesn't enable them.
Exactly.
Because we need to look out for American families first.
Yep.
That fair?
I think that's incredibly fair. That's an incredibly high risk to take, by the way. So let's assume that, yes, he's right, that some of these kids can do some amazing things that benefit this country. Can, not will. You want to roll the dice every time you want to put this country at risk to have, like, essentially open borders to see if perchance maybe somebody's going to come in here and do something good worth having?
Now do it with abortion.
Yeah.
Right? The only difference is we're actually talking about a life not being proactively terminated. So, hey, maybe that, and by the way, I fully acknowledge, maybe that kid could have been the person to cure cancer. Could be the next Hitler. It's a 50-50 shot. I know, but I don't have the right to kill people. Oh, you're still here, which is a miracle in the age of Instagram and shorts. I think you have some shorts up there. You have an attention span that is longer than that of a fruit gnat. So thank you. I'm glad you probably would like it a lot more if you actually head over and subscribe on Rumble. I'm live there 5 days a week, 11 a.m. Eastern, where free speech is still alive. Go to Rumble. Get off the social media ghetto that is YouTube, with a lot of homosexual activity here on YouTube. There may be some on Rumble, but I haven't seen it.
I have a very different training routine than most women at 46. That's how I became a contortionist past 40, resolved years of back issues after having kids, built abs of steel, and sculpted the figure of a model. Now, I did not win the genetic lottery. I only...
Christ will always forgive the person who is repentant. Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is an unrepentant, hardened heart. There's no need, there's no understanding of my need for forgiveness.
And once you get into that state, there's no possibility for redemption.
Correct.
So, like, I mean, what are you imagining? Like, how old is a person in this state? Like, how long does it take? What do they have to do? You know,
we don't have the faintest idea
because
who those people are or what they've done. We don't know. That's between them and God.
I find that so difficult. Like, it's
sure it's difficult,
unforgivable,
because they're not asking for forgiveness. Correct. You cannot be forgiven unless you ask for forgiveness. You humble yourself.
Something like it's unforgivable to not ask for forgiveness. But the problem is there's sort of two levels here, right? There's not asking for forgiveness, which of course you can't be forgiven if you don't ask for forgiveness. But we're saying here now, it's not you can't be forgiven if you don't ask for forgiveness. It's you can't be forgiven for the state of not asking for forgiveness. If blaspheming the Holy Spirit is something like not asking for forgiveness, to say that blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable is not to say that when you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, you know, you're not going like, okay, you're not being forgiven right now because you're not apologizing. It's one thing to say you're not being forgiven for not apologizing. It's another thing to say that you will not be forgiven, like full stop ever, for the fact that right now you're unforgiven. You see what I'm saying?
The only person who's committed that sin could care less. God is irrelevant. God is not part of the equation. My sin is not part of the equation. I'm totally shut off.
The women stuff crops up in the New Testament too. So I was wondering if perhaps we could go through some of the most problematic verses as pertains to gender relations in the New Testament and see what you have to think about them.
You're running it. Go for it.
Let's do it. Oh yeah, I guess this is my show. This is my show, but it's your brand. It all gets a bit complicated.
And it's an honor to be here.
Yes, it is.
With you.
It's a privilege, and I'm very grateful for your time and for hosting us here as well. It's a pleasure. I think we should start perhaps with what I think is maybe the most problematic, because it's problematic on various levels, which is 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verses 34 to 35, if you're following along at home. Women should be silent in the churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law also says. If there is something they want to learn, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is shameful for a woman to speak in church. Thoughts?
Context. Worship services have denigrated into shouting matches, into total chaos. Why? Women are abusing the new freedom that they have, and Paul says stop it. Also, women are trying to teach and they've not gotten an education, which is tragic because they weren't allowed to go to school. But women who have an education are to teach. That's why Priscilla taught the great preacher, Apollos. So it's fascinating that Paul also writes there, right there in 1 Corinthians, when women pray and prophesy, they're to have their heads covered. Well, what's the matter with you, Paul? Are you schizophrenic? Don't you remember what you just said? Are you contradicting yourself? No, he's not. He's addressing two different situations, I believe, there. Chaos in worship. And as a pastor, I have to be careful that our worship services don't deteriorate into chaos, because we have some very emotionally charged people who can just rip the shreds out of a worship service with chaos and disorder. And so, no, you're not going to speak at this time because of order. But then women were allowed to pray and prophesy.
What troubles you the most? Like, what keeps you up at night the most? When a student comes up to the microphone and says, I want to ask about this, and you go, oh boy, all right, here we go. I don't know about this. No.
For me, it's some of the issues you've already raised. Slavery and some of the wars in the Old Testament. Those are very difficult issues for me. I don't understand them. Secondly, the problem of suffering. When I sit with parents who've lost a child due to a horrible car accident, you know, why didn't God allow the babysitters to see the stop sign? Why did they go right through the stop sign and then hit by a pickup truck coming down at 55 miles an hour? So the problem of suffering, why does God intervene in certain situations and not in others? That's a very difficult issue. So there are a number of very difficult issues for me. And I am convinced to the root of my being that Jesus Christ is the truth, but I can't prove that. I struggle with doubt. I struggle with uncertainty.
Why don't you own apartment buildings? Seriously, why don't you own these big apartment buildings? And I get it. You might be thinking right now, well, Tyler, my word, it's...
So I don't mean to communicate to you, Alex, that I've got it all nailed down, because I don't. There's tremendous uncertainty. There's tremendous doubt that I experience on a regular basis. But the overwhelming evidence in my experience of life, in what Christ has done in my life, when I was 10 years old, I was separated from my family and really got lonely in upstate New York. And for the first time in my life, I cried out from the depth of my being, Jesus, if you're really there, I want to know you, because I'm lonely right now and I hate it. And Christ gave me an overwhelming sense of his presence, his withness with me. So in spite of the doubts, in spite of the uncertainties, the reality of Christ in my life, as I observe others, as I experience life, convinces me that he is by far the best option. Let me give you one closing illustration. I was doing open air at Columbia, and a professor invited me to come into his class. He was a postdoc student from UK, and the class was a discussion on the difference between Zwingli and Calvin's view of war. And the guy was brilliant. and the discussion was off the charts amazing. So I'm walking out of the classroom with a guy, and I turned to him and say, "Professor, that was amazing. Thank you so much. Now let me ask you, what are you living for? And what's the evidence that whatever it is you're living for is true?" And this brilliant postdoc student from UK looks me in the face and says, "I'm not a good person to ask that question of. That's scary." And yet it's been my experience too often that too many people have to answer the same way. Don't ask me that question. What am I living for, and what's the evidence that what I am living for is true? Because they have not thought through, what am I really living for? What motivates me? Why do I get up in the morning? Why do I do what I do? Why do I work the way I work? Why do I treat people the way I treat people? What's going to happen after death? They just haven't thought about it, and yet they're living for something. And the question is, what's the evidence that what you are living for is true? So in spite of my uncertainty, in spite of the fact I can't prove God exists or prove that Christ rose from the dead, the evidence is God does exist, the evidence is he really does love me, and the evidence is the resurrection took place. And therefore, I will follow the evidence to Christ. Not that it's perfect, it's not. Not that there are not problems in the Bible, there are. But gosh, when you look at the way he loves you and me, when you look at the experiences of life that you get and the experiences of others, it's real clear to me. Trust in him.
Of government.
Here's an analogy that helps me. Airplane goes down. 5 people swimming in the water, life raft that can only fit 4. How do you make the decision? Which one you're going to allow to drown and which 4 you're going to put in the life raft? And so a professor stands in front of his class and says, "Come on, guys, give me an answer."
Yeah.
All right? And everybody squirms. Well, are we going to let the cheerleader go in because she's really pretty? We're going to let this very intelligent one, number 1 in the class, go in because he's very intelligent. We're going to let the superstar athlete go in there. And then I guess the little nobody just drowns. And so you see, the professor says, "See, it's all just relative." No, it's not all just relative, Professor. The reason that we're having a real problem right now, the reason we're confronted by an ethical dilemma right now, Professor, is because we really understand human value.
Yeah.
If humans were not valuable, it really wouldn't matter which 4 you put in the life raft and which one you let drown. It's all just chance, and we're all just glorified apes.
So how would you make that decision? Well, so suppose it's the other way around. Suppose that there are 5 people in the boat, and it's sinking.
Yeah.
And
You
all
gotta throw
5,
one out.
all 5 are going to die. Someone's got to get thrown out because
Yeah.
no one's volunteering. You know, in a way, you might say, well, I just wouldn't be willing to do that, so I'll just let the boat sink. But then you're self-sacrificing, so you may as well just jump out the boat yourself. Oh, maybe that would be your answer. Maybe it would be like, well, I'll jump out of the boat then. But, you know, how would you go about trying to make that decision? Suppose you're not in the decision. You've got to dictate the terms of the decision-making. I mean, would you have, like, anything to say for a situation like that?
I sure would. Not saying that I would do it.
Right.
But I hope that I would sacrifice my life and jump out and let the other 4 live. That's what Christ calls me to do.
Okay, suppose you're
But
like...
no guarantees, obviously. I'm not claiming to be some super sacrificial guy.
Suppose you're like super glued to the boat, right? You can't jump out. It's not possible, right? But you know you're Cliff. You're the intellectual guy with the YouTube channel. Like, people listen to you. You get to make the decision, and it's going down, and no one's volunteering. I mean, you're going to die anyway. You're super glued to the thing, right? So, but you don't want to save yourself. You just know that everyone's going to die if you don't throw someone out. Or do you say, all right, everybody, I think we should all take one for the team here.
Right.
Is that
Sure.
probably what you'd say?
I would try and exercise leadership. But remember now, the whole reason we're facing an ethical dilemma is because we believe that there is a God who created people in his image, who loves them. People are valuable. Therefore, we just can't discard a person. But if there is no God, it's all a cosmic crapshoot.
So would that mean then in that situation you would be forced into one of those sort of counterintuitive but ultimately maybe sensible scenarios where you say, look, if no one's volunteering, then the boat goes down and all 5 of us die? Because we're not utilitarians here. We're not like, there are many situations where you'd let
We'd
many
use
people
reason.
die. Yeah. But
We'd reason
is that how you would approach a situation like that? You would
Mhm.
say that because it's wrong to force someone over the side of the boat,
Mhm.
all 5 of us are going to die now.
Mhm.
Would that be probably your response to that scenario?
Might be. I can promise you, Alex, in that situation, I really don't know what I would do.
Yeah, sure. I'm fascinated by these kinds of cases. I mean, we test our intuitions. It's like, the ticking time bomb case for torture. People who think that torture is totally immoral. You say, well, what if a bomb was about to go off in Manhattan? I like to adapt this for my Catholic friends when it comes to the institution of confession. Yeah, this is a really interesting idea because the Catholic confessional is sacred. It's not like when you go to therapy and they say this is confidential, unless of course you say anything that's going to put someone in danger. It's like, no, this is confidential. Like there's no, I'm not allowed to say anything. And so someone comes in and says, Father, I've just poisoned the chalice with which, you know, Father David out there is about to serve mass. Do you say something? And I think for the Catholic, they are committed to the view of saying, actually, no, the priest would have to let that happen, because otherwise it would require breaking the seal of the confessional. I mean, even if you sort of burst out of the room and you run over there and you knock over them and say, no one drink it, right? You've given away information that you've obviously just learnt in confessional, which is also not allowed. I mean, maybe there'd be a way of doing it. And I've talked to my Catholic friends about this, especially priests and people who are training to be priests, you know. What would you do here? And they're like, well, maybe I would find a way to sort of go and take the wine and swap it out and make it look like I'm doing something else. And then, well, what if they asked you? And they say, why are you doing that? Are you going to lie? You're not allowed to lie either. Like, what are you going to do? You know? But there's a similar circumstance there of like, you know, what if the person says, Father, I've just planted a bomb in Manhattan, and it's about to go off? And of course, the Catholic priest would probably say, well, as part of your penance, 10 Hail Marys, 2 Our Fathers, and a call to the NYPD with the exact location and how to disarm the bomb. But suppose the person halfway through the confession sort of goes, I regret this, and they sort of run away. You know, I think a Catholic is committed to this counterintuitive position of saying, as weird as it seems, the right thing to do here, because we have our principle, and a principle's only a principle when it's tested, is that, yeah, we let that bomb go off. Now, we can take umbrage with that, because we could say that maybe the Catholic confessional is wrong for that reason. But in this case, maybe that's a more reasonable example. Maybe that is just what you do. You let them sink. But I don't know, what, 100 people? 1,000 people? Well, 100. What if it's 5 people in a boat and there are 2 children? There are 2 babies in the boat. You know, and someone's got to go overboard, otherwise everyone drowns, including the babies. Is it still just like, well, okay, you know, we'll just let it sink? Or is it like, actually, you know, eeny, meeny, miny, off you pop, you know? And I'm not necessarily asking what you would do here, because of course moral strength is a different thing, but what should you do here? Is there not a scenario where you would say, look, you know, someone's got to go overboard here. Let's just do a raffle. Let's make it as fair as possibly can be, but whatever comes up, you're off the boat.
Okay, maybe a raffle. But if you start choosing, that is such a slippery slope. It's scary.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Is that but then the other scary alternative is that you let those 5 babies in the boat just drown.
Right. But yet again, you know, this type of worldview that you're espousing and the indignation you have here was not set by the Greeks, was not set by the Romans, was not set by A.C. Grayling. It was not set by any of these guys. This came directly out of the Christian worldview, where all of a sudden you're having you're so focused in such a razor sharp kind of way on the value of each and every individual in there, when so clearly the Greeks would have said, oh, get the women out first. Oh, obviously get the babies out first, let them all drown, and the men will stay in here. That's totally normal.
As the Christian would have said, just, well, God's obviously judging us somehow, putting us in this boat in the first place. Why don't we just exterminate them all, including the children? Oh, what about your pet dog at home? Well, somebody better stay alive. We better save somebody so they can go back and kill everyone else who's left at home. I don't know. I don't know, but look, I think I almost want to sort of end here, because this is very full circle. I think we've covered a lot of grounds.
If you don't understand the rules of power, you will certainly lose to someone who does. I'm going to teach you how to be more powerful.
This grace, this omnipotence, this love and charity of the Old Testament God is expressed in the instances where he commands the complete obliteration of entire nations of people, including the women and the children, and even the animals, at multiple points throughout the history of the Israelites trying to conquer their holy land, which is promised to them by God, such that if anybody is already living there, they're driven out, and if they refuse to leave, they're chased out and they're killed, and then they come back and they kill the women and the children. Do you think that this is the same graceful, loving God that's issuing these commands?
No. Instead, I think we've got to read very carefully. First point, do I allow God to judge? In my culture, that's unacceptable. And yet the Bible insists God does have the right to judge. Second point, is exaggeration being used? Is hyperbole being used in a lot of those passages? Yes, it is. Because clearly, obviously, many of those people who were supposedly all wiped out appear in the next book. So you know that they weren't all wiped out. Thirdly, you look at the archaeological evidence for Jericho and Ai, and you begin to realize those were probably smaller fortresses. Yes, Rahab was in there as a prostitute, but those were not just families and women and children. Those were fortresses that were protecting the families that lived out in the countryside around them. Next point is, I think that there is not the emphasis on individualism in the Old Testament that we have in our culture.
Yep.
And yet, the more we struggle through children of alcoholics and realize that there are real consequences that stretch down through the generations. And I think the Old Testament does present a picture that we are more interconnected than we as American individualists would like to admit. And when God judges a people group, yes, some innocent people are swept along in the judgment. And that bugs me. I don't like that. And yet, that is part of, I think, what the Bible is talking about when it says we're created in the image of God, meaning that we do have free will, which means there are consequences to my decisions that affect my children, that affect my grandchildren. We're more interconnected than we would like to admit. So no, those children are not being punished for anything they did wrong, but yes, they're born into a cursed, messed up world, and there are consequences to that. I mean, I benefited from going to Davidson College, and a lot of people sacrificed to put Davidson together. You benefited from going to Oxford University, and there are a lot of people who have, over many years, given sacrificially to build that. So there are real consequences that stretch down through the generations of our decisions. And also, the Bible never says that those children and all those people go to eternity separate from God. I'm convinced that we will see those children in heaven if they were killed before an age of accountability. So the justice of God will ultimately triumph.
Yeah.
But do I have problems with the text? Yes, of course I have problems with the text. I don't understand it exactly. I don't understand what God is doing exactly there, why he says that kind of thing. But I'm also convinced that hyperbole is being used. And I think that's a very important thing. For instance, when I was in high school, we used to say, we're going to kill the opposing team that we're going to play that weekend. Not meaning we're literally going to kill them. And the whole idea of, in the Hebrew herem, H-E-R-E-M, of clearing out these people from the promised land. The whole idea that God had given them over 400 years to repent, and they had chosen not to. And now God clears them out. You know, I think it's a complex issue, more complex than the person would allow it to be, who just says, I just can't believe that God would do something like that.
Do you believe that, to be clear, do you believe that innocent children were killed by Israelites on the command of God? I think it's a historical fact.
I believe that innocent children were killed by Israeli bombs, and they happen to be Palestinians, part of Hamas maybe, or Hezbollah. I believe that there are consequences to human decisions that stretch down through the generations and that impact a lot of innocent people. And I think we're a little naive if we think that we can go into Iraq or fight a desert storm and no innocent people are going to be killed. It's one of the tragedies of war, which is a result of the sinful human heart.
There's only one meat stick I trust for my family, and it's the one we make at Paleo Valley. What if I told you that most meat sticks on the market contain a hidden ingredient soaked in ultra-processed oils? Now, many people are surprised.
But suppose, you know, the Israeli government said, leave alive nothing that breathes. Kill the soldiers, but then once you've done that, turn around, go back, kill the women, kill the children, kill their animals. Because this land is yours. I think that people wouldn't be satisfied on falling back on the defense of, hey, this is the consequence of war. This is what happens. I think people would say, okay, but the fundamental rule of just war, which I'm told is sort of stems out of the Christian tradition, is, you know, proportionate response. And
yes, and I agree with you. Okay, but here's another problem. God told Abraham to take Isaac up on Mount Moriah and sacrifice his son. Now, if someone interprets that as being God's laying down wise principles for good parenting, they're an idiot.
Sure, yeah.
That is not what Genesis chapter 2 is communicating. God gave Abraham a very specific command, and it was not to give an example of wise parenting. It was, Abraham, who's number one in your heart? Is it going to be God, or is it going to be your son? Who are you going to build your future on? Your son or me? Similarly, what Israel does there in the Old Testament is not examples of just war theory. No, it is a unique example of God using a theocracy, and we don't live in a theocracy. We don't have a theocracy in Israel now, and we're definitely not a theocracy in the United States or in UK. God using a theocracy to carve out a land that he brings then Messiah into. That's a one-time deed, because you're absolutely right. It is not an example of just war. No way. I recoil at that as you do, I'm sure.
Yeah, because of course the difference in this case is that you have the orders from the top man. It's sort of, if there is some extraordinary circumstance in which this kind of otherwise morally condemnable behavior can be justified, you better have the authority to know that you're making the right decision. And in this case, you know, the Christian will be able to say that they did have that authority. But I mean, it's a struggle, you know.
Yes, it is.
We're talking about the intentional killing of non-combatant children here. And I read this text as a land dispute. I read in Deuteronomy where God gives instructions when you march up onto a city to attack it, like in the broad sense. When you march up to attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to forced labor and shall work for you. Some peace. If they refuse to make peace and engage you in battle, which, you know, isn't entirely unreasonable given what the terms of peace are, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put to the sword all the men in it. As for the women, the children, and the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourselves, and you may use the plunder the Lord gives you from your enemies. This is how you are to treat the cities that are at a distance from you, and do not belong to the nations nearby. Women and children being described as plunder that can be used because God has given them to you as plunder. But of course, those are the people who you're attacking not because they're in the promised land, and it's just, well, look, we gave them a chance to leave. What are we supposed to do? This is God's chosen. No, these are other cities. Because it goes on, however, in the cities of the nations the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, do not leave alive anything that breathes. Completely destroy them. The Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, and lists, you know, the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you. Otherwise they will teach you to follow all detestable things that they do in worshipping their gods, and you will sin against the Lord your God. So clearly what you're saying about them being these detestable characters and God is issuing his judgment must be true here, because it's saying, like, otherwise, if you don't destroy them completely, you know, they will teach you their ways, you will fall into sin. But this idea of, you know, marching up to a city, and even if they accept you, they're going to become, you know, your indentured servants. And if they don't, then you may take the women and children as plunder, and you may use the plunder the Lord gives you. But of course, if you're marching into a city of one of the nations that you've been promised by God, oh, then don't leave alive anything that breathes. Kill all of the children, kill all of the women. I mean, it's the difference there, in other words, about like the people in the inherited lands and the people outside of it, tells me that the explanation for why these people need to be completely and utterly destroyed is because this is our land. You know, we want this land. Seems to be, and when I read about somebody intentionally driving out or killing nations of people so that they can sort of essentially ethnically cleanse a land, I don't know what else to call that other than a genocide. Before I'll ask you a question that I asked to William Lane Craig. I'm interested in your response, which is, suppose you woke up tomorrow and you were a Canaanite. You just sort of woke up in someone else's body. You traveled back in time. You're a Canaanite now. You live in that community. You're surrounded by temptations, and you're...
You know, I get people who are like this, but you're an atheist trying to look at this book, the Bible, and this is the Old Testament he's talking about. This is more Judaism, not Christianity, but people like him, they try to take today's context, like how society is today, and try to apply it to something, to an environment that none of us know how society was, what was normal. We don't know how the Canaanites and the Hittites and how it really was on the ground. We don't know. But you always have people like this who are not religious, who never wanted to be religious. You know, they are by nature just defiant. They don't actually want to seek God. Their actual attempt is to disprove God. And so in order to disprove God, they don't even, and this is the reason why when I read the Bible, I have to think about the context. I mean, I was a child and I was reading this Bible, and I had the sense and the wherewithal to not apply today's like society and what is the norms in society today, not to apply that to the Bible and trying to figure out, you know, how society and the norms were back then. It just, it doesn't make sense to try to equate the two in order to try to figure out the Bible. You of course, if you look at that and you read that without knowing the context, without knowing how bad things were, I mean, you like he says this, but yet if you actually read the text, you saw in not Deuteronomy, but Judges, how people actually lived during that time. Like, like Judges is the most. I could not believe this is how men roamed the earth back then. You literally had crazy. You had literally one group of Jews go kill a whole bunch of another group of Jews, a different tribe of Jews, and then they realized that, oh wow, we did something really bad, and now we have all these. They didn't kill everybody, but they and from the other tribe, there were few men there left, and in order to try to apologize and all that other stuff, they went and stole women from another tribe and gave them to the men of the tribe that they just annihilated. So like you can't, like, that would be crazy, but that's how they thought back then because they were trying to reconcile what they had done, and there were no women around. So what did they do? They, you know, when you leave men, I mean, especially when they're taught that if you leave men by themselves, it's not good for men to be alone. Therefore, you should need a companion. So, according to their own text, they go out and search for women. Unfortunately, they go and steal them from another tribe to give it to the tribe that, you know, to the men that they just pretty much annihilated. Like, thinking about that, would we ever do something like that today in America? Like, in the West, like, we would never ever think about killing a whole group of people and then or leaving a few alive, feeling bad about it, and then going to another group of people in America, stealing their women, and then giving it to the group that of men that are still alive, and say, here, we're sorry that we killed everybody, but here's a wife, you can make, you know, children. Like, there's no way we would do that. So applying today's morality to that in the past and then reading the Bible, of course you're going to think that Jews during that time were just going around massacring everybody on the planet when that's not how it was. So like this is my problem with people like this. Their intentions were never ever to find God. Their intentions were to sow doubt. Their intentions were to um, basically see if in their mind they themselves can become God. Like if you know, why would I listen to you? I can read your text and see how you are, and if I don't like you, then I'm going to be my own God. He was not in any way, shape, or form trying to actually seek out God, and that's the reason why. Like, I could talk to this person, but I already know where they're coming from, and what I just don't like is, you know, these individuals who are just skeptic anyways. If you don't believe in the dogma, you don't have to read it. You don't have to live by it. Most Christians that I know who actually live by Jesus Christ, you know, we're not talking about Judaism because then those, you know, at least with him, he seems to understand the difference in the Bible between Judaism and Christianity. And, you know, the one that really irritates me with a lot of those who are not Christian or atheists who try to debunk anything about Christianity, they always go back to the Old Testament without realizing that there's this whole other thing called the New Testament, in which Jesus literally comes and says, I haven't come to destroy the old, like the old, I'm trying to think of the word, like a bond, or like the bond that God made with the people of Israel. He didn't come to break that, but he came to fulfill it and to also make a way for those who are not Jews, right? Sorry. So it's just like Jesus teaches us, how can I say this? He knew the Old Testament was problematic, but his teachings in the New Testament were to be a new covenant. You still have the Old Covenant in there, the bond, the Old Covenant in there that had all these things in there, but the New Covenant then says, back in the day, I would have told you like to an eye for an eye. Now I tell them to give them my other cheek. Obviously, Jesus is a more pacifist version of what is mentioned in the Old Testament. That's clearly seen in the Old Testament, the New Testament. For some reason, you still want to talk like they still want to change Jesus Christ to the Old Testament, even though all of his teachings are in the New Testament. So I don't know. But at least with him, he can distinguish the two. And he does see Christianity as its own entity. And I know right now he's going back to the Old Testament, but this is more getting into, I think, when you go back into the more Old Testament, I think that's getting into like more like fundamental type Judaism. This is like basically God in the beginning trying to mend his creation, and maybe things weren't always smooth. He's just getting to know the ropes, and maybe he doesn't want to be hard on humanity after he was hard on humanity. So like the Bible in itself shows God's like evolution with being like this dominating homicidal presence that killed all the disobedient to being a merciful God. It just shows in the Bible, like incrementally, that God becomes more, he becomes like, he's still strict, but he's not as harsh. You see how he does notice how humans, maybe it's because he just noticed how humans have tried to be better, who knows? I don't know, but I can clearly see in the Bible how God goes from really punishing us to, sending down his son to die for us and being more merciful. He killed everybody at one point with a flood and said he'll never do it again. If that's not God evolving, then I don't know what that is. So, like, I don't know. You just have individuals like this. It's like they're trying to search for something, like another reason for existing, but I don't know why they just. To be honest, I do not know why people who are not religious or spiritual, I do not know why they obsess about a topic if they do not believe in God or the devil. It's the strangest thing to me. It makes absolutely no sense. But I think it's just a way to either distract those, try to get those away from the flock. But everything that he's doing, it's already written in the Bible. That's how, like, everything that he's doing is already written in the Bible, that these people will exist to literally do what he's doing. But I don't know. I don't obsess about things that I don't particularly actually care about and want an interest in. I care about religion, or I care about Christianity, I should say. Um, and that's why I do obsess about it. Try to stay close to it as possible without sinning, but I do know I make mistakes, right? Um, but at the same time, for example, I am not into that whole LGBTQ crap. I might have friends who are into it, but they know not to invite me because that's not me. So I don't obsess about it. So, I know about it, but do I obsess about it? No, not unless it starts to encroach into my territory. So I guess if I'm saying that, the only reason why I would see that he would be like obsessed about this is if Christianity is encroaching on his territory, you know. But like, you live in a Christian country, so I don't really know. I just don't know. I just don't know. But we also live in a secular country too. People say we live in a secular country as well. And, but still I don't obsess about secular LGBTQ stuff. So I mean, just because we live in a Christian country or people say it was founded by Christian leaders, it doesn't mean you have to obsess about it if you're not interested in actually, being part of that community. But if your whole spiel here is to just criticize and to make us like, I don't know, feel a certain way about worshiping something that you can't understand, then I would have to say that then I would have to say, well, welcome to the club, because all of us look at everybody like we don't know why they're doing what they're doing, because we just can't understand. But as long as it's not hurting people, as long as it's not um, actually physically by violence is being done in the name of whatever God or non-God or just your lifestyle that you believe in, then I don't think we have a problem. So I don't know. People like this kind of just weird me out a little bit.
Sinful men, you give in to some of them.
But I do appreciate the conversation. It's just maybe he's trying to no, I can't say that. Maybe he's trying to find his faith, but it doesn't really, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. Maybe he is searching for something more, but from what I see on YouTube, it seems like he's just the new Sam Harris. There you go.
And the Israelites come.
Hopefully this time, unlike Sam Harris, he actually has a moral compass and won't bend it in order to just get a certain outcome, like an election, that he wants, while lecturing others about morality, right? So hopefully he's not like a Sam Harris.
Marching in and start attacking you. They start trying to kill you and your family. Would you fight back?
Yes. I'd probably fight back. I would try to defend myself and defend my family.
Would you be wrong to do that? Suppose
Probably not.
Suppose that you go back now and you retain the knowledge you have. You think it's very strange that I've just woken up in the body of a Canaanite. But I remember where I was. I remember doing that podcast with Alex. And no one believes you. They don't even know what a podcast is.
He's doing it now. He's bringing in today's social life with what was going on back then. Dude, come on. They probably didn't even have the concept of calculus. Come on.
It is.
Like, you're supposed to be intellectually, some powerhouse here, and something that simple didn't come across your mind. You don't know what the Canaanites were like. They could have been some warriors scalping people's heads. We don't know. We weren't there. All we know is what the Bible told us. And we do know that history in the past was very brutal.
What a glorious time to be alive. And
I mean, for crying out loud, Canaanite comes from the Cain killed his brother. Dude, Cain killed his brother. So you don't know what those people were doing. You don't know.
And you know where you are. You recognize it. You're like, I've been put here. This is a test. God is testing me somehow. I don't know what's going on, but I'm a Canaanite now, and the armies of Moses are coming towards you, and you know that they're the Israelites. You know that they've got God on their side. Do you still fight back?
Well, I think the problem with your use of the word genocide or ethnic cleansing is that a few hundred years later, God used first the Assyrians and then the Babylonians to punish the Jews for their immorality. So this is not just a land squabble that we're reading about in the Old Testament. We're reading about a God who is a judge, judges the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and then a few hundred years later, he judges the Jews. And they're swept into captivity. And that was the judgment of God, according to the Hebrew prophets. That was the judgment of God.
Would
See,
you accept?
He doesn't even know what the Canaanites did, because it's like, you don't know who the Canaanites were, the Hittites were. You don't know the atrocities that they have done. But you read this book and you act like you do.
That judgment. I mean, and especially if you were transported back with your family, and you know for a fact that, okay, I'm now Canaanite. I'm a sinful man. You know, maybe I have the strength to say, okay, God is issuing his judgment on me. I'll repent in my last moments. I'll let that soldier put me to the sword as God has commanded, and hopefully I'll be shown the grace of God.
Why are women everywhere choosing Abby X, the new tummy tuck alternative?
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime.
Get a flat, tight tummy with Sonobello's new Abby X. One visit fat and loose excess skin removal.
Sonobello's Abby X is a tremendous breakthrough combined.
Okay.
But would you be willing to say, oh yeah, my child, my 2-year-old child, yeah, sure, yeah. No, this is what God wants. This is what's going to happen. You know, like, it seems to me an absurd request to make of somebody. Of course they couldn't do that. And yet we're painting these Canaanites as these terrible, immoral people, and maybe they were, but like, I struggle to think that even if that were the case, that the right thing to do is to just sort of accept the judgment of God and say, okay, yeah, that's my child. In fact, I'll point them out to you. You know, they're hiding in the room upstairs because I know that it's the will of God that for some reason, you know, they all be killed. I know that for some reason, even the children, even the innocent children, God, for some reason that I'll never understand, wants them to be put to the sword. And so I tell you what, Mr. Canaanite, don't kill me yet, because I'm first going to betray my family and tell you where they all are, because I know that's the will of God. You know, I think it would be an insane prospect to even consider.
You bet. That would be insane. It's also kind of difficult to think about Jesus Christ bleeding and dying on a cross to make atonement for human sin. That's kind of repugnant in one sense. So there are a lot of things when it comes to dealing with the problem of sin and the judgment of God that are very difficult. My God, why have you forsaken me? I mean, is that really necessary? Why can't just God wave a wand and say you're all forgiven? Why is the cross so necessary? Is that not morally repugnant in some ways? Well, in some ways, I think it is morally repugnant. And yet that is how God brings justice and mercy together there at the cross. And so, yes, God is a God who judges, and I have a problem with his judgment often. I don't like it. And I struggle with the Old Testament wars. I struggle with the cross in terms of Jesus absorbing the hit from my sin. And at times I'm like Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. Father, if it's possible, take this cup from me, and why shouldn't it be possible? So there are a lot of deep questions that I don't have easy answers for. But I think that Job, who we started off with, is quite an example. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. I don't understand why he judges the way he does, why he allows certain things to happen exactly the way they happen. I don't understand exactly why Christ had to sacrifice his life on a cross. That was an incredibly painful experience, obviously. And yet, I am committed to justice being a real value that flows from the character of God, and the way God dispenses justice is really often outside my understanding at this point.
And why, when it comes to valuing these children and these women, if you were back in that day and age, you wouldn't be asking that question. You wouldn't be struggling with that. You would say, oh, women and children have no value. That's fine if they get put to the sword or if they get plundered in any kind of way. If there is no God, and if thank heaven, during the Roman Empire, being created in the image of God, like Luc Ferry, the atheist, talked about, swept across the known world and changed the value of every single human being, which was totally foreign to every other civilization. But if you look at those children, if you look at those women at that time period, of course, put them to the sword. They have no ultimate value.
I mean, I'm not a historian. But my understanding is that, the traditional idea of men going to war and women staying at home, it's like men go to protect their homeland, to protect their wives, to protect their children. That's what it is that they're protecting. It's the men who are the expendable ones, because they're the ones that the state says, okay, we must protect our nation, so we're going to take all of our men and we're going to send them out, and they could all die, but we're going to do that to protect, implying that the thing that needs protecting, the thing that's valuable, are the women and the children that stay at home, and the buildings and the culture, whatever. And it's the men who are expendable. Yeah, send them out, cannon fodder, and they'll get killed. And so, I struggle to believe that, even as an ancient person. I think, in other words, even Christians today will speak as if the God of the Old Testament is like a different character. There's the God of the Old Testament, and there's Jesus, and they're kind of the same. But the God of the Old Testament is Yahweh, and Jesus is Yahweh. But they talk about them differently. And I suppose the first question is, can you understand why, at least, people are doing that? If you read the Old Testament and you see a much more military, jealous, apparently vindictive, one who regrets things, one who seems to physically sort of walk amongst sort of the Garden of Eden, but is also sort of really far away, but is also kind of localized in a temple. And then you have this Jesus figure, the meek and mild, the endlessly loving, impossible to picture as anything other than just like love and softness and beautiful. Can you understand why people see these as incompatible?
Sure. But I hope God is jealous. I hope you're jealous.
Sure.
If you have children and they're starting to entertain the friendship of a drug dealer, I hope that you're going to be jealous for your child's attention and loyalty. And when you see a drug dealer begin to weasel his way into their lives and suck them into drug addiction, I hope that you will have a selfless jealousy where you will seek to win your child back. I hope you'll be angry at times with a righteous indignation. I mean, if I beat you up and steal your wallet, the police come in, because these guys call the police. Stuart calls the police. And the police say, Cliff, you beat up Alex. You stole his wallet. Now let's go to Starbucks. Well, that's ridiculous. Moral outrage is appropriate. Why? Because injustice is horrendous. Well, the same people who object to that will say, oh, well, God's just loving and forgiving. Oh, no, no, no. God in both the Old Testament and the New Testament is angry about evil. Good gracious. Jesus took a whip of cords and drove the religious hypocrites out of the temple. And the bloodiest book in the Bible is not in the Old Testament, it's in the New Testament. The last book of the New Testament, book of Revelation, the blood flows like no other place in the Bible. So the Bible is very consistent. God has a righteous jealousy, a righteous anger, but he's a God of mercy and grace. And yes, he will judge. And Jesus said, I'm going to be the one to judge you.
Let's talk about that righteous anger, because I think righteous is the operative word there. If you were to beat me up, you would start attacking me, and these fine people called the police, and the police showed up. And said, "What are you doing?" But then it actually transpired that I was your slave, and the Book of Exodus clearly states that if you beat up your slave, as long as they get up after a few days, you're not to be punished. And they say, "Oh, well, sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," and they go to Starbucks. Right? You see what I'm saying? The righteous part is important here, right? The commands that God is giving, the things that he's angry about, the things that he demands of the nation of Israel, seem to run contrary to a lot of our moral intuitions. Now, perhaps we can start by talking about the slavery thing. Right?
Yes.
I understand that the word slavery is a promiscuous term that can mean lots of different things. When you say slavery, people immediately think of antebellum American South
Mhm.
slavery, right? The kind of slavery that appears in the Hebrew Bible is going to be very different.
Mhm.
And it's going to vary depending on what kind of slaves you're talking about. There will be indentured servants. There will be, and also it's a different kind of society, right? Where people literally cannot survive except insofar as them being a servant of a house. And there are rules about what you can do and what you can't do. But it does seem at the very least that the Hebrew Bible, we can perhaps begin with this as a premise, does not condemn, in principle, the ownership of other human beings as private property. Would you disagree with that?
Yes.
So where the Hebrew Bible says things like, you know, if he gets up after a day or two, you're not to be, the slave owner is not to be punished because the slave is his property.
Mm-hmm.
And where he says, your male and female slaves may come from the nations around you. From them you may buy and sell slaves. You may
Mhm.
also purchase some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan.
Mhm.
But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Clearly here, we're dealing with the ownership of other human beings as private property.
Mhm.
Clearly God is legislating in such a way, sometimes seeming as not to condemn it there and then, and sometimes saying you may do this. And I wonder if he's not at least implicitly condoning that. What is he doing in those verses?
Mm-hmm. He's giving instruction, not approval.
Exactly.
He's giving regulation, not affirmation of it.
It's crazy how talk about red herring on this. And to be honest, when I hear those who don't believe in the faith bring up slavery and then say God never condones it, I'm like, okay, but that's a red herring. If you're trying to imply that since God didn't explicitly say do not own slaves, that he's saying that it is okay to have slaves. And to be honest, it was that rhetoric, that type of atheist mentality that led slavery persist where there was no religion, because they felt that, oh, well, your religion says to do this, do that as a slave, do this as a slave, you have to do this. And like, if you are part of, the slave trade, how you can be spiritual and not understand that what you're doing is binding someone. And if you are a Christian, and I think this is probably one of the reasons why Christians were the one who ended slavery, pushed to end slavery. But if you read Jesus and you know how harsh God can be and punishment can be, you should know as a Christian to not own another slave. So I think after a while, Christians felt guilty because, like he said, it was a way to regulate it. God didn't condone it. God did not say this was something that can be used, but God knew the ways of men. Men like to, let's call it, bind others in slavery, not God. Men do that. And then men will, and this is the one thing I notice a lot about people who are not Christian. You've been seeing it a lot too, and recent with Charlie Kirk's death. You get a lot of those who are not Christians trying to recite to us our own words without knowing the rest of the meaning, like the whole. I've seen a lot of people say now, especially with that Jay Jones incident, the text messages, people are saying, "Oh, he who is without sin cast the first stone." They push that in their reply on Twitter, on X, in regards to why they're still backing them. It was some sort of entity. I think it was BLM, right? But they conveniently left the other part where it says, "Go sin no more." Jesus turns around and tells the lady, "Go sin no more." It's funny how they always leave that out. So it's the same with slavery. The ones who would use slavery are the ones who, in my opinion, and it has been shown throughout history, the ones who would use slavery and then tell their slaves to read the Bible in order to um, be consoled that they are a slave would be individuals who are atheists, because they like it makes sense. And like it quite literally makes sense as to why slave masters gave their slaves the books. It literally consoles you on your struggles while being a slave. But there's nowhere in the Bible that it like explicitly condones slavery. And how someone like him comes up to that conclusion, I will never. It will always like. It will never logically make sense to me, other than those, if they were to own slaves, they would do exactly as this guy has implied, because it gives justification to slaves. Basically, his argument gives justification to slaves. And if you are not a Christian, it's perfect. It's perfect way to trick your mind into believing that you're actually not hurting humans. That's literally what it is.
And the key to this is what Jesus says in Matthew chapter 19, when he's asked, what about divorce?
Right.
And Jesus points out, yeah, divorce is wrong. Well, then why did Moses say, give your wife a certificate of divorce and send her on her way? And Jesus says something fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
He says, Moses permitted this because your hearts were hard. Gets right back to the book of Job. We live in an unfair, cursed, messed up world. And unfortunately, if there's been adultery, divorce is permissible before God, but that is not the way it was from the beginning.
Yep.
From Genesis 2:24, for this reason a man shall leave his father and mother, be united to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So remember, those laws in the Old Testament are instructions, not approval, regulations, not endorsement.
Mm. I have heard this response before, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea is that there are two ways to look at this. One is to say, well, actually, God was perfectly okay with it, but it just wasn't as bad as you think. And one way is to say, actually, it is pretty bad, but God's not okay with it, right? For example, in the book of Exodus, where the law of God says if you have a Hebrew slave, he's to go free after 7 years. If he has a wife, when he comes to you, then the wife goes free too. But if, while he's your slave, he takes a wife and has children, the wife and children stay with you. They don't get to go with him. If, however, it says the man decides that he loves his wife and he loves his children and he loves his master, as if those three have to come together. Maybe he just loves his wife and kids. Well, he can stay with them, but in doing so, he's taken somewhere. He has his ear pierced like cattle. And then he remains a slave for life in order that he can be with his wife and children. Now, I understand the idea that maybe God, for some reason, couldn't abolish slavery. Maybe the society just couldn't do without it, whatever the reason may be. Wow. It seems to me that it wouldn't have been too much to ask for God to say, if he has a wife and children, then when he goes free, his wife and kids should go with him.
Oh, he doesn't understand. Okay. Okay, maybe I was too harsh on him. Sometimes there's things in life, situations that we cannot control. And a lot of the times, though, when they say misery loves company, you can also find strength during those times when you have love and family. I don't know how anyone in that, story, the story that he gave, I don't see how anyone, especially, they're a father who care about their family, that love their family in this situation. There's no way that they would leave their family alone and while they go and be free. So they're making a sacrifice to stay in bondage so they can stay with their family, and that's where they'll still have their happiness there. So, I think a lot of people in life, when they're given a certain situation, Sometimes they don't know how to cope with it. Sometimes God's way of having us cope with things can be in some of the most unlivable, unthinkable situations. But there are times where in the Bible where you see God allows people to go into slavery like Joseph. And then what happens to Joseph? He becomes free. He becomes leader. The very people who had him enslaved, the very people who had him captive, he became a prince. They made him a prince. So, sometimes even in circumstances, in situations that you wouldn't want to risk, you wouldn't want to wish on your worst enemy. Sometimes God puts you in those positions or in those situations because he has other plans for you. You just haven't seen them yet. And sometimes that means just being somewhere very uncomfortable, being subjugated to all types of mess. So,
because I'm a God who believes in the family, I believe in marriage, I believe in sort of the proper upraising of children. And so if you're going to let that man go, it's a real priority that his wife and kids go with him. But no, instead, for some reason, that's not allowed. So in other words, if it were just the case that we had a list of commands where God said, listen, if you're going to beat your slave, then this is going to happen. Then fine. Maybe he's trying to sort of ready us for an abolitionist world. But there are a lot of cases where he seems not to do that.
A 3-part Providence Falls special event.
Liam O'Connor, we're offering you a chance for redemption. There are 7 souls from nearly 200 years ago who have been
So once again, must read in context. All right? So you've got Genesis 1. God creates us in his image, male and female. We all have equal dignity. Second greatest miracle in the Old Testament. God frees the Hebrew slaves from Egypt. Luke 4, first sermon of Jesus. He almost loses his life because he communicates to Jews God loves Gentiles just as much as he does you Jews. Best known parable, Luke chapter 10, parable of the Good Samaritan. Jesus makes a direct frontal attack on racism as he tells how a Samaritan gets down on his hands and knees and cleans out the cuts and bandages the wounds of a Jew. Galatians 3:28, in Christ there is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free. Very clearly, the first century Church of Jesus Christ was committed to slavery as unacceptable.
Well, that's interesting because, well, Cliff, I wonder if you know what you've just committed yourself to. I didn't know that you were also a woke gender abolitionist. Because I often hear people quote this particular verse. They say, look, I know that God seemed to suggest that he was sort of maybe pro-slavery, but look, we have it in the scripture. There is neither slave nor free, for we're all one in Christ. Well, it also says there's no male or female. There's no male, no female, no slave, no free, no Jew, no Gentile, for we're all one in Jesus. If we're supposed to interpret that as God condemning the earthly practice of slavery, because there is no slave and there is no master, well, he also says there is no male and there is no female. So is God also a gender abolitionist? I would say, I mean, I don't want to guess your position. I don't think you'd believe that.
Did he just say? Oh my God. Oh my God. Never mind. I take everything I just said back. This guy is one of those who actually, he does not genuinely and in good faith want to have a genuine conversation with Christians. And no, he needs to tell them that their religion is bad, to tell them that their religion doesn't make sense. Because like to even try to say that God was woke before there was even woke, God already did all of this. He already said all of this. Okay, so don't even try to sit here and say that God was woke. No. Wow, this is crazy. If he made no female or no male, then how can you go forth and go forth and prosper, go forth and procreate, where he wants us to make as many babies as possible and teach them. It's like, bro, I can't. And like, why? Yeah, no, yeah.
If that's the case, then the fact that God is saying that there's no male and, although there's male and female on earth, of course, in Christ we're all one. Even though there's male and female on earth, in Christ we're all one. And so if we're going to interpret that way, I think we also have to say, even though, of course, on earth there's, slave and master, of course, but we're...
Dude, it's in the context of the body of Christ. It's in the context of the body of Christ. Not in the context of, society, body, the body of Christ, meaning we're all one in the body of Christ. Wow. Wow, now you're taking, like I say, they want to be their own gods. They're taking dogma from scripture, from another religion, and then trying to apply it to earth here. Like, you're trying to make, oh man.
We're all one in Christ. In other words, I think this might be a reaffirmation of the earthly practice of slavery.
Well, I would take it totally differently. I would take it that Stephen Carter, who teaches at Yale Law School, a black intellectual, is absolutely correct when he points out the demographic that has the highest percentage of followers of Christ in the world is women of color.
Mm-hmm.
And the demographic in the United States that has the highest percentage of followers of Christ is black women. Yeah, women get it. There is nobody who has elevated the position of women as much as Jesus Christ has. And then when you keep on reading Paul, you get to the letter of Philemon, and he's asking a slaveholder, Philemon, to accept his runaway slave Onesimus back, no longer as a slave, but as a brother in Christ. So I think it's abundantly clear that God is totally against slavery, and it's abundantly clear that God is against chauvinism and sexism and...
After 3 years of therapy, this is what I figured out. There's talking to someone, and then there's talking to the right someone. I met my therapist when I was going through a huge life transition. I knew it would be smart for me to talk to a real professional instead of turning to less helpful sources like, I don't know, endlessly venting to my friends. Don't get me wrong, I will continue to do that, but I knew it would be smart for me to talk to a professional. I feel like I have a much clearer understanding of my self-worth, and I'm better at emotion.
Women being degraded by men.
And over 60% of atheists worldwide are white male. And just about every single humanist conference year round is all represented by white Western
Now that's funny.
countries.
I've seen this before. There was a great debate with Tom Holland and AC Grayling where they're talking about whether Western values are ultimately Christian, and there's this kind of slightly mic drop moment where I think Tom Holland points out that all of these humanist conferences all crop up in like Western Christian nations. But then, in fairness, there is something to be said for the fact that that is where like this response to Christianity is. Of course, the response to Christianity that is humanism is going to crop up where Christianity is dominant, right? And
The fumes,
so
right.
insofar, sorry?
Because the fumes, it writes the fumes of Christianity, Tom Holland would say.
Sure. So Tom Holland would say that, but there's also a thesis that, okay, sure, humanism crops up in Christian culture. Is that because humanism is ultimately Christian in nature secretly, or is it just because it is a response to Christianity? And so of course that's where it's going to crop up, But like in particular that verse, right, where people say that this is God condemning slavery. This is God condemning slavery. There is neither male, there is neither slave nor free. When he then says there's neither male nor female. How can we not interpret that in the same way that he's sort of like, somehow condemning gender categories? If that's what he's doing to slavery in that verse, why is that not what he's doing to gender?
Because he's doing this in a context of a power dynamics. When he means there's no, no rich, no poor, no men, no female. Because on the earth, there is a power dynamic between those groups. So in the body of Christ, what he's trying to say is that you will all be the same. You will all be equal. You're all valuable. It's like, it can't be that hard to figure out, my man. Because on earth, we look at the differences between men and women. On earth, we look at the differences between the poor and the rich. On earth, we look at like the differences between skin color, race. Why? Because it is human nature to do that, because we are tribal. It's like, come on. Oh my God.
in the same verse.
We'll just study the first century church and the first century society. Just watch the movie Yentl. Barbara Streisand plays a young lady who has to disguise herself as a man in order to get an education.
I completely agree, which is that that's obviously not what God's doing. But if that's not what God's doing in the gender case, then I don't think it's what God's doing in the slavery case either. So if it is the case that, well, look at the early church. Obviously, God is not, condemning gender categories here. Well, if he's saying there's neither male nor female, and yet in doing so not actually condemning this earthly distinction, then when he says there's neither slave nor free,
But there is an earthly distinction though, and I'm pretty sure I'm surprised Cliff haven't said this. Like the kingdom, when they say all will be one, they're talking about in the body of Christ in the kingdom of heaven, and because in the kingdom of heaven there is no, like, when it comes to the earthly beings that end up going into this to heaven, there is no hierarchies. There are no ranks. The only thing is just apparently angels and heaven, and then us, right, along with God. But that's why it makes sense it makes sense if you know Jesus and how he was thinking, that and he even tells us that earth is not our home. Earth is not our final place. Where we end up going, whether, if we're in the body of Christ on earth, we're all one. And the same will be when he's up in heaven. So, in the church, even though we have our on earth, we do have our orders about, if you're female and the church, and you're male in the church, it does give that context, but that's for while we're here on earth. He tells us how to behave on earth so that we can get to heaven, and heaven where we'll all be one. And while we're on earth, since we believe what he believes and try to practice the way that he practiced, we're all just one on the planet, meaning that a rich person can read the Bible and love Jesus. A poor person can read the Bible and love Jesus. A man can read the Bible and love Jesus. A woman can read the Bible and watch and love Jesus and can still go to heaven. A slave can love Jesus. A free man can still love Jesus. That's all here on earth. It's not that hard if you understand Jesus.
And he's not condemning that either.
I don't think Paul is writing there that there's no literal distinction between a male and a female in terms of gender. I think he's attacking the sexism, the chauvinism, the minimizing of women that was so rampant in that culture. I mean, women weren't allowed to get an education. They weren't allowed to testify in court. I mean, they were viewed as scum of the earth, and it was tragic.
Well, I really appreciate the way you two conduct your outreach and your I don't know what you'd call it, apologetics, proselytizing, evangelizing, whatever you want to call it. I think the videos have been getting really popular over the past year or two, and I think for good reason. You guys do have a way of reaching people, but I hope this has been a fairly penetrating discussion.
Yeah,
I hope that
It certainly has. Definitely has, man. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Have who are listening have too. Cliff, Stuart, thanks so much for coming on. Thanks for your time.
And the code looks good. Everything seems to work. So inseparable to listen to. I thought it would be like a very, to be honest, I thought that debate would be more like an intellectual challenge for my knowledge of the Bible. But that's not what that came across to me. It sounded like someone who probably read the Bible, but not all of it. He doesn't know. He probably, maybe he didn't read the whole entire Bible, but it just sounds like someone who probably did read the Bible halfway through, or some parts of it stopped because it got too crazy, too for their atheist liberal ideas, and then they came back and read. But the the way that they understand the text, it doesn't make me believe that they actually read it and studied it. Because there are some atheists that I actually did, like before Sam Harris went crazy, I actually did listen to him. He did come across more intellectual and logical. And he did seem to know more about the scriptures than this guy. And that's why when I actually listened to Sam Harris, he actually challenged me a little bit. He did, but I was never going to give up my faith, period. But he did challenge me on it. He did not. This guy, this young man did not.
Like, you can't define the Republican Party by its most extreme wing in some way. It is its most extreme.
Well, let me make the case for those on the right in this administration not being as extreme as those who believe taxpayer-funded abortions up until 9 months, including birth period, and transitioning kids, and sex changes paid for by the taxpayer for transgender inmates. I think that is a stark contrast to the policy of deporting illegal aliens, which is simply enforcing the law. You know that because you claim that you want to. You just don't do it, leftists. I've noticed what I think might be a little bit of astroturfing. And I know you might say that I'm too close to this, that I would have a bias because, Vox tried to destroy my life.
No.
But two things can be true. That can be true, and objectively, I can say that this sort of whitewashing or sanitizing of Ezra Klein, I should say, one of the founders of Vox, on some right-leaning podcasts out there, conservative pro podcasts, is not a good thing, and it's fine. I think people should be platformed. I just wish that we could see some more pushback. So maybe Ezra Klein, founder of the media entity who tried to destroy my life, and everyone here with the demonetization of the Vox apocalypse. Sorry about that. Maybe Ezra Klein would be willing to come on here along with the co-founder of Reddit, who we just discussed. But he was on the Flagrant podcast with Andrew Schultz, and he made this claim that you hear a lot from the left, and when you see people who claim to be center or center-right, when you see them not push back against this, it means that either they're very immature in their political, social, cultural walk, or it could be that it's disingenuous. Because when someone goes, the right is super far, and people go, yeah, well, like the crazy MAGAs, it's like, okay, let me put a fine point on this. Sure, there are some people who are nuts. The Proud Boys aren't as radically right as Kamala Harris is left.
Okay.
Most of those militiamen in the woods are not as radically right as Joe Biden is left when you look at the trans and the kids policies, when you look at the open borders policies. It's not even close. I just would like to see some pushback. So here's Ezra Klein, co-founder of Vox, claiming that you wouldn't have believed him years ago if he told you how extreme Republicans would be today.
This is what I think Republicans do really well, is they exploit the most extreme version of Democrats, and then they paint it across the whole party.
They do try to paint Democrats, by the most extreme candidates. Democrats do that to the right too, right? The thing that has happened on the right is they have embraced outside of themselves, right? I always think about this. If I had if I had been a liberal substacker in the fall of 2024, I was like, you fucking people, you don't understand what's coming. If Donald Trump gets elected, he's going to make Kash Patel and Dan Bongino the heads of the FBI. He's going to put RFK Jr. at HHS. He's going to try to make Matt Gaetz like the attorney general.
Let's play this game.
He'll be like, calm down, dude. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's a little, you can't define the Republican Party by its most extreme wing in some, way. It is its most extreme wing. It took, that would have been, I would not have
What a weird laugh.
I would have found that far-fetched.
Bro, deadass.
It's truly far-fetched.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to play this game. I'm really looking forward to playing this game. I'll go with the anecdotal first, taking what he believes are the most extreme examples to make a point. Okay. And then I'll bring that back to the mainstream Democrat platform. So he says, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. By the way, can you tell me their most extreme views? Tell me their most extreme views. That our intelligence agencies are corrupt? Let's go with...
You mean the basis of like 74 movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Someone call Oliver Stone. Okay, if I were to tell you, you would have called me crazy. Like if I told you in 2015, or let's be honest, like in 2019, that you'd have Rachel Levine.
It's a man, baby.
The trans pediatrician who served as Biden's assistant secretary of health and looks like Lindsey Graham banged Twisted Sister. Push to remove age limits for any and all trans surgeries. If I would have told you in 2018 that Sam Britton, the non-binary professional luggage thief, and Matt Damon lookalike led Biden's nuclear waste program, or Tracy Stone Manning, eco-terrorist who became Biden's director of Bureau of Land Management, you'd be like, well, if I were to tell you these people are going to be put into these positions, you'd be like, what? No, you're not going to have Dee Snider talking about trains and kids. If I were to tell you in, I don't know, gosh, 2018, that every single Democrat running in 2020 would raise their hand in support of giving illegal aliens health care.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants. Okay.
Crazy.
If I were to tell you that the 2024 Democrat nominee, Kamala Harris, in case you've forgotten, she probably has in a drunken stupor, supported taxpayer-funded trans surgeries for inmates.
I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access to the medical care that they desired and need.
You'd say, stop straw manning, plus she's a drunk. If I were to tell you in 2018 or early 2019 that Virginia Governor Ralph Northam, would actually discuss what to do with a baby who survived an abortion and actually present as though it's an option, killing the born child. Come on, stop straw manning.
The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mothers.
Or if I were to tell you that, the Democrat in office, the former vice president, you may refer to him as president. I think you need to respect the office. Former Vice President Biden would open the border for tens of millions of illegals, create jobs for exclusively foreign-born workers while actually costing American workers their own hard-earned jobs here, and that he would institute some kind of social media censorship apparatus specifically designed to be waged against conservatives. You'd say, well, this is just fear porn. And here's the big difference. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Vance, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, they don't even all share the same viewpoint on all policies. Everyone I just named for you does. And every single one of them. And you could also include in that every single person who ran for office, national level for the DNC. Let's go. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, go on down the list. Supports taxpayer-funded sex changes, supports transitioning children, supports abortion up until and including birth, taxpayer-funded, period, supported open borders. Supported health care like we told you and showed you for illegal aliens at the cost of American workers. Supported LGBTQAIP Sesame Street in Yemen or whatever the hell it was. If I were to tell you, you'd say, come on. So when I say that the Democrat Party is the most extreme version today of its party, well, it's redundant. What I really just mean to say is meet the Democrat Party. And no one pushes back. Hey, what's Donald Trump's most radical viewpoint? He was the first president elected who supported gay marriage? That includes Barack Obama? This is a guy who's been relatively moderate, much to the chagrin of the Second Amendment community? Show me the radical positions. His position on abortion, where he believes that there should be some allowances up until a certain point within the first trimester that I don't even agree with? And no one pushes back?
I got one. What about if in 2023 we told you that the incumbent president would drop out of the race halfway through the race and then you wouldn't get a primary?
Right. Yeah.
You just won't get to choose who your candidate is.
Exactly. To save democracy. Mm-hmm. And by the way, who helped push these extreme ideas, which might explain why he acts as though the Democrat Party is moderate. Oh, that's right, Vox. Vox, who also co-produced content with YouTube at one point in time, which may be the reason for the Vox adpocalypse. Let's just go through some Vox articles during Ezra Klein's tenure. Okay, here are some headlines for you. How Peppa Pig became an LGBTQ icon. Why capitalism won't survive without socialism. Here's one. I photograph trans and non-binary kids. It's made me rethink my own gender. Kids chop off the darnest things. The only gay story Hollywood is telling is one that belongs to white men. So this is the guy who says, yeah, they sort of characterize us as the most radical part of our party. Do you mean like the part of your party that talks about photographing children as non-binary by sexualizing them? Or do you mean the woke bullshit that then ended up permeating Disney in complaining that there wasn't enough black or Indian or insert whatever race here gay shit in your movies? Is that what you mean? That kind of moderate Democrat Party? Because, by the way, you've gotten what you wanted. You just don't like the backlash. And now you accuse the backlash of being extreme. Well, let me make the case for those on the right in this administration not being as extreme as those who believe taxpayer-funded abortions up until 9 months, including birth period, and transitioning kids, and sex changes paid for by the taxpayer for transgender inmates. I think that is a stark contrast to the policy of deporting illegal aliens, which is simply enforcing the law. You know that because you claim that you want to. You just don't do it, leftists. Tariffs being a legitimate bargaining tool on global trade. We know that because those on the left have advocated for it, including Bernie Sanders at some point in time. Remember when you guys opposed NAFTA? Promoting international peace through strength, right? De-escalation, non-interventionism, scrapping DEI in the military, and actually creating gender-neutral requirements that may unfortunately mean certain genders are not able to compete as effectively. Hey, is it radical for cities that have record homicides and unrest, where entire city blocks have been burned down and now they are not allowing ICE to do their jobs, which they are part and parcel of the administration that was elected to do this? Is it radical to try and restore some kind of domestic peace in these blue cities where you have domestic terrorists wreaking havoc by committing political violence? I don't know. Hey, what's more radical? The Barack Obama and Biden administration using the IRS to target conservatives, using the intelligence agencies to prosecute, basically for a glorified witch hunt of their political opposition, or maybe firing some people who were involved in that. They act radically and then accuse you of being radical when you simply go like, whoa, that's pretty extreme. No pushback? All right, here. He's appearing on more conservative, because he'll claim credit, Ezra Klein. I appeared on Andrew Schultz, the Flagrant podcast. I appeared on Right Wing Podcast. Come here. We have some long-standing history, Ezra. You know I'll be respectful. I'll match your intensity. You said that the Flagrant boys were really sharp. So, hey, I'm no member of Mensa, but I don't know how else to put it. They're sharp enough. Come get you some.
He won't.
Come get you some.
He's a coward.
Hey, do you like what you saw? I don't know how because it's on YouTube and we have to cut all the good parts out. So you should tune in live weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Rumble. We can still speak freely and even use words like and get and
so.
Whoa. You've been here this whole time?
Yeah. Snuck in.
I'm Mirja. I'm a storyteller, seeker, and artist. And through my travels, I take you into Sweden's mystical soul. I'm in the heart of Skåne, South Sweden, and I'm going to share with you some of the most amazing stories and facts about our Swedish trolls. Swedish trolls. They live underground.
The last thing they want you to do is make fun of them, because that diminishes them far more than them trying to stick a boot in your face. The fact of the matter is like, these people are, yes, tremendously dangerous, but a lot of them are tremendously dull. And people talk about toxic masculinity, more than it, like, put that to the side for just 1 second. This is about insecure masculinity. And one of the best ways that you can dismantle a movement of insecure men is by making fun of them.
Ocasio-Cortez's comments came as Donald Trump revealed the date for a UFC fight at the White House. It'll be June 14th, 2026. That's his 80th birthday. And I wonder what you make of that.
I love the UFC, so I'm not happy about it. No, but in all seriousness, I think Democrats need to stop talking about masculinity. Period. End of story. Considering how poorly they're performing with men, making fun of masculinity, calling men weak, like, there are substantive things to actually attack members of the Republican Party on. Hitting them on the masculinity point, I think, is a really bad move, and honestly, it turns me off personally.
I also think that, I mean, on the other side of things, maybe it's toxic or whatever, but the MAGA world is leaning into it. Here's Benny Johnson, the right-wing, I guess, podcaster. He posted some AI-generated images of himself, I guess, as some kind of action hero attacking immigrants outside of a Walmart.
Wow, very cool.
So there's that. And a couple of days ago, DHS posted a meme, Giga Chad, an ultra-masculine model saying, communist denied, terrorist denied, globalist denied. I mean, Joe, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe AOC is wrong for attacking masculinity, but definitely MAGA is sort of leaning into this sort of like alpha male type of person.
Well, let's be clear. She was actually making fun of his physical appearance for a period of time in that show. And I think if I was making fun of her physical appearance or her sexuality or her gender or her race or anything, it would not be met with the same, kid gloves approach that she's doing right now.
Boy. So we got to talk about more backlash that AOC is getting for body shaming MAGA men. In fact, I believe that's what she was encouraging on her platform, her platform with millions of followers, that what Democrats must do in order to win elections, right? They got to body shame MAGA men, right? They got to body shame men that they have political disagreements with. Now, again, this is coming from the left. The same people that claim that they're against this type of stuff, right? You're not supposed to talk about somebody's physical appearance in a way that can be hurtful or harmful, right? You should not be shamed for being short, fat, ugly, black, brown, Christian, Jew, Muslim, right? Gay, trans, a woman, right? Like, you're not supposed to shame people based off their physical appearance, right? Or their religion or, any immutable traits, right? However, once again, they're showing that they never believed that, right? It's only rules for thee, not for me, okay? You can't say mean things to me like that, but we can say mean things like that to other people we don't like, people who we feel are fascist, okay? And that is what AOC did, and she's now receiving backlash for it because, again, she body shamed Stephen Miller for appearing to be short in her blind eyes. And now, again, people are pointing out the fact that, hey, AOC, this is not a good idea right now, considering the current state of the Democrat Party, to be shaming men for being short, right? Not a good idea at all. And Anna Kasparian is going to go off on AOC making these remarks, and I want to react to it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
It's dangerous, but a lot of them are tremendously dull. And people talk about toxic masculinity, more than it's like, let's put that to the side for just 1 second. This is about insecure masculinity. And one of the best ways that you can dismantle a movement of insecure men is by making fun of them.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your exact address in just seconds. Imagine pulling up your neighborhood, spotting your roof, your street, even the landmarks around you, all in real time from an air.
All right,
Great imagination there.
Insecure men is by making fun of them.
All right. Great imagination there.
It's a disaster. Okay. So she said, last thing they want you to do is for you to laugh at them. Yeah, that's right. So now, after you laugh at them, what do you think their chances of voting for you are? 0. Okay.
That's a great point, Jake. That's a great point. If Jake is smart enough, if he's intelligent enough to realize that, hey, that was not a good idea for an elected representative to go on a live stream and to call on her followers to body shame men while the Democrat Party is struggling with men, it really shows you how dumb AOC actually is. Because if Republicans were smart, they would straight up use what AOC said in ads. And I'm pretty sure they will, right? They're going to do it, and they're going to target men with these ads of AOC saying that, and it's going to be effective, right? It's going to be effective. And that's what Democrats don't understand, right? That's what people like AOC don't understand, okay? That this is going to be used against the Democrats. When Democrats say unhinged stuff like this, it's going to be used in Republican advertisement, and it's going to be effective, right? You remember that ad where Trump basically painted Kamala Harris as a radical lunatic, right? When she was pretending to be a moderate. Kamala is for they, them. Trump is for you, right? Something like that. Again, that ad single-handedly probably is what destroyed the Kamala campaign, right? And stuff like that is effective. It's effective because the radical left, right, and what they really believe, when you project it out there to the world for them to see, right, it turns people off. This is why they were so upset when Libs and TikTok first got popular, right? The only thing Libs and TikTok was doing was that they were posting Libs from TikTok, right? That's it, just liberals being liberals. And apparently liberals being liberals turns off broader society, right? A lot of people look at liberals being liberals and they're like, you're weird, right? You're weird, okay? So that pissed them off, right? That pissed them off. Stuff like this, again, will be used against the Democrats. So AOC just basically gave us a gift, right? That's what happened.
Okay, so world's worst political strategy. And if you say, hey, Cenk, she's talking about, extreme right-wingers and that are attacking our communities, etc. I get it, guys. But do you think that everyone gets it? Or do men hear that and go, oh, she's making fun of me? Especially when she keeps talking about insecure men, insecure men. Guys, what are you doing? You're driving away voters by the millions.
The crazy part about it is that, again, she was making fun of Stephen Miller for being short, right? I mean, hey, there's a lot of dudes out there that feel some type of way about being short, right? It's not a pain point that you should be targeting, right? If you try to win over voters, right? You probably should be saying stuff like that. So again, she smeared a lot of men out there, right? We're not talking about a small segment of men. No, we're talking about a lot of men who, again, could feel some type of way about their height. Just, again, not a good idea.
I'm going to point out something very specific that she said that immediately turned me against this argument that she was making, because she pointed to, look, I can't stand Stephen Miller. I think he's one of the most nefarious figures in the Trump administration.
Yeah, again, I don't understand why these people are so triggered by Stephen Miller, right? Actually, I do understand, because Stephen Miller is winning at life, right? Smart, educated, articulate. Apparently, he's the mastermind behind a lot of this stuff, right? But he got a family, right? He got a family. He got a kid. He's winning at life. They want you to think that this guy is a monster, right? This dude is a monster. But he's a family man. He's winning at life, and I think that is what pisses them off so much about somebody like Stephen Miller, right? I really don't understand the hatred towards the guy. I think he's based, right? I think he's based. But the more these leftists say they don't like Stephen Miller, the better, right? That probably is a good sign.
She was making fun of his height, and it's like, okay, but AOC, do you not understand that when you make fun of his height,
yes,
all the men in the country think about their own height and how you're mocking them if they're the same height as Stephen Miller? It's the same thing that women feel when, let's say, they're in the office and a group of their male co-workers are talking about a woman who they find unattractive or attractive, whatever. It makes you start thinking about how they perceive you as a woman, how they perceive your physical appearance as a woman. Like, you've got to be smarter than this. What is this? This is your big plan to fight back against the Trump administration? This is your big imaginative plan?
Yeah, here, let's show that because it's super uncomfortable. And then
Yeah, that is her plan, right? I mean, it's AOC. Did you expect her to come up with something that actually makes sense? No, the only thing these people know how to do is to toss vegan meat, right? Plant meat to the radical left base. That's all they know how to do. And the best way to do that is to, again, make fun of MAGA, say that they're fascists, play into the feminist crowd. Oh, you're gonna make fun of MAGA men, right? Like, that's all they know how to do, right? AOC is not coming up with any type of real plan, right? Because she doesn't have to in order to raise money. That's all she knows how to do, raise money from the radical left. That's it. That's why I hope AOC becomes a leader in the party. I hope so, because if Democrat leadership thinks that that's what's going to help them, right, win elections, yeah, they're mistaken, right? They're mistaken. And it's really embarrassing at this point, right? Democrats allegedly spent $20 million studying how to talk to men, and this is the best they can come up with, right? All Democrats know how to do is to insult men, and then, you know, when they actually try to have a somewhat civilized conversation about men, right, they always have some zesty dude talking about it. Right, giving us the perspective of a man, right? They always got some zesty guy. Okay, that's what Democrats know. That's all they know, right? So it's no wonder why they are continuing to lose men, especially young men.
I want to talk about why this another epic disaster.
Laugh at them. Stephen Miller is a clown. I've never seen that guy in real life, but he looks like he's like 4'10", and he looks like he is angry about the fact that he's 4'10", and he looks like he is so mad that he is 4'10", that he's taking that anger out at any other population possible.
Yeah, no, every short guy is going to take that as a direct affront to them. So there goes more millions of votes.
Don't
right?
take it personal, short kings.
Okay, see, then she made.
Especially considering the fact that Stephen Miller is not even like 4'10", right? He's like 5'10", which is like average height for a dude, right? So yeah, I mean, it is kind of crazy because one, AOC is blind, right? Again, her judgment, her perception of reality is off, which is not a surprise, right? All of these leftists, their perception of reality is off because of Trump derangement, right? I mean, they are cognitively impaired from their Trump derangement, right? So again, I'm not surprised that AOC was off, but she was off by a lot. And because she was off by a lot, she's basically making it sound like, hey, if you're not like 6'2", 6'3", if you're not an NBA size 2, the AOC thinks that you're short, right? She thinks that you are short and you should be shamed for it if you're not as tall as an NBA guy. Yeah, it is bad, right? It actually is really bad. I mean, they're claiming millions of votes, which, I mean, again, the leftists in the comment section are saying, come on, Anna and Cenk, nobody's going to watch that video and say they're not going to vote for Democrat because of what AOC said. And I'm like, well, again, you're missing the bigger picture. The bigger picture is not any one individual listening to what AOC said and say, hey, I'm not going to vote Democrat. It's about the fact that that message will be repeated time and time and time again to voters that, hey, this is how they feel about you, right? And this is how Democrats are undermining men, right? And honestly, that really hurts the party because ultimately men are voting in our own self-interest, just like women vote in our own self-interest. So when you have a party basically telling you, hey, we don't like men, that we are against you, right? As a man, when they openly are telling you that, right, then, hey, as a man, you are likely going to choose to not vote for that party, right? And Democrats right now are basically telling men, you're bad, right? You're bad, especially if you're a man and you don't bow down to the feminist altar, right? If you don't worship the feet of the woman, right? The liberal woman, specifically the liberal black woman, if you're not worshiping her, you're not a real man. And unsurprisingly, right? To people living in reality, yeah, that's part of the reason why Democrats are losing men. And again, they go out and they do stuff like, you know, they'll put a Tim Walz out there, right? They'll go choose the most feminine man possible to put in front of men and say, hey, yeah, this is the ideal man. Democrats are completely and totally clueless when it comes to masculinity. Anna Kasparian is right. They are completely and totally clueless. They should just stop talking about it. Stop talking about it. Just don't talk about it at all. She's right. She's right.
This super awkward video about short kings.
Wait, she did?
She did.
Oh no.
It was.
I didn't see that.
Yes. And she's like, no, I don't mean short kings. First of all, even you said it, but I wouldn't say short king.
No, short king is an actual thing. It's not meant to poke fun at them.
I know, but it sounds awkward. It's like if you told me, don't take offense, fat king. No, just hold, no, please. Okay, I'm begging you. Okay, so anyways, and she's like, no, I didn't mean like short in stature, but if like intellectually, then you, then he look, if you're bad at policy or something or intellect, then you look like you're 4'10". But again, you're emphasizing this short is bad. And she's like, oh, if you support women, then you're 6'3". But then, okay, 6'3" is good. Oh, please stop, please stop. Guys, Stephen Miller is a terrible guy.
Yeah, so I think that we've heard everything that we need to hear here, right, from the Young Turks on this. Hey, for the most part, when it comes to their criticism of AOC, I think they're spot on, right? I do think it's a big deal. And I think it's a big deal because of the same reason why that Kamala Harris ad that was so effective for the Trump campaign during the 2024 election was a big deal, because it's a very effective message, right? It's very effective to show men that, hey, look at what she thinks about dudes who are short, right? She thinks that because you're short, you're a bad guy, or that you're less than a man because you're not the size of an NBA player, right? 6'3", right? And it's just funny because even in her explanation, even in her walk back, right, she still emphasized the fact that she associates being tall with good and being short with bad, right? Even in her cleanup. So again, we know for certain that AOC definitely looks down on short guys, right? She definitely looks at short guys, and she's like, yeah, you're less of a man, right? Because you're short, right? We know that for certain. And I think that will matter, right, to some guys, right? It will matter. What does my leadership think about me, right? If she thinks I'm less than a man because I'm short, why should I vote for her? Especially, again, if she's running to be a senator, or who knows, maybe AOC will run for president. I hope she runs for president, right? That would be a very entertaining primary. I would love it. I would eat that up, right? It'd be amazing content. I already know in 2 years, 3 years, I'm going to have amazing content in the Democrat primary. It's going to be awesome, right? But yeah, I mean, you know, probably not going to be good. So again, this is why I'm hoping that AOC decides to run for leadership, okay? Because she would be so easy to politically outmaneuver, right? So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
This is the Adidas Trionda, the ball you'll see in every single match at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. But what makes it so special? From the name to the tech, here's everything you need to know. Every 4 years, the FIFA World Cup gives us unforgettable moments. And for Adidas, it's a chance to create the most iconic ball in soccer. From the Telstar in 1970 to the Al Rihla in 2022. Each edition has pushed ball innovation forward. And now the Trionda continues that legacy.
Either we can all sit together and sing Kumbaya and nobody can enforce the law, or we're going to have violence. But that's not really the case.
Donald Trump and his entire administration has made it clear that they'd be happy to see unrest come out of sending in the National Guard.
The solution is empower the local law enforcement, give them the funds that they need.
If he's president of the United States, he should be more unified in the way he speaks about people. He shouldn't say he hates his opponents.
They debanked us, they deplatformed us. They wanted to see us in jail. They wanted to see us arrested. They wanted to see my father behind bars. They wanted me to be right next to him. They wanted to see our family bankrupt. They wanted to see the MAGA movement dead.
Why have all the Epstein files not been released? And do you think they should? Well, later on, Eric Trump gives me his outrageously uncensored views on everything from Charlie Kirk's murder to Pete Hegseth's ban on beards. And I'll be joined shortly by the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. We'll begin with a volcanic eruption of debatable news stories. Former FBI Director James Comey is being arraigned on criminal charges. Pam Bondi is lambasted by senators on everything from the Epstein files to the deployment of National Guard troops in cities nationwide. The government shutdown continues, causing air travel chaos. And Whoopi Goldberg says that American football fans should black up for the Super Bowl to help undocumented migrants. Joining me to try and make sense of all this is Sri Tanada, Democratic congressman from Michigan, host of the Michael Knowles Show on Daily Wire, Michael Knowles, and Jack Cocciarella, the progressive commentator. And
you know, the craziest thing when I hear people talk about promoting illegal migration, do they not think that there are bad people in the world who would use this as a Trojan horse to send in cells, to send in the enemy to like literally kill you? Like sometimes like women. Anyone who's willing to help illegals, to me, they're a traitor.
YouTuber, well, welcome to all of you. Michael Knowles, I started off with a very bold promise that we would try and make sense of what I've just said. There's a lot going on here, a lot to unpack. Let me just start with one thing. I watched Pam Bondi yesterday, and there are some sort of fundamental principles at play here in various things this administration is doing. One of which is about the ability of the federal government to deploy federal troops into states that are not Washington, D.C. Do you feel comfortable about them doing it? And let me just say straight off the top, I'm not sure how I feel about this, because to me, I get the overarching, I think, plan, which is visibility on the streets to deter criminals. But let's take a look at the clip, and then I'll come back to you.
The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect...
and, equally serious offenses, and actually a president who looks like he's taking that very seriously, that's likely to be a vote winner, not a vote loser. But defying it and finding...
What you're seeing increasingly...
My bad.
Celebrated by the left, which is vigilante violence.
I think plan, which is very bold. The government shutdown continues, causing air travel chaos. And Whoopi Goldberg says that...
Down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
So, again, the question, Michael, do you feel comfortable this is constitutional?
Not only do I feel comfortable, I'm happy to see that the federal government is stepping in where the local and state governments have failed. This is one of the main things that the federal government is for. The Insurrection Act has been invoked many times throughout American history by both parties. Eisenhower, Kennedy, it's been called in by, it's been requested rather by Democrat governors. And so that's really unsurprising. And what we're looking at here is issue compounding on issue, because we've had this massive invasion of foreign nationals, many of whom are working with foreign terrorist organizations, the criminal cartels that control the southern border. We have crime spiraling out of control generally in places like Chicago, which in terms of the number of murders leads the country, something like 110,000 gang members in Chicago alone. And you're seeing an uptick in political violence, particularly from the left, reflected in multiple surveys and then obviously in the horrific incidents that we've seen recently. Most recently, the leftist who was going to bomb the cathedral in Washington, D.C., but of course, going back to Charlie's assassination and others. So you're having a lot of disorder. This is why we have the Insurrection Act. It's why we have the federal government, because I think people are debating between these two false options. Either we can all sit together and sing Kumbaya and nobody can enforce the law, or we're going to have violence. But that's not really the case. The two options you have are you can have just, prudent state violence, that is to say, cops enforcing the law and putting the bad guys in jail, or you can have what you're seeing increasingly celebrated by the left, which is vigilante violence, which is unjust. And I want the just kind. I want an orderly society, and I don't think we should just consign people who happen to live in failed blue cities to misery and rape and murder and all the rest of it.
Okay, Sri Tanada, your response to that?
Well, look, militarization of our cities is not the answer. Just yesterday, a mother who's in America for 30 years, she was going to a grocery store to buy some ingredients so she can make meatball soup for her kids. And ISIS detained her. She's now behind in the ICE detention center. I saw her daughter crying. These are not gang members. These are not hardened criminals. They're arresting 17-year-old high school kids, putting away American citizens, 4, 5-year-old American citizens, kids who are suffering from leukemia in the ICE detention center, losing their doctor's appointments. You can talk all about gang members. You know, nobody. Everybody wants.
No, I wouldn't talk about that. I mean, look, just to stop you there, but you know, I want to talk specifically about the deployment of federal troops, not necessarily the wider separate issue of what ICE is doing with undocumented people in the United States. I've debated that a lot. We can touch on that in a moment, but just specifically on the deployment of federal troops in states which are not DC, where obviously the federal government can do that. The president has that power. You know, there is this raging argument now about whether it is constitutional, whether it is lawful for the president of the United States to do what Trump is now rolling out in places like Chicago. What is your view of that?
It's not only not legal, it's not only unconstitutional, but more importantly, it's not even good business, because this costs so much, putting federal troops in cities. Instead of that, if federal government can give the grants so that local police, law enforcement can hire more people. Right now, they are severely understaffed. They don't have the resources they need to keep our cities safe. Now, in a long-term process...
But aren't you answering your question? I mean, aren't you
I think you're
making
the point.
Right. I mean, in a way, what you just said is the rationale for doing it, isn't it? I mean, they're under-resourced. No. They don't have enough people. They can't control the crime. Donald Trump is recognizing this, and he's doing something about it. And I'm curious about how many regular Americans who live in some of these very crime-ridden inner cities in America are really as opposed to it as you sound like you are. Because, you know, if you've got a lot of crime going on around you and you know the police are woefully under-resourced, why would you object to seeing some troops on the streets to just try and restore order and perhaps send a real message to criminals?
See, putting military and reserves all over America, major American cities, and militarization of our country is not the solution. The solution is empower the local law enforcement, give them the funds that they need. It's the funding that needs to come so we can have a more long-term, long-lasting solution to it.
Congressman, are you familiar with the Insurrection Act?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And this
so what do you think that's for? You said that this was illegal. You said it was not unconstitutional and illegal for the federal government to send National Guard into cities and states. What do you think the Insurrection Act is for?
Okay,
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super caked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and discreetly to your door. You can say hi to your neighbors without any shame. Oh, hi, Callie. Hi, Barb. Everyone here hates your guts so much. I love.
Well, look, this is a issue that the local government should be handling. It is this
no,
is an issue.
But what is the answer to my...
I don't think you understand the insurrection.
Right, to Michael's... well, let me just ask, I mean, Congressman, do you actually know what the Insurrection Act says?
Yes, you know, but this is...
Well, hang on. What does it say?
Well, look, what we saw happen in January 6th in the.
Okay, this is bad. When you have people who are foreigners who don't know our like you cannot convince me that this person took a citizenship test. You can't. And then you're a foreigner in our government and you don't know what the Insurrection Act is? Yeah. This is what happens when you have multiculturalism. There's like, and to be honest though, that's double speak for Democrats. What Democrats want is not multiculturalism. Well, actually, let me put this in two ways. They want multiculturalism to actually destroy America because then you end up having different cultures inside of it that end up becoming countries within countries, countries within a country, factions within factions, with their own language, with their own values, and they are not assimilating into America. So multiculturalism is what they want to actually destroy America, while what they pride themselves on with being diverse is actually multi-ethnic. They care about everyone looking different, but having the same ideology. So that is their true, in my opinion, that's what makes, like I can deal with someone who tells me to my face they're not going to care for me, that they're not going to give me money, that they're like basically tell me to fuck off. I understand that. I actually respect that person more, and that's how I see the Republican Party for the most part. I don't expect them to do things for me. What I do expect them to do is try to keep society sane and moral. Whereas I see Democrats' goal in all of this. Yeah, they're the party who always find grievances about something fucks up the whole society, and the Republicans have to come and fix it. A lot of the things that they do don't like, in my opinion, is a lot more degenerate and lack morality, and they use emotional manipulation to get what they want. Yeah, and they double speak, which makes them liars. Yeah, Republicans might be more stingy, but I'm not gonna get mad at you for being stingy. It's your money, do whatever the hell you want with it. But what I won't do is have someone steal my money, take my money, well, yeah, steal my money, because taxes is step. Steal my money, lie to me what they're gonna do with that money, and then try and guilt trip me into the things that they wanna do with the money that they stole that has nothing to do with American citizens. So yeah, that's the Democrats. All the while they say we care about people. You care so much about people that you're willing to steal from one, but mandatory, with taxes to give to people who are not even citizens. Yeah, you care about people, all right.
Congress, that's insurrection.
No, that's not the question. The question is, are you familiar? Obviously, the government is citing the Insurrection Act as the empowerment to do what it's doing. Are you familiar with what the Insurrection Act
yes, I am. But
allows?
Look, this president has used all kinds of excuses to break the law. This president has used...
No, but that is the law. So what is the law, Congressman? You say you're familiar with the Insurrection Act, but you don't seem to be able to describe what it does, and you're actually contradicting it. So what do you think the Insurrection Act does?
Look, the issue here is that we need our cities safe. Americans want...
Well, Congressman, with all due respect, that's not an answer to the question. I mean,
Michael, can you lay out what you believe allows Donald Trump to act so unlawfully?
Hang on, Jack, I'm going to come to you very shortly. But just to be clear, Congressman, it's a pretty simple question that Michael posed, which is the government are citing the Insurrection Act as the rationale and the legal tool by which they can do what they're doing. You said it's illegal and wrong, and they shouldn't be doing it. But you seem to be struggling to explain what the Insurrection Act actually is. And Michael, quite rightly, is saying, well, can you just tell us?
Well, whatever it is, when the National Guards are picking up trash and the National Guard sort of watering the flowers, that is not Insurrection Act, and that's not what this is meant to be.
But do you know what it is, the act?
Yeah.
What is it?
When there is an insurrection, the government has powers to use military, use reserve to address those situations. And this is clearly not the situation here. What we need to do is empower local law enforcement.
Okay, Michael, your response to that. Data brokers track everything you do online. They sell your personal data to advertisers, scammers, potential employers.
Yeah, I think the...
If you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump responded.
Congressman might be a little bit confused because he said that the federal government is breaking the law by sending the National Guard in to restore order to the cities where crime has spiraled out of control, where there's obviously a violation of federal law with all of the illegal aliens running about. And that is actually what it's for. We have a federal government in order to step in when the local and state governments fail. And so this has been used many, many times, not merely to restore order if there's some violent revolution, but even, for instance, to desegregate schools. This has been used many, many times over the course of American history. There's nothing illegal about it. And in fact, what President Trump is doing right now is one of the clearest and most just uses of the Insurrection Act when you have cities that are failing, that in your own words cannot enforce the law, are under-resourced, and are falling into disorder. So I think you've made a good argument for what President Trump is doing.
Okay.
Look what he's doing.
Well, let me bring in Jack. I want to bring in Jack. He's been waiting patiently. I mean, Jack, it seemed to me the congressman actually, maybe inadvertently, gave the explanation for why Trump feels justified in using the Insurrection Act. Because if you agree that the law enforcement in these very crime-ridden cities is failing and under-resourced, then why shouldn't the government use the Insurrection Act to put troops on the ground and try and restore proper order?
Well, because I don't think the intention is to restore proper order. Donald Trump and his entire administration has made it clear that they'd be happy to see unrest come out of sending in the National Guard. That's what they wanted out of their attack on LA. That's what they wanted to happen in DC. Donald Trump sees this as an opportunity.
Do you have any evidence for that?
To intimidate people. It's come out directly of the administration that they think it is a win.
So let me get this straight. Donald Trump is intimidating people after civilians, some armed, using vehicles, go and intimidate ICE agents, ICE buildings. And yet Trump's trying to instigate riot breaking out. It seems to me like a riot has already broke out, and the agitators are the civilians who have rose up in insurrection. And who's to say some of these individuals could be illegals, which makes it even worse because technically you can consider them an invader fighting against federal government. And if you don't think that you have illegals in those groups as well, you definitely see this happen in LA, then I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. You must be the dumbest person on the planet. You have to be the dumbest person on the planet.
If they go into Portland and nothing happens, but nothing is happening, it's people in T-Rex Halloween costumes who are getting maced for simply exercising their First Amendment right, which, Michael, I thought you cared about. It doesn't really seem like that's the case.
The First Amendment, also the First Amendment, there's something, First Amendment, you can't just be out on the street and just block traffic. You have to have a permit. Here in America, you can have your protests, you can do all that, but you have to have the permits to do it, and you can't be denied when you submit them to your city, or if you want to do it like a state demonstration, you need permits for that. Like if, let's say your protest is going to go on the interstate, you need a permit for that. The cops will end up blocking whatever they need. You just can't go out here and protest without having the proper documentation, the citation. So cops can do what they do. You don't have to disturb the public. You still protest. A normal person who cares about other people's life and lives and what they're doing, they would not want to prevent people from going on about their day. Okay, they want to still protest without fucking up everyone's routine. So, but these aren't those the people who don't. That's not what they're trying to do. What they're actually trying to do is cause problems, cause pain, so that others can see it and join their cause. But just like with the whole oil thing, it turns people off. When you start doing things like this, where you have your protests and it actually start to interfere with everyday just living, it turns people off to anything that you have to say. So what I see what's happening with these protesters, they're using the First Amendment and the right to protest as an excuse to break the law, because you need permits when you do this. That doesn't give you just because I have a free I have a freedom of speech. Just like they say, you have the freedom of speech, but you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You have a right to protest, but you cannot block the fucking highway, and you must get a permit. It's just as simple as that.
They've also said that if there is
where are you getting that from?
unrest,
Hold on, before you make you made an
well,
argument.
I think if you would allow
said
me to
that
finish my
the
point,
Trump administration
I
wants
did just say that you
disorder
don't
and has
really
admitted
like
this.
to,
What's
you
your
don't like
evidence
to
for
hear
that?
people speak out, and now I'm delivering a point that you don't seem to like, and you want to silence me. That's
No,
what this
you're
administration.
just a liar. And that's the thing. These liberals can try to pretend like they have the high moral horse here, but they don't. Not when it comes to immigration. All the countless bodies that have died, the ones that were trapped in trailers. I believe one of the deadliest borders was considered the American border, and that happened after I think like 12. I think it was like 12 illegals were found dead in the back of a semi truck. They had been locked in there, and they died from heat exhaustion and hunger and thirst. It's like you cannot make this shit up. They act like they have the high like. Just because you have illegals come through to this country, the very few that came here to make their lives better, many more had to suffer. And then these are the same people that will sit here and question why do bad things, question God and say why does God let bad things happen to good people? It just doesn't make any sense. So on one side of their mind, they're like, oh, we helped a whole bunch of people. On the other side of their mind, they just completely disregard the child trafficking, the sexual trafficking, the rapes, the murders. They just totally forget about that and say, I'm a good person. I'm letting. It's like, no, you're bad because you don't even want to acknowledge the other suffering. I actually acknowledge the suffering of those who are in those poor countries, but I can't not in good conscience. We have poor people here in America. I cannot in good conscience be okay with how the system is right now in America, where our taxes are forcibly taken out of our paycheck. I cannot in good faith and morality tell Americans that they need to take money and food away from their children's mouth to feed people from a foreign country when their own government should have been doing that. I understand the suffering, but I will not be a part of it. See, I understand the gravity of the situation. These people, they do not.
Does. It's
No,
okay. You
I'm
don't
just
have the
asking
power
for
to do
your
that
evidence.
today.
Now, Jack,
You don't
to
have
be
the power
clear,
to-
you made a statement that the Trump administration actively wanted disorder, and Michael, I think, understandably, because I would ask the same thing. Where is the evidence?
It has been reported.
Where is the
It has
evidence that
been
they wanted disorder?
Wow. You're so disingenuous. Okay, I'm in the stock market. I play in the market almost every day. The South doesn't have, if you just look at the industries in the South, okay, we had this thing for a long time by people who are from the party that you represent. Democrats had the South completely dominated with slavery and agriculture, okay, and that type of society. There was no industry down there, dummy. There was none. And even if you, that was the lasting devastation that the North tried to convince the people down in the South. Actually, by you having slavery, you're holding up the industrial revolution. That's the reason why when you look at the South, there's barely any industries. You can just you, you can just look on a map of all the stocks and all the companies, how many of them are on the coast and how many of them are on in the south? There's not a lot. And there's a reason for that. It's called history. The South did not develop an industrial revolution like the North did. That's why you see places like Detroit that are ghost land, but they still have all their factories there. That's why you see like East St. Louis have all those factories there because that's where industries were. The South was all agriculture. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out um, why today the red states have to be subsidized by the states that have the industries. It's like, oh my God, not to mention, the majority of those individuals that live in the South, they are Black. And we all know that Black families, their median income, it's like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put this stuff together. If you just did a little bit of research, the median household for individuals down there who and what type of jobs are down there. It makes sense as to why, especially when you look at like the ratio of the races who are on welfare. It makes sense. And then when you look at the South, a lot of the South does have a lot of poor whites and a lot of poor blacks. It makes sense. But when you have someone like this who just argues from a disingenuous point, it's like arguing with a dummy. It's arguing with someone whose IQ level is, it just makes it really difficult. It just makes it really difficult. But even if I were to look at it entirely by red and blue states, I go to red states because red cities tend to have less crime. That's indisputable. But unfortunately, also too, those red cities don't tend to have like large, like they're usually small. They're like really small cities. Um, they don't usually have a lot of industry either. They're more like suburb or suburbia outside of a big city, or or you'll have one of those service type little cities. No one there has a big paying job. But it's the blue cities. That's where all the industries usually are. It's like if you're going to be actually genuinely honest about this conversation, you would look at every blue and red state and see where the majority of the population lives and see where the majority of the crime happens and see who runs those cities and then come to this argument. But I can tell he's never done that. And that's why he sounds like this.
Aid and assistance, they're suckling off of California. It has nothing to do with the crime-ridden, failing blue states. It's a non-issue. And this politics
You think
of
there's no crime in
subtraction.
Chicago?
One second,
You
Michael.
think Chicago's
This
doing all right?
politics, this politics of subtraction, where you think if you just take away and take away and take away, and we'll eventually hit a bottom, it just doesn't actually exist as a real.
I can say that about socialism and communism. You can take away and take away and take away and think that everything is going to be even, right? Well, guess what? Eventually, one day that will not. That day that you're looking for, it will never happen. You'll keep wanting to take more. You'll keep wanting to take more. You'll keep wanting to take more.
theory. If you thought that law enforcement was the answer to this problem, Donald Trump wouldn't be cutting the budget of police across the country to the tune of billions of dollars. Like, that wouldn't be happening. So you don't
Trump
really have
dramatically
a
increase the law enforcement budget.
First of all, that's not true, which is what just took place in his budget.
He did. That was the big beautiful bill. That was one of the the key provisions of the big beautiful bill.
That is absolutely untrue. So you don't even have this like cogent theory of policing or law enforcement that you want to see
Your
carried
argument
out.
is that the
It's
big
all
beautiful
about
bill
intimidation.
did not increase law enforcement funding at the federal level.
Donald Trump has cut again and again.
Congressman, could you please clarify for our confused liberal friend here?
Yeah, we need to have a long-term solution to this, and that is only by reinforcing our local law enforcement. That's what we need to do.
Did the big beautiful bill increase federal law enforcement funding?
Again, the point, Congressman, is whether in the big beautiful bill there was an increase or a decrease in federal spending for law enforcement. Which one was it?
Well, there was an increase, but look.
Okay, so then again, I come back to Jack. So Jack, your fellow left winger on the panel has just contradicted you and said, well, hang on, Congressman, hang on. Jack, you've just heard there from a Democratic congressman that the big beautiful bill actually increased federal spending on law enforcement, the opposite of what you just said.
Let's see what
I think he's misspeaking.
Let's see how he wiggles out of this. So not only did this congressman confirm what Michael said that Trump did. Oh my God. These people are liars.
Donald Trump has done nothing to increase.
Did the big beautiful bill increase federal law enforcement funding?
Again, the point, Congressman, is whether in the big beautiful bill there was an increase or a decrease in federal spending for law enforcement. Which one was it?
Well, there was an increase, but look.
Okay, so then again, I come back to Jack. So Jack, your fellow left winger on the panel has just contradicted you and said, well, hang on, Congressman, hang on.
Yeah.
Jack, you've just heard there from a Democratic congressman that the big beautiful bill actually increased federal spending on law enforcement, the opposite of what you just said.
I think he's misspeaking. Donald Trump has done nothing to increase police budgets.
He's
Donald Trump
misspeaking.
doesn't really care.
They're liars. Liars. A bill that was signed into law, you guys. Liars.
I don't think he's
in
misspeaking.
Congress. He voted.
I think one person's misspeaking here, and it may be you.
You're a liar.
It's not. There's nothing that Donald Trump has done to actually, one second, there's nothing that Donald Trump, the supposed back the blue guy, has done to support police in this country. He doesn't actually care. It's a gimmick. It's a game. Michael, I know you're familiar with that. It's fine. But Donald Trump doesn't care. If he did, he wouldn't have pardoned 1,500 cop-beating insurrectionists to go out and reoffend and reoffend. If you want to talk about crime in this country and who's being let loose on the streets, I think Donald Trump is allowing that to happen more than any other single person in this country. So I don't really know how you could make the case that this administration cares about policing, cares about crime, cares about law enforcement, when every action that they have publicly taken and celebrated is to the opposite of that argument, Michael.
You know, the one thing I can say since Trump's been in office, border crossings have gone down. For the most part, except for outside of blue cities, crime has gone down.
Yeah, I guess
Michael.
there are very few things that Democrat congressmen and I agree on, but what Congress just did in President Trump's big beautiful bill would happen to be one of them, and it's that he's increased federal law enforcement funding. So, I don't know where your confusion comes from, but it's manifest.
I don't know how you're confused about Donald Trump's attacks on police officers across the country and his disregard for those who were attacked on January 6th.
Jack, look, to be clear, he either increased federal spending in that bill on law enforcement or he didn't. Yeah. And it does appear from Michael and from the Democratic congressman that you're just wrong. So do you want to take an opportunity to maybe walk that back?
A big chunk of that was ICE.
Well, you'd rather double down on a falsehood.
I'd say I think that I'm willing to double down on the fact that Donald Trump has made it difficult for police officers across this country to do their jobs, and he doesn't actually care about them.
Right, and would you be prepared to stake your entire professional reputation on the fact that he slashed federal spending on law enforcement in the budget.
Would I be willing to stake my entire reputation on the fact that Donald Trump has made it more difficult for law enforcement to do their
But
job?
you made a very sweeping statement. This is the problem, you see. It's very easy to say Donald Trump has slashed federal spending on law enforcement. But if it turns out, as is the case, that it was the opposite and he's increased spending in his big, beautiful bill on federal spending on law enforcement, you should just have the good grace to go, I was wrong.
Well, I think if Michael is saying that there is not enough police spending and we need to send in, we need to send in and militarize these cities. But I think the point is clear here, and it's one that we need to argue, which is whether or not Donald Trump has done anything to actually aid law enforcement, or if he's done anything to tackle crime.
If he increased spending, you would say that that is a good thing for the law enforcement, right?
I would say that Donald Trump's plans aren't coherent and don't make.
This right here is a prime example of how you like arguing with stupid people just makes you just look stupid. Even when they're given reality, something as simple as a bill that got signed in which spending for police was increased, not by one, but by two people verifying this. And he still refuses to accept reality. No wonder why these people think men and women are interchangeable and that they can swap sexes and they can men can produce eggs and have babies, probably. I'm surprised they haven't, I actually want to ask them that. Can men produce eggs? Can men produce eggs? Not trans men, but men. Can men produce eggs? No, they can't. So, for some reason, they think that they can. And they think that women can produce sperm. And they also think that regular women can produce eggs if they want to. And they also believe that men can produce eggs if they want to, and sperm if they want to. Because, well, that's the reality they live in. They just don't live in reality.
Some cogent argument. Michael certainly doesn't make some cogent argument of how Donald Trump, who has let crime.
And then at the same time, talk about someone else not having a cogent argument.
Crime run free with his policies and within his administration actually cares about responding to crime, when those who have had the most success aren't the governors of red states, but are the mayors of blue cities that Michael wants to claim are crime infested and being run into the ground. We have seen in DC, we have seen in Chicago, we have seen in Baltimore drops of historic lows in crime, like lower than we've seen in decades now. And I don't know why you won't acknowledge that.
Next he's going to say Detroit is a metropolis and Baltimore is like Martha's Vineyard.
Or maybe learn from some of those Democratic mayors.
Bro, you can just admit you made a false claim on air. It's okay. People make false claims. We could just move on. But you can't, you're doubling down on a easily disproven
when even the Democratic congressman says you're wrong.
Maybe that's what you've made your living doing, doubling down on false claims.
Let me speak for myself. What Donald Trump has done is, this is all political. He's picked cities that are Democratic leaning. These are many of the cities. Chicago, the crime is actually declining. If you look at the numbers in Detroit, for example, crime
in Chicago is horrific. I had a son there at the university for a year. It is a dangerous city full of serious crime and a lot of murder. Right, but look, I'm going to bring somebody in now.
Can I point out, because you wanted
Jack,
because Piers, can I respond to the claim that I made?
You referenced the Speaker, Mike Johnson. I'm delighted to say I'm going to be joined now by the Speaker, Mike Johnson, and we'll come back to the panel. Speaker Johnson, welcome your uncensored debut. I finally got you.
I'm sorry it took so long, Piers. I'm a big fan, always have been. So thanks for your work.
You're a busy man, and it's great to have you. We've just been debating a couple of things there with the panel, which you can probably put some light on. Just for the record, in the big, beautiful bill, did the federal government propose to increase spending on law enforcement or decrease it? If you're stressed about back taxes, miss the April deadline, or your books are a mess, well, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, and up to 25% for not filing. Tax Network USA can help. They've assisted thousands of Americans, from employees to business owners and people who haven't filed for years. They have direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side.